Stingers for Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of the Ace North America Masters Spring 2022 Blast Qualifier. Today, Davey, we are in for a treat. 2 best-of-1s and 2 best-of-3s to get through, mate.
Yeah, we got to get through those elimination games, those last games of the group. We didn't finish them yesterday, so these are the games to decide who is going to meet those teams in the semifinals.
They absolutely will. So let's start off with the first game that we have coming up on your screens. And of course, that will be Strife taking on Gaming Gladiators. We can get right into those rosters, Davey, and start to set the scene for this one because it is going to be a banger to kick us off in those best-of-1s.
Yeah, and both teams yesterday we saw playing with stand-ins, so I'm assuming it's going to be similar lineups today, likely the same players, but we'll see. Of course, you know, if you're looking over at the coaches for both teams, Strife has Crisby, and Gaming Gladiators has recently signed Semphis as their coach, looking really small lately. So, you know, there's a whole lot of cool dynamics going on there between all of these teams, and they've played against each other so many times in ECL. Now in the qualifiers, we can see, yeah, RZU is still going to be playing here today. So here are the Gaming Gladiators recently signed.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators that put up a really good fight in yesterday's games, gave us some upsets, gave us some surprises, and today they're going up against Strife, a side that, of course, looked a little bit weak yesterday, Davey. They had a stand in themselves, they weren't as quick with a steal, so maybe there's an opportunity for a couple of upsets today.
Yeah, and I do like what Gaming Gladiators did, but they realized they didn't have a Canadian, so they signed a Canadian coach. I think that's essential for any team to have at least one Canadian if you want to be successful in North America. All I'm saying is all of the NA's top teams ever have had at least one Canadian on them, and Liquid's had 2, so, you know, they're trying to up their odds as we see Strife here with 2 Canadians, so they're pretty much, that's going to be, wait, is Crisby actually going to be playing today?
It looks like it.
That's interesting then. That's interesting. They did have a stand-in yesterday, but I guess Crisby's he might be playing from Europe as well. That's important to note.
Yeah, could be some interesting little asterisks going into that one. But of course, we'll find all of that out in just a little bit. That will be our opening best-of-1 of the day. Once we get into it, we'll confirm those lineups and we'll see who will be dealing some damage on the server. Before that, we will go to a brief break and then we'll come back in with Fire and Exner to kick off our first game.
Well, it seems like we're going to be gaming soon here, Cole, because we have got ourselves a game. It's Gaming Gladiators versus Strife here in the Decider. That would be here in Group A to decide who's playing off versus ATK. So we have a little bit of, we're going to go through our vetoes really quickly before we head into game. Any thoughts on where we could potentially end up or where we will end up?
As long as it's not Mirage, as we know from yesterday, they were off to an incredibly slow start, and I actually see Strife banning that out in the opening stages. So Inferno's where we're going to head up. You know, I will say one thing to note about the Gladiators, their map pool is very, very strong. They actually have all 7 maps in their repertoire to use up against any team. So I think that's a really cool thing that they have. We even saw them play Vertigo, which is their least played map yesterday versus Pain. But Inferno is still a very solid map, and for both sides of things as well.
They don't look bad on any of their maps either. I think this team is competitive wherever they go, and Inferno is definitely one of their best maps in their wheelhouse. And this is a differentiation from where Strife is going. Strife opted in for a Mirage yesterday, but you can evidently see that they banned that out at the first stage. They evidently were not picking that either way, because one thing is that they are playing with Crisby at the moment right now, Cole. And so this is going to be an uphill battle here for Strife to hold on in this event.
Yeah, no doubt. I feel like this is one of the worst maps to actually play with like a stand-in or a coach, right? Because the rotations, once they do head into that CT side, the retakes on these sites are so hard to deal with. So if you're kind of really abusing likes of Crispy, the fact that he has high ping, the fact that he's playing over in Europe, and you know, he is a little bit, I imagine, out of practice. This might be a real strong suit for the Gladiators.
Maybe that'll embolden Strife a little bit. Let's see what they got coming into this pistol round, as we're going to get this one started here on Inferno. Strife get the T side to start, and they're going to slowly walk up through the apartments. There is one player. That is Cynic. He's checking back and forth, and Joel's slow walking up. Oh, will he check the bedroom, though? Oh, he doesn't. Oh, now he does. Hello, Cynic. And that will be the opening kill of this best of one. Joel's gets an easy one onto Cynic.
Yeah, I mean, that's an ambitious play right there from Cynic, but he's looking to really hold down the entirety of that A side of things pretty much single-handedly. So you have to imagine he's got to go for some interesting moves. A very fast lurk smoke on top of the hay bales actually being thrown out. And so that'll allow for some comfortable pulse pop maneuvers. And all they have to deal with is that one moto player. And now he's just been smoked off. So great usage of utility right here from Strife.
I mean, they'll be able to plant in the bomb, and what can the Gladiators do is they'll be able to file on in through the site. Jules can continue to patrol. You see that they have this little boiler set up here, Cole. Even if this one player in Crisby goes down, there's a second man to follow up, but he still gets a kill. The coach opens up in the pistol round. Let's go. Can he get anything else for him, though, is the question. Crisby with a second to his name. Not trading between weapons, sure, but that doesn't matter as Carson hits the dirt. It is just Jazz Pimp, and probably better off holding onto this utility, Cole. It's Crisby starting this game off, though, and that's already great signs for Strife.
Yeah, man, opening it up. I guess, like, if you were ever going to thrive, it has to be with, like, a Glock on the pistol round, right? So hard to hit with the high being there. Jasmine getting chased down, so it's not going to be any extra kill reward or saved armor there. And a lovely start for Strife, a much-needed one. As I mean, if you take a trip down memory lane, you can remember the extremely slow start that they had versus the Gladiators, right? Where they were down 0-9 with 4 kills in their pocket. So much different starting this one off.
Yeah, a different set of confidence. I think the fact that their coach is playing in as well is definitely just more or less a wake-up call that he's directly in the comms for all this. I'm sure Stamina still gets to do his job playing against the Gladiators today, but having Crisby there as kind of your authority figure definitely kind of straightens things out.
No doubt. Yeah, I mean, and maybe it takes a little load off of Stamina, right? Because Stamina's kind of a fragging IGL, in my opinion, one of the better ones in ECL, right? So can definitely have some calling being done here. There's an entry flash thrown in from Stamina, allowing his teammate to start to scale up. Crispy on the Mac 10 duty, sending him in as a worthy sacrifice, but he's still finding kills. That is lovely stuff. And that's the site clear.
Yeah, site call clear. Crispy, though, looks like he wants some extras here. He wants a side order to his main entree. George could be part of it. But, there is something interesting going on here as George just snipes 2. Also, damage through the smoke. George has just gotten 3 kills and turned this force pie on its head. And yes, folks, this is what the Gaming Gladiators do as their brand.
That's disgusting. No, it doesn't make things any easier, though. They still have a bit of a tricky path here. Nice HE thrown in, though, to deal with Joel's. They're closing in upon this big pit position. Eris has now just officially spotted things out here. He's just going to straight up plant the bomb. He has a teammate inside arches. Joel's knows he needs to make a bit of a proactive play here. The numbers are punched in. Eris is able to plant and find the follow-up kill.
Eris needs this extra one, though. It's Rizu on the D, who's still out towards pit, still holding out, but he can't find the headshot on Eris. And now George has to complete the work he started in this 1v2. He is without a kit, though. He needs to move quickly. He has about 10 seconds to start defusing to get both kills and to split up a crossfire call, and I don't think it's meant to be in this one. He's being slow about it, but eventually Joel's is going to swing out and get him locked in. That is going to be Strife digging themselves out of a hole that they almost fell into.
No doubt, but I mean, I have to give Eris and Joel so much credit for the way they were able to play around that 3v2, right? Because you couldn't have asked for really better positions. Joel's gets himself tucked in towards the arch side of things. He's on low HP, but he knows he needs to stay alive and be a kind of threat, an extra bit of presence here. And then Eris just so stable in these sort of situations. He's always good to just calm things down, keep his composure, and really promising stuff from Strife here. They'll continue to have Crisby on the MAC-10, though.
Why not? Of course, you're playing off against Eco. Get to farm some extra dollary dues. Also, just keep the confidence going for the coach, who started off this game with 2 kills in the pistol round. 2 snappy headshots, I must add. So, see if he can keep it similarly crispy. Of course, anyone with a deagle is on this Gaming Gladiators team is something to be feared, but poor old Carson is only on a USP, so that will make it easy does it for Crisby, who is just leaping through. He's taking the exact pathing that he was in the previous, and he'll find Cynic this time around. In this different dimension, Cole, he'll be able to frag right on out. Gets himself his 6th kill of the game. And that should, well, be the end of his run, sure, but a 3-0 start for Strife. Crispy's certainly happy with that.
Yeah, Crispy can actually drop over an op to Slight, potentially as well. Actually, just selecting to the AK. No big deal. T side of Inferno ops aren't the craziest of factors. Definitely a useful tool, but no need to be bringing that one out just yet. You're still in good standing. But yeah, I'm all here for the Crispy top frag, right? It's going to be lovely stuff. They just keep on sitting him in as a little entry. I imagine that once these rifles do come out, and now that is the case, the Gladiators will have to deal with him as like just kind of a worthy sacrifice, and then the teammates falling in soup. Oh, Cynic going down with the molly. I think he'll take that 1-for-1 trade any day of the week.
Still, though, Gaming Gladiators still want to put on pressure here, and what a nade found on a stamina. Carson just dunks him at the logs, and they're going to reflash in. They're going to continually be aggressive. Crispy cannot punish. You know, yeah, every time Crispy hits the dirt, Cold, you got to think to yourself, if that was a different player, could it have gone differently? Oh, the nade, though. It didn't land on the mark. So close.
Very close. A nice idea right there, but it does seem like this one's going down with a whimper right here for Strife. And I do have to imagine that maybe that kill would have gone for just a little bit of ping. Nonetheless, Gladiators off to a hot start with the rifles coming out here. Slight doing a little dance in apartments, and he's ready to exit out. Maybe do a little halls pop. There is only one player, Jasmine, the player on high HP, playing the back lanes of the A site. Maybe there is something to be made of this round, especially if you could get those numbers punched in at the very least.
I mean, the Gladiators are allowing him to slow walk up lane right now, and there is only one player wherever he goes. Like, this is the best possible route he could take. Oh, no, but the library player's about to spot him, and it's actually, it's going to be Rizu who's going to be able to pop him. Either way, even if Rizu goes down somehow, the Jazz Pim, too many layers to that one, and it'll be Gaming Gladiators' first round.
Lovely stuff. They win it with 4 alive, and so that's a really strong start for them, especially with the fact that that was an early 1-for-1 made out as well. So great kickoff to the opening gun rounds here for the Gladiators. A pause called out. I know that the HUDs have been a little wishy-washy in terms of who's been calling these, but I would imagine it's on the camp of Strife, right? I know it says under the Gladiators.
I mean, Gladiators have have been against necessarily calling these ones in. Cephas has been a lot more vocal as of late, at least with these timeouts. So, I mean, if he
Yeah.
wants to keep his troops in line or talk about the game plan for the oncoming rounds, I mean, it's not unreasonable.
Well, yeah, you're exactly right. Actually, if you remember yesterday, the Gladiators were able to call in a timeout for themselves and really pull off a little bit of a closer versus Strife once that comeback was kind of following. So I really do get a little bit excited for Symphysis' impact there as the coach. It does expire here, so we will resume the action. And it's a force spike coming on through here for Strife camp. Eris dropping over an AK to one of his teammates, I believe.
So, or maybe Eris will be the recipient of an AK. We'll see. Freeze time is beginning to wind right on down. Players buying up. Strats are all in order. Strats are in line. See where this round goes. The Gladiators always like to throw something in the wind. Could it be this one?
See what they have in store for us off the back of the timeout for both camps, actually. Right now we see Slight with the MAC-10. He's going to throw that smoke off the wall here. Followed up with some HGs, early utility, but he's blinded up as well. Able to adjust, not in time, though.
Okay, Cynic does go 1 for 1. And Crispy on the Tech 9! Doing it, but
One
Jasper,
more?
the third man to the top. Crispy just triple entries the B site, buddy. Unbelievable from the coach. The spam, though. Oh, that smoke spam deals so much damage. Carson. Oh, Crispy's low. This could be the end of his reign here. 3 HP and a grenade. Here it goes from Carson. Crispy gets a 1 HP. Still surviving. Even going for smoke spam, this mad lad. So you have this 2v2 right now. Crispy on 1 point of health. They're going to try and slink away from this one, Cole, though. And they might be able to game the Gaming Gladiators. They're going to slink away back to Banana.
Riz is going to have an early alarm bell on this, though. I mean, as you can see, he's kind of gone proactive forward through coffins. So now it comes down to can Carson beat him to the punch here on this A-bomb site. The Moto Smoke already in.
Oh, but he's not going to take the gamble. He might go for some spam, though. That could deal some good damage. Now Carson's going to make the move. Oh, they know. They understand his intentions. He'll jump up on top of the box. Same goes for Crispy, but Carson spots him first. There's the trade-in from Jules. And this madness of a round has turned back into a 1 versus 1. Joel's on 30 seconds. Are you kidding me? Is he going to really go back the other way?
No way.
Seconds.
This is perfect right now. Jules is going to make the move back towards the B-bomb site. Rizu's in a pretty neutral location, spotting out for a little bit of information. But with 15 seconds left on the clock, is he ever going to make a proactive play? Otherwise, you're going to see Jules get into the most comfortable post-plant position with plenty of time to maneuver.
So the digits are punched in. Joel's can play this however he wants. But he's going to go for just the simple route. Tuck away to new box. And the issue here for Rizu is he doesn't have the time to really play with this. This bomb is already half ticked by the time he reaches coffins. So he'll begin to slowly clear out everything. Now he has to make noise. He's just going to throw a smoke on the bomb and maybe try for a ninja defuse here. Joel's up onto the side. It's an elevated angle, though. Oh, the angle taken from Rizu, and he's going to get the ninja defuse. Rizu picks it perfectly. And that is going to be Gaming Gladiator's second round.
Yeah, that's a cheeky little angle right there held out. I mean, that's really hard to anticipate there. So credit where it's due. Perfection in the 1v1, the clutch situation. Phenomenal job right there. I mean, again, Crispy was really tearing through you. 3 kills on the entry with a Tech 9. They played the 2v2 to perfection. I really don't think they could have asked for anything better. You're trading out that low HP bar. You put it into a 1v1, and Joel's not a lot he could do from that position trying to deal with it, but Gladiators continuing off their success here, and they need to carry that forward, right? Because this is a really important swing round. Loser of this is really going to spiral with a little bit of momentum off the back of that, resetting the economy of their opponent.
Tech 9s are back out, though, and Eris has already taken at least apartments control here for Strife. He'll get the smoke in, rolling towards Arch, trying to escort the rest of his teammates in, put pressure on the Gaming Gladiators. Right now, they're looking to pop out at the moment. Flashbang in towards lane, though. Perfectly placed. Oh, Cynic somehow incredibly moves out of dodge, just barely. Back in towards Arch, though, Cole. I think they still want to brawl, and now Rizu has hit the dirt. Is A-side under threat? They're running through all the mollies too. Eris does go down though. And so Strife have to reconsider their options.
There's still a little bit of time, right? 45 seconds left on the clock. You do have a player to deal with that's deep in Banana, jump spotting things out. How far is he going to go? He has to retreat pretty quickly. He's going to call in for another rotate. But as you can see, George has no utility to keep them at bay. A big pickup, though, on Jazzpimp that Joel's taking down on the extremity. And the bomb is still positioned towards this A-bomb site, so that might be where the commitment lies in.
They're going to maybe try and throw Crisby at the situation. If he can find a 1D here, that would be masterful. Oh, he even pre-games for it. It comes close, but just off the mark. And now Strife, with 15 seconds on the clock, they have to throw themselves at this A site. And they do have Cynic. He is low inside of Pit, but he's not making a peep about this, though. Jazzpimp gets demolished. Slight has to plant this bomb, though. It's planted behind the box. He'll be able to get it in, but Cynic's going to run him down before he gets his gun out. And then now, the Gaming Gladiators are rocking with a 3-round streak.
Yeah, that's really solid stuff right there. Again, Cynic playing the high-pressure situations really well. Is able to close that round down, knowing that Slight had no other options. We will finally get a half by here. Strife doing good to get those numbers punched in. They're consistently getting the bomb plants. They're definitely finding the kills, right? So it's polar opposite to what we've seen on their previous T side over on Mirage. We'll see what damage they can do in a round like this, right? Where you have no armor. Well, you do have a little bit of armor, quite a bit of it. Upgraded pistols as well, and a lot of utility. So you're expecting some set strategies in the mix.
Turn up the gas here, but George is just going to run in, snag that, and also sees that on his minimap that is also the bomb. So Gaming Gladiators are going to be sitting pretty on this kind of round with all the information they need in this early round.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big threat to your execute, right? You're losing a player, so in these rounds, you really like to be 5v5. You can set your attempts really soundly, but not afforded that option here in the early stages. They will try and work the brackets control by smoking off one player. Looking to make their move up against George.
Flash in, and they're going to try and run down George, but George has the 3K goal. He's such a rock for this Gaming Gladiators team. He even spins around and just pops the next. It's casual for George.
That's a sick around right there. That's lovely stuff. Up against the pistol, sure, but the spray control, that's not easy to do, making that A1S look like it's a A4 right there.
Look at this. Honestly, and this is one of George's best maps in his pool, especially on the CT side. He is an amazing anchor wherever he goes. Normally, you'll find him playing towards the top Banana side of things, but Gaming Gladiators shifting up the position, stacking up that A site very early on, and Gaming Gladiators are walking away with finally a lead now on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, you want to give your players that are really good on these maps and that are really consistent as the rifles all of those eco kills, right? And they really played it to perfection right there by giving him a lot of those confidence-building frags. But right now, confidence is not too high for the Gladiators. They're standing at a man down. They're looking to push down Banana. Maybe the confidence is very high, but the counter flashes come through. Crispy looking to keep him at bay, and does so successfully. But the cost for the Gladiators is a gamble stack towards B and a fast movement from Strife towards A.
It's a good try for a little mid-B split action here for Strife. It's tantalizing to go into CT spawn, but I think they realize...
They're flanking.
Oh my, but okay, while this is all going on, they're walking up middle right now. It depends on how that arch play goes, but Carson has made his move, and surprise Slight, they're going down. Cynic with a double on towards this from actually Moto, and then Carson arrives on the flank. Joel's gets the double kill, though. Has turned this 1v3 into a 1v1. And now Cynic blinded up, moving between the angles, and Joel's is going to find himself a 1v3 for Strife.
Oh my God, Joel's made that one look easy right there. That's a 1v3 versus players that are closing in on 3 different directions. That is incredible stuff. Joel's continues to have himself a great game standing alongside Crisby. It hasn't done enough justice just to force him to the pistols, though. It's still going to be investments being brought out here from the Gladiators. Plenty of money to go around. And how replicable is a round like that? Because they had a lot going for them, but the Gladiators were able to take that very far forward map control towards Banana. And I wonder if that's going to be a theme here.
We'll see. Right now, fast Banana control. onto Cynic. He blows up, but the same goes for Stamina. It goes both ways. There's still 2 players here. They're trying to run them all down. Caught mid-reload for these players. And Crisby on a double entry on the MAC-10. Stand-in superhero.
Dude, how is he getting away with that so consistently? That's not the first time he just deleted that B site. They still have a lurk on the extremity as well. You still have Joel's looking to drop a couple of these saved rifles. They've set this one up for phenomenal success. He's still very patient about his positioning and might just wait for them to walk right into his crosshair, but they're going to stick around towards pit. Be a wise decision.
He's hitting him with like the 100 ping swing. I
Really
genuinely think that's why they handle the MAC-10 every round. Is because in a conventional fight, he is never going to win. But when he is just running and gunning you down with a MAC-10,
It's hard to hit.
he is hard to hit. Like, genuinely speaking, Joel's got a glimpse of the barrel there, but Frizzy's able to react quicker. How did he get? Oh, no. Jaspin was in pit and allowed him to get naps. Either way, sad round there for Rizzy. Happy days for Strife, though, as Crisby is running up a tally on him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if he's necessarily designed to get the opening frags right there. He's definitely intended to be traded, right? That's kind of the goal. You just kind of run things down in and hope that you can find a trade for the players on a decent ping, but he's actually finding opening kills, and that is allowing Strife's game plan to go above and beyond their expectations.
In 3 rounds, he has sprinted up Banana and entered the B site, like, completely as well. If you remember the Tech 9 round, that was Strife's way, that they were just up there, Crisby with a triple entry. Do it on the double entry. Like, dude, I couldn't ask for a better stand-in right now than Crisby at the moment.
Really
We're
good.
gonna do it again as well. Handing his utility. He's handing his utility away because he is going in now. And he gets another entry for himself onto George. Unbelievable scenes right now for Crisby. Looking for some extras, but this time around, Jazz Pimp will put them to rest.
Yeah, no trade either.
And they're going to turn up the gas back towards the A site. And now, well, 3-on-3 is what you're staring down here. It got to be Rizu on the site with the deke, but the trades come through. So a 2v2. The bomb takes a long time to get here, Cole.
Yeah, they just bring that one over. Slight has the cross, though. One more to deal with. Carson's right around the corner. Hasn't made a noise just yet, and is going to meet him, but he's being watched. That's too much for Maris to deal with right there for Carson. There's no chance in this world you're closing it out. Not getting that one across the line up against Strife.
Yeah, the flank did make things really interesting. If Gaming Gladiators looked both ways before they crossed the street, they would have caught the bomb in transition, and that could have been catastrophic and put Eris into a very tight 1v2. But able to win the duel anyways. Strife are back on their feet. Gaming Gladiators are opting back in for a force, though.
Oh, man. I mean, I guess they did a lot of damage, right? They know Strife's economy is not too high, but it's still a bit worrisome if they get caught in this trap of constantly forcing. We'll see how this one pans out. Definitely a little bit worse for Ware here. And Joel's just taking some fast apartments control, doing his best Crispy impression.
And Crispy doing his... I'm not sure if he's doing his Crispy impression. No, he's about to do his Crispy impression as he walks to the smoke and gets another entry for his team. Dude, how does he do it?
I don't know. I don't know what you're supposed to react really to this for the Gladiators. You're getting caught on timings non-stop. I think they're setting up some flashbangs. He's just going to be sitting in as a sacrifice, and he will go down quickly. George is able to follow that up as well, so continuing that man advantage here and making good work to turn this one around.
Oh, but the MAC-10s are just raining out. Rizzy will get the final one. Oh, Rizzy will get a double. Rizzy will get all 3 instead. Gaming Gladiators are rolling with the multi-kills right now, are bouncing back into this game.
That's some pretty sick stuff. A timeout called instantly, which this time I'd have to imagine it's from the Strife camp right there. They had the opening pick. They had a lot of opportunities, but I think they kind of jumped the gun trying to push through that smoke, right? I mean, you've seen Crispy go through one smoke. That's one too many in a round. And so doubling down there's ambitious to say the least, no matter if it worked in a couple seconds prior.
Yeah, it's doing... They got the Stewie 2K Super Stub. They just misnamed him as Crispy, so...
Going back the years there for the smoke criminal.
Yeah. maybe Strife did take the time machine back. So you never know what technology us North Americans have. We are the most. Sorry, had to spread some some little Americanisms here. We're the most technologically advanced nation out there.
All
You
right.
just haven't revealed our special Strife time machine to get 2017 Stewie 2K in the form of Crisby.
Yes, we saved our time machine not for any sort of historical purposes.
Yeah, yeah.
No artifact finding. We just we use our time machine
To get
for
Strife to skip
esports.
sub.
Makes sense. Makes sense. There's gonna
Hopefully
be
we can get some international success with that. Maybe get some 2019 Liquid going. You know, we need it. Okay.
definitely that would be priority number one. I imagine maybe that's what we got going on with OC.
Oh yes, yes. Desperately. Well, Liquid has never actually had a real offer in the last 8 years. So, all right, let's go ahead and get things going here in this round of CS. Phoenix gonna open things up through the smoke, and oh, they're gonna try and walk the smoke again. Crisby is just unrelenting. Stamina this time will get the trade in. The hard clear comes in from Joel's. Rizzy still bests him, and there's still 2 more players on this site. Keep in mind, Jaspimp is gonna open up on a stamina. 1v4 here for Slight. It was a fast round of CS, but Strife just kind of whittled themselves away with every step they took.
Yeah, they really are playing like they have no care in the world, and it's been working for a couple of rounds. It's also been met with limited success. George on the re-aggression's going to finish the job right there. We're tied up 6-6. But here's the important fact right now. We shouldn't see Strife getting too much of an investment here in this round, right? They're not going to be bringing too much into this one, so Gaming Gladiators should be able to stabilize themselves a bit of a lead. I feel like they need to make this a little more clean, but I could be wrong in that statement, right? Because we're seeing Crisby do a lot of the heavy lifting here. And again, I'm going to mention this. It's a whole lot harder to hold angles on high ping rather than swing into them. So that could be a factor as they head into the second half.
Okay.
Ooh.
Got Banana Rush here going down. Cynic's got himself a triple kill. And while George is mollied out from his teammate, Cynic will eventually hit the dirt, but it's an MP9 given up. It's Glocks, and they're all armorless on the other end, so Gaming Gladiators can have some fun with this one. I wouldn't be surprised if the knives came out, honestly. Slight now being on 6 HP, but, you know, they're going to do it by conventional means. Carson's going to be able to close it down. Gaming Gladiators up to 7. They are really tightened up their bootstraps for this game.
The good thing about that round was that we had a $5,000 gun come out for George right there. He whips out the P250 to close out on it. He's up against Fizzles, though, so no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
More investments to be brought out here in Crisby, of course, on his signature.
I guess. Here we are. We need to get like a Crisby like running through smokes counter, because it ought to have been like more than, I think he's ran through more than 5 smokes in this game, gotten kills.
Oh,
through.
yeah. Yeah, definitely more than 5 hit or miss success-wise, right? But
yeah, hit or miss success-wise, of course. Maybe not all of getting kills, but, you know. All right, but now we're going to be seeing Crisby in new, unfound territory in the apartments, alongside the op of Slight. Oh, this molly could be very well placed, however.
yeah,
We'll force them back.
it's going to buy some valuable time right now, because if you take a look at some of those B players, they're starting to aggress down Banana, gathering themselves more and more control. I imagine that they're going to leave a smoke for one of them players and stack up an extra towards the A side of things. So that Molly is going to buy valuable time here as they start to make their move through brackets. It's going to be a tough defense to be pulled through here.
Yeah, they got a player in pit on them and on balcony, so kind of the apartments pop is off limits. Okay, Crisby back with the MAC-10. He's throwing his utility back, Cole, and that can only signal one thing. He wants to go through this smoke. As it fades, he'll make a move through conventional means, leaping forward, but right into 2 players. It was Carson playing anti-flash, and it wasn't good enough. Rizu, though, playing aggressive, 1-for-1. Now there's Jaspimp on top of the balcony, though. Back's turned for 2, and the spray down is in. Stamina is just the last to fall. Last in line for Gaming Gladiators to pick up their 8-6 lead.
Yeah, I saw that Crisby ran in backwards, right? Maybe he was looking to clear the cubby and let the flashes do all the heavy lifting right there, but unable to really do too much in that aggressive movement. Nonetheless, again, I think it's important that the Gladiators can walk into this second half with a lead. Even I think 9-6 is going to be necessary here. But we're going to see some aggression come through from Cynic again in the flames. He's not scared of anything. That flash setup is perfect.
Unbelievable. Cynic, he's still going in as well. More players funneling in, and Jules is going to fall. And this round, well, it could still be on the ground here, or could get off it. Still on the runway is what I'm saying, Cole. As Crisby on 9 HP has brought it back to a 2v2.
Did not expect this level of performance. I mean, they desperately needed someone to find opening picks right on this T side with their last matchup for this versus the Gladiator. So it's a really promising sign that maybe Crisby can come in and be that man. But there's still one more to deal with here. Carson's going to be a nuisance. He's very, very healthy with an AK.
Yeah, he's also tucked away towards dark, and that will be a very difficult clear. Will it be an unexpected one? They should begin to isolate these positions. They don't see him towards the coffin side. They don't see him towards CT, but Crispy's going to leap in first. And now the alarm bells are ringing for everyone here. Slight needs a 1v2, a clean kill, but it comes from Carson instead. Unbelievable. What a headshot found to close down the half 9-6.
Some lovely stuff right there. I mean, Carson playing very composed in that sort of situation, is able to nail a nice adjustment on that second shot as well. So the Gladiators do give themselves a lot of room to work with here. And again, I'm wondering if Crispy can keep up this level of form heading into that second half where he's going to be in maybe a trickier situation. We'll see if Strife stick to the game plan of just all-out aggression, right? Because maybe they can just send him in for some information plays, try and find some gaps in the defaults here of the Gladiators, and that could be a way to keep him in peak form with the high ping, right?
Right.
But that's going to be a big if.
They are trying to accommodate him. I think the T side would definitely favor him. Stamina starting this one. Oh, you're kidding. Still fighting out, but eventually does get run over. Crispy was the man throwing the flashes, and now he has to hold the site. As Jazzpimp beginning to just leap on through, that will provide difficult targets for Crispy. And so Jazzpimp continually wants to take the space. Crispy has to fight his way out of this situation, and he gets a nice readjustment onto Jazzpimp. Crispy still looking about his wits in this one, pushing forward for the frag. He gets a second. Unbelievable so far here from Crispy, but he needs more. Still in this 2v2, joined by his teammate in Slight. Crispy needs a clutch now all of a sudden, and he doesn't have armor in this one. George is going to clean him up, and it's Game and Gladiators who will hit double digits.
Yeah, not happening right there, despite how heroic Crispy has been. That's a 1v2. That's just not going to go in your wheelhouse right there. We do see an instant call of the force buy here coming through from Strife, though. Nova in the hands of Jules. Crispy actually saving here. We'll see. Yeah, oh, okay, never mind. He does go for the full buy here. Slight actually does leave a little bit reserved because he definitely needs to get that op out as soon as possible, right? It was something that actually Wolfie give him a nice, healthy bit of advice, right? Where as an opper, you need to make sure that you have the op as much as possible. And I think that is very important for Slight, given how effective he can be.
Stamina, though, perfect flashbang thrown in. But again, it's only a 1-for-1. And in a round like this, Cole, you can't really afford that. They are going for some apartments aggression, though. And Jazzpimp's going to be able to deal. That was a Nova, for the record. It deals 67 damage, but that's far from enough.
Yeah, maybe if it was the Mag 7, it would have been able to close that kill out, but not quite the weapon to do the job. It flies by the head of George right there. It's a little bit of a position that's been just revealed, but quickly repositioning his heirs back in towards the site. And they're going to double back towards this B side of things where 2 remaining CTs do lie in. I mean, this is definitely the site that you don't want to walk into.
It's still an ugly crossfire that they do have to get rid of. And okay. Slight will find an immediate headshot onto Carson. Now trying to accelerate here on towards the site. You have Crisby in towards this first orange position, and there's also a little bit of a flub smoke. It makes a little one-way. Crispy, though.
Oh, no.
Oh, the team flash, though. The team flash. Oh, Crispy could have been good for so much there. But it's all gone for naught here. 11-6 going to be your scoreline, unless Slight wants to do something literally would be historical if they won this clutch.
No doubt about it. They're actually pushing in through CT. Okay, they've given him a little bit of an opportunity, right, to do an extra bit of damage there, but they had a trade right behind them. So Gladiators moving up to 11, able to deal with the Eagles there of Strife. And now here comes more attempts to try and get closer and closer to that finish. Like, get closer and closer to solidifying themselves in the semifinals.
And so, yeah, this game could be just a replica of what we saw yesterday. It was a 16-8 on Mirage that the Gladiators were able to storm right on over. I was hoping to see a different look from Strife today, but not that Crispy has been performing terribly for that matter, but Strife have just, as a team, just not looked quite the same. Crispy will get ran over towards the end of it. There are always going to be a couple of consolation kills in rounds like these, or Joel's finding extra, but so far it's just been Gaming Gladiators storming through. Carson just sucking up all the space here. Little vacuum cleaner just trying to grab a CT or two.
I mean,
And,
if you remember yesterday, it was their T side that they really had nothing going for them, right? So
right.
maybe with the rifles out, we haven't seen a gun round just yet from Strife. They can start
Okay.
to pull things back just a little bit, right? With the AWP of Slight, they can have, already showing some good setups here with some of the banana control.
Oh, even checked it too. He half cleared it initially, but then did check it for the whole thing. But you're right. You're right about how it was the T side that was struggling for Strife, and considering they got 6 rounds, the gun round means a lot. You don't get a lot of breathing room in rounds like these as taps do come in from Carson. But this round is going to be very important to see what state Strife is in.
Yeah, I mean, if this would get swept over, then we can start to worry, right? Because now you really don't give yourself too many chances to get back into this. But if they start off the gun rounds hot, then that could be the key to Strife staying alive here. Because again, you lose this one and you're out. You're not going to be touching Blast Showdown. You're not going to be making that trip to Europe. Be a big accomplishment here as well for Strife. They probably need that. Same with the Gladiators. I don't think a majority of these players have made it to Europe so far. So exciting stuff. Banana control are already fully taken here from the T's, and this is very fast positioning.
Just trying to toy around with some retake utility, maybe. Oh, wow, what a well-timed smoke there from Carson as well.
They're ready for
Understanding
that.
the tensions, yeah. They're going to try and pop out the apartments here, Cole. Smoke goes in. Oh, there are a couple players, if I must say so, behind that. And Joel's is rolling the dice here. He's spinning the roulette. Once this smoke fades, this might just decide the round. He's going to back away, but that's a sound cues made. They know that this balcony player has dropped down. The Gaming Gladiators might sense blood in the water here, Cole, to start this Halls pop.
I mean, they're being very patient about this opening gun round, right? We've seen them be well prepped for Strife's reaggression, so you're actually seeing some really cool anti-shrouding type of deals coming through. The Gladiators at least preparing for some of the protocols, but a lurk smoke out of apartments here, and they are looking to press the issue towards A with only 30 seconds left on the clock. They got to make a move.
He's got
Jules has no smoke.
Mollied out of position right now, forced out of pit, is going to play close behind these smoke. They're going to drop in a mini right into the jaws of George. Looking for the extra 2, and he'll find George, as well as Eris. This 2-man hold, this was not even a proper site setup, but it has turned out in spades for Strife. Rizu needs some instant kills, and he is not going to find him. I'm sorry for you, bud. Right now, just Carson trying to hold on. Oh, the time even runs out, too.
Ooh.
But he's going to deal all the taps and damage to him as well. So, yeah, Strife get the round, but man, it comes with the cost.
Yeah, huge from Carson to stay alive right there. That's some nasty shooting being done from him. And it only brings in the AWP. Sure, that's a good sign, but the rest of the camp on Strife have MP9s, SMGs, 4 of them, to try and keep the ball moving on this CT side. That is not comforting territory right there. I mean, it really did require all of that utility, all of the A1Ss, the firepower coming through to offer up that site defense, because if Jules has an MP9 there, you imagine he's one and done. And then that leaves Eris in no man's land.
Pause called in, I'd assume from the Gladiators here, at least trying to set things up properly. If there was some slightly better communication and positioning, at least from coordination is what I should be saying, here from the Gladiators, it could have been a different round. That's probably why they are calling in this TO, because it was a very discombobulated take. They were just sitting behind a smoke in towards lane, and if that was a coordinated effort, then that 2-man setup would easily be run over, but Joel's was able to dive in and out between the different angles, and That got him a very neat round.
It was really sick from Jules, right? Because he's in a high pressure situation. He's mollied out not only from Big Pit, but they also had a molly from Mini Pit. I don't know if you saw that one. This is a pretty sick lineup that they're able to throw. So he was stuck in between a rock and a hard place, and the fact that he finds 2 is probably an overperformance from him. A deep mid smoke thrown out though, so maybe we're going to see some aggressive movements because Slight knows he needs to take this round into the palm of his hands, but let's one slip at the gap. Not the second. That's great damage.
It's going to damage onto Jazz. And honestly, mostly, for the most part, free of charge, especially important when these MP9s are in play.
No doubt about it. I like that they know that Slight has to do some of the early work to set up the MP9s for success. It's a good read of the situation off the back of some timeouts called in. And actually, Slight being very mobile. Flashbang setup here, but Carson's not blinded up.
Oh, but Slight's still here. He's come back in rotation, but Carson has just double entry. Okay, Slight is the last line of defense. The Gladiators know that how much do they want to test him here.
Oof.
He's still going for peak after peak, though. Slight knows he has to make a play in this man disadvantaged situation, but they've also lost Joel's. Like just running through, and George is going to be able to pick him up. Eris maybe to make a hero play through the smoke, but generally speaking, he's just being watched for. And the Gaming Gladiators, they have finally snapped the Strife economy, and, well, if you don't have guns, it's hard to put up a good CT side.
Yeah, I mean, you got to credit Carson right there for a couple of rounds prior where he was able to find a lot of exit kills, hold on to his rifle, and that really just decimated Strife's economy here. This is territory that you just don't want to be in at all. You have to call in a save, and you're likely going to concede 14 here for the Gladiators, given the purchase.
Only Deegs. It is kind of similar scenes to what was yesterday. Of course, running with a different set of players, having to run with Crisby. Admittedly, I mean, he kind of did his job, in my humble opinion. But it's necessarily can't really. It's mostly just been the economy to start off this CT side for Strife. Hasn't gotten off the ground, and then George is going to entry your entire bomb site on these kind of rounds. I mean, if there's any chance for Strife to get into it, it would be winning a round like this, but I don't think it's happening. Cole with Strife, or with Slight rather, very far away from the action, stomping around, and there's still Cynic and T apartments, man. Can't catch a break in Strife, and it's Gaming Gladiators doubling the scoreline of Strife at the moment.
Again, I mean, we're talking about a 5v1 situation, and you have, players on the Gaming Gladiators sitting back in T apartments. So it is such a, I don't even know what to call it, right? It's just not something that you've ever seen from them in recent history. So I like that they're just playing very, very much, patient, diligent CS, even in the situations that are essentially unlosable. It's cool to see from them. And again, credit to potentially Cynic in the introduction to the IGL, and Sympus maybe buckling down in the coach role. Aggression's good though from Stamina, and the setup's even better from Crispy, doing follow-up damage through the smoke.
Just wide swinging towards Banana, and finally Strife have some traction in a round. It's been a while, that's for sure. But the Gladiators are sure a keen team to, who knows, someone find a clean refrag back, a 2-for-1, and there it is. It comes in the form of Cynic. They are the team to do this, and is Cynic just gonna walk through this? Oh yeah, he is. Look at this. The setup in apartments, though, will find both players. Crispy also pushing in towards bottom Banana, but Cynic could be an unaccounted for element to this attack. Slight now is beginning to peer over, understanding the possibility. It's going to have to be another blinder from Cynic if the Gladiators want a chance in this kind of round. But Rizu dropping Joel's on the balcony on low HP as well. The molly goes in towards Pit, and all of a sudden Slight has some food on his plate. He's tucked away. He needs a no-scope, and he'll find it onto Rizu. Oh, man. Slight is playing a dangerous game here in towards mid pit. 20 seconds remaining. Cynic needs to make a play. He knows that someone's in towards the apartments, though. Oh, I think he made some noise, though. Oh, bear spotted. Oh, he finds a headshot. Can Cynic make this clutch do? He has a 1v1 served up. I mean, he needs to get this bomb plant in quickly. He's just going to go for the straight plant. Oh, man. Ballsy call. Trying to call Crispy's bluff, but Crispy will come back in, re-swing in for it, and Strife will have a round. Admittedly, though, it still gets close.
Yeah, I honestly like the call to just go for the full stick as well, because he knows that I feel like Crispy doesn't want to make any mistakes in that sort of position. And if you get caught and you put things into a 1v1 and allow for Cynic to really play off of that with the post plant, that would have been really bleak for Strife. So Cynic going for a risky play, and he has room to maneuver, right? 14 rounds to their bank up against Strife's only 8, so it's definitely worth the risk. But again, he had to get the ball moving there for Strife. We'll see if they can consistently find that success. A Smoke and Stamina again sit down Banana.
Oh,
I thought that was him.
All right. Feel like this this Strife boulder is starting to get tipped a little bit. See if it can start rolling down the hill. Right now, Slight is starting up to have a game for himself. Of course, the Gaming Gladiators are poking and prodding at all parts of the map at the moment. They have this brackets control to work with, but Strife are going to reflash back in towards Banana, try and take the fight back to the Gladiators, and it will work perfectly. Join with Slight again. Now this MP9 needs to hold down everything, and Stamina is just next up. Jaspin will hit the dirt, and Strife put up a dominant one.
Yeah, I love the aggression right there. Strife allowing for Slight to be very immobile with the op. That's pretty sick stuff. As he starts things off, you know, with a little bit of apartment aggression, setting up that A-side setup, and then he maneuvers in towards a B-side aggression, a real retake of that car control, coupling that with Stamina and Frisbee. Really sick stuff overall right there from Strife. And I feel like we've seen that game plan a couple of times here, kind of sticking to that, and it's worked to some effect here as well.
So you're seeing Strife start to roll things back in at the moment. Slight starting to heat up. Joel's the same. Gotta wait for Eris, honestly. And I think when Eris starts having a heater of a game, he's by far Strife's most impactful player.
Mm-hmm. It's not too far off the mark, right? He's an incredible anchor. He hasn't been tested too much towards that A-bomb site, and the times that he has, he's been good to hold things down. So they're going to try and abuse this B-side, and I can't blame the Gladiators, right? You're setting a target on Crispy's head.
It's a gap in the smoke, though. They're playing a little one-way. Stamina's actually going to walk through it. Again, they're going to flash, and this time they're ready. It's actually Crispy, of course, walking through smokes. That's basically his trademark at this rate. They're going to make their way in towards a B-side play. They're going to try and flash through, but... George didn't realize that Stamina had pushed in right behind him, but it's only a 1-for-1, and I'm not sure Strife can even afford that at this rate.
They have a fast flank from Eris from 2 people as well.
This could be good. They need an instant kill, though, and that comes from Jaspin dead. Joel's next in line. Okay, he'll find a trade on the Jazz. Bomb has yet to actually be planted right now. It is kind of compromised, but Cynic still finds the headshot. It's just what the Gaming Gladiators do. They are so crisp on the aim. And Slight served up a 1v3, an AWP. This is unlikely at best, but Cynic is just taking names right now for the Gladiators and trying to put this game to bed.
Yeah, just never allowing for consistent success right there from Strife on their CT sides. The economy is going to be a bit of an issue here in this one. A couple MP9s in the mix, a deagle. Fact, and yeah, I mean, again, I feel like we're consistently seeing composure held from the Gladiators. I mean, that's not the first time you've seen them really just with 30 seconds left into the round hold their nerve, not really force that bomb plant, but instead allow for Stamina, or rather, I should say Strife, not Stamina, to overpeak and give up a little bit of kills back to make it a 4v3 into, say, a 3v1, and it's really well played.
So far, just a well-played game from,
wow.
Well, Cynic. How about this? 28 kills and counting for the guy. Joel needs to turn up again. He'll shut down Cynic. He's looking for extras, though. He needs extras is the issue here. And Strife, or rather, Gladiators know this. They push up and they clear him. Excellently done from Cynic. And then Slight can't hit the shot either. And so the A site falls, and I think it's the end of the road here for Strife in this event, Cole. They've been plagued by some issues so far throughout it, and they meet the biggest one in the Gaming Gladiators. Carson's going to close it down with a 180 spin on a Crispy, and it'll end 16-9.
Yeah, a bitter end right there for Strife, but again, I feel like we did see some really promising signs out of them given the fact that they were playing with their coach, and all in all, I'm excited to see what this Gladiators roster could do later down the line. If they hold that level of composure, you already know they put up a great effort versus Pain in a kind of comeback effort up against what is one of their first maps as well. So promising signs from the Gladiators here. And again, they are hungry to gather that spot in the Blast Showdown.
Yeah, and they're showing some of their vintage form when it comes to their firepower and the multi-kills that this team delivers. Cynic is starting to wake up, and when he's feeling confident, they are a dangerous team. So they will go off to the semifinals, and they will be facing off versus ATK later today. But first things first, let's go ahead and send it over to Davey and Jackie for them to break things down. A little bit of a break, of course, after that. So wait until you see the bearded bros. You're gonna have to hold your happiness for a second. We'll see you right back after a break.
Greetings, community. We at Liga Ace Esports are super excited about everything going on around Blast Premier. And to commemorate this special event, today we will be talking about the history of CSGO, from its humble beginnings as a Half-Life mod, all the way to its status as the staple of first-person shooters. Without further ado, my name is Phi from Liga Ace Esports, and this is Counter-Strike in a nutshell. Counter-Strike is, without a doubt, the living history of the modern video game. Beyond being one of Valve's key titles, it has established itself as one of the pillars on which the foundations of current shooters are based on, as well as one of the greatest ambassadors of online gaming and esports worldwide. For over 20 years as a title, Counter-Strike has maintained massive popularity, even to this day, shattering new peak player numbers. It's hard to imagine a game that had a bigger impact on the first-person shooter. So what is so special about the Counter-Strike saga to lead the industry 20 years later? To understand all of this, we need to travel back in time to 1999. Back then, the industry was just getting acquainted with some successful FPS games, such as Doom and Quake. With Quake having a multiplayer option, these quickly developed into the first forays into competitive video games. It was during this time where two amateur developers, Min Lee and Jess Cliff, decided to create a shooter that would take advantage of the possibilities of the gold source engine of the recently released Half-Life. In Half-Life, like in other FPS games at the time, people would be able to customize certain maps, and it was through this map editor and the plugin system that the gold source engine allowed that Counter-Strike was born. Lee began to integrate his own three-dimensional models only a month and a half after having access to the engine, while Cliff was in charge of the community initiatives and feedback that the game would receive. This would certainly prove valuable coming up to its initial release. It's interesting to note that the idea and the inspiration behind Lee and Cliff's prototype mod was born out of Lee's fascination with the tactical conflict games like Rainbow Six and Spec Ops. On the other hand, the use of Half-Life's engine created limitless possibilities and allowed the game to become so unique. It had numerous innovative ideas that are now staples of first-person shooters. Realistic recoil patterns, an economic system, multiple objectives, and respawns. But the real game changer was when Valve, the company responsible for Half-Life, were fascinated by Counter-Strike and made an offer to its creators that would forever change the course of gaming history. Thus, in the second half of 2000, the shooter was added to Valve's intellectual properties. Lee and Cliff officially became part of the template, and the mod went from becoming a beta to its final version, officially called Half-Life Counter-Strike. Needless to say, it was a massive success. And after this acquisition by Valve, Counter-Strike 1.6 became a staple of modern esports. Despite its humble beginnings and mediocre graphics, the esports scene ballooned. Maps like DE Dust 2 and Mirage are still iconic representations of this era of Counter-Strike. Valve knew that it had great potential and decided to expand the series further down the stretch with a new, ambitious project. But post-release, not everyone was happy with that very project. Coming up next in the history of Counter-Strike is Source, the divisive masterpiece.
Best of one, Davey. There can only be one victor standing tall at the end, and of course it is the Gladiators that move on. They do pick up that victory, but on the other side of the coin, you've got to look at Strife, with the coach standing in, a bit of a struggle, and they fall short in the end.
Yeah, and as far as I know, he was on high ping as well. Crisby over in Europe, so playing on that high ping, I think he top fragged by the end of that game. So that's a little worrying for the side of Strife. Maybe they're not early morning players, although for not everybody it's early morning. But you know, gamer schedule 2 p.m. sometimes can be early morning. Okay, like I'm not judging. So either way, maybe they're just maybe they struggle in the early games. Who knows? But yeah, Gaming Gladiators very comfortably took that one.
Absolutely, mate. It's gone well for him. 16-9 Inferno to start off the day. As we were talking about yesterday as well, the fact that you come through knowing that you have to play the best of one first before you even have a chance in the playoffs with the best of threes, it can be a bit arduous. This is the rematch, and it's the same result once again, with Gaming Gladiators being able to pick up the victory. These are the stats we had from the map as well. What stands out to you here, Davey?
Crisby with 23 kills, 19 kills, 23 deaths, 94 ADR. The fact that he's top fragging, you can tell by the 23 deaths, he was going for a lot of the entries, you know, trying to use that ping to his advantage, trying to use the peeker's advantage, but it didn't work out. Eras had a poor game, stamina, you know what I mean? Like just these guys who, you're on low ping, you're playing with your coach, you gotta perform a little bit better. That's just how it is. But Gaming Gladiators played really well too, so you don't want to too hyper focus on Crisby, because obviously man just had a good game. Maybe he's thinking about coming back. Maybe he'll get over to North America, start playing for the team now that they need somebody. So you never know. It's possible.
Yeah, we could be cooking up some fun storylines with that. I've always liked Crisby. He was always a good lad when I spoke to him in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised, mate. I'm sure he could still be handy with a steal.
Yeah, no, it seems like you said. It seems like a nice guy. I've only ever had one interaction with him on Steam a little while ago, but I'm not going to say what it was. But you know, yeah, he always seems like a nice guy.
Absolutely. Well, we have got some replays from that matchup as well. The best of one elimination game that it was. This was our Group A decider. And all in all, Gaming Gladiators came out absolutely swinging. Across the board, the frag distribution was pretty nice. Obviously, the only player that wasn't really pumping up massive numbers was Jazzpimp, but he doesn't need to. Had a huge squad behind him. Cynic had a great game. Our man Jorge as well, popping off at times, Davey.
Now, look, their whole team was getting had their big moments, right? There wasn't There really wasn't those situations where, you know, you could see that anybody was particularly struggling or, you know, anything was going wrong. Gaming Gladiators really were, especially here on the T side, right? You switch over onto the T side, you have a small lead that you built on your CT, but nothing convincing. And then on T side, to just be able to close it out this convincingly, to win rounds the way that they were, yeah, I mean, that's just a huge performance from them. And they really just made it so Strife had no answer for them when Strife was on their CT side.
Absolutely. And Carson, being the player that we focus on here for Gaming Gladiators, nearly a 2 KD, almost 100 ADR being pumped up by him as well. I'm sure Semphus will be happy with this result, Davey.
Yeah, no, he will be. Maybe he'll start going to the gym again. If he gets a little excited, maybe he'll be able to start going and actually, you know, get his PRs back up, because he has just been looking smaller and smaller every time I see him.
Could you imagine Semphus on LAN as well, behind the team, just lifting mice? Just flexing them.
Corey is a very intimidating presence on LAN. I'll tell you right now, because he's like 6'4". I don't know what he's weighing in at right now. Depends on if he's bulking, but like 230, 235 of just solid muscle. He's a very intimidating presence. I've played quite a few LANs with him.
Oh, I even remember when he started getting into the fitness hype, and we were in Serbia. I think it was like 2016, 2015, and he came over to this vending machine that me and Sonny at the time were trying to buy a chocolate bar from, and it just got stuck. And Semphus was like, "What are you boys doing?" We were like, "Oh, we can't get our chocolate." He just like basically lifts the machine up, gives it a little wiggle, and it just dropped out. And he went, "There you go," and just walked off. And it was like, "All right, fair play. I guess you can just lift that vending machine then."
No, he can. He's a vending machine lifter. That's actually one of his favorite workouts. He just walks around town out
just
in
grabbing
Western.
vendings.
Yeah, just picking up vending machines and moving them to different sections of the store. The store
Just to
owners
mess
hate
with
him.
people. Yeah, he's an absolute nuisance.
Store owners hate him.
Oh god, it's like those ads you get. This one trick that store owners hate.
That's how we got so big. That's how we got those traps, is from lifting vending machines all day. It's just deadlifts, just all day.
I really wouldn't be surprised, honestly. I could see him doing it just at home. He's got his own personal vending machine in the front room now, just to make sure he can get his squats in every morning with the right weight.
Gotta
Just
keep it
loads
full
it
so
up.
there's always extra weight too.
It's just full of protein bars, so every time he takes one, he puts another one back in. Keeps him going during the workout.
No, exactly. It works perfectly. It's a continuous cycle of protein, lift, like you're always shaking the bars out. Yeah, it's easy peasy.
Just always building that muscle mass. Well, the mass is accumulating for Gaming Gladiators, as they will move on to the best of 3 stage a little bit later on today, of course, but we do have another best of 1 that will be coming up. We'll start to set that game up when we come back in. We'll leave you for a few moments. When we return, we'll brief you for our final best of 1 before the playoffs begin.
It is not necessary to explain what a first-person shooter is. However, to know what Counter-Strike offered players 2 decades ago in comparison to other shooters at the time, it is important to understand that the impact that this game had. In other words, what does this game have to offer that us, the players, haven't seen before in Doom or Duke Nukem 3D? To start, there are many important characteristics that have not cemented its success on the global level, but have also made it a true pioneer when it comes to establishing concepts such as gaming as a constant and evolving project. In Counter-Strike, the evolution was and is constant, but the essence remains. In a way, Overwatch or Fortnite have followed suit by constantly adding twists to their gameplay and content without losing their identity. It's easy to learn, but it takes a lifetime to master, something that all highly competitive games have in common. The art of offering a constant learning curve. This was the essence that will remain in the following release. In the year 2000, the same year in which Valve took over the rights to Counter-Strike, a new and improved version began to develop on the Gold Source engine itself. This initiative would begin with Rogue Entertainment in charge of development, and later, it would pass through the hands of Gearbox, Ritual, who practically remade development until 2002. And finally, Turtle Rock Studios, responsible for Team Fortress. So after this development hell, it was until March of 2004, Counter-Strike Condition Zero was released, which can be defined as a new version of the classic Counter-Strike with a visual boost, change in the maps, and a bizarre single-player mode. Its launch was a massive failure, and to this date, the community doesn't even remember this game. And the ones that do, they don't have fond memories of it. With the competitive scene back in favor of 1.6, Valve knew they had to regain their old community back. In August of the same year, the first copy of Counter-Strike Source would arrive, a faithful version of the original mod with one huge added change, the Source engine. Thus, CSS would become the true step forward in terms of quality that fans demanded, as well as the invaluable ambassador for Steam, the gaming platform that Valve had launched a year earlier. However, not all the community was happy. Veterans from 1.6 felt that Source felt way too different from the original game and decided to stick to the one that they knew best. The leap from Gold Source to the Source engine was not well received by all esports veterans, and there was a huge backlash from some of the original players and teams from 1.6. It seems that it took 8 years for a true successor to come out, and it was a global success. Keep it tuned for the next video.
When one best of one concludes, another begins. And this time around, it'll be Team 1 taking on August, Davey. So this should actually be a lot better in terms of the quality CS we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not so many maybe no coach stand-ins, you know, hopefully, I mean, knock on wood, I guess, you know, gotta be careful. Actually, I gotta be careful. If I knock too loud, my dogs will start barking. I gotta be careful with that one. But yeah, definitely, I think we're gonna see slightly higher caliber. Both of these two teams here definitely gonna be, that's the thing about this, with this event though, is that these groups, there was 3 teams from each group that would have favored themselves to win the whole thing, right? So that's what, it's been so competitive, and this game is gonna be another one of those competitive games where neither one of these teams, I mean, if either somebody's getting knocked out in groups here, and both teams are going to be very disappointed if it's them.
Yeah, no matter what happens, either one of these sides is going to be upset with a loss here in the best of one. So close to the best of 3s in the playoffs, in a great position to be one step closer to getting that coveted spot for the Blast Spring Showdown. It would be a shame to see. But this is the Team 1 roster that we have up on your screens. There were some good results from Team 1 yesterday. You know, in terms of the performance they had, Davey, once they got into the action, they warmed up, they looked good. They looked like classic Team 1.
Yeah, they did have that really close game against Valkyrie on Mirage where it looked like they might actually be going out, which would have been a huge upset. But like you said, they grind it back right at the end and they were able to pull it off. But coming up, you know, again, gotta give props to Valkyrie from yesterday. They obviously didn't make it through, but to lose 14-16 against Team 1 on Mirage was very impressive. So Team 1, like you said, they had moments where they looked like the old Team 1, but they also had moments where they looked completely disorganized, and they were getting outpaced by teams who they shouldn't beat.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a closer look at the Team 1 roster. We have a nice little video prepared, so let's check it out.
Meu nick é XNS, eu sou do Brasil. Eu comecei a jogar no computador bem pequeno, meu pai tem lan house, então eu sempre joguei jogos de computador, CS 1.6, Crossfire. E em 2019 eu conheci o Counter-Strike e comecei a jogar.
Meu nome é Juan Rotondano, eu tenho 20 anos, eu nasci em São Paulo, no Brasil. Comecei a me divertir novamente. Eu nem sabia do competitivo do CSGO e tudo mais. Aí fui jogando. Aí do nada eu descobri que eu tava num nível bom.
My nick is Maluki, my name is Pedro. I started playing in 2002, a long time ago. We live in a gaming house in Las Vegas. All tasks is shared by the players.
Faço alguns exercícios e depois eu volto pro computador e o time começa com a rotina diária, que é da 1 da tarde até 8 da noite.
Então, quando eu acordo, eu costumo sempre tomar um banho, pra acordar mesmo. Aí, às vezes, eu dou uma caminhada com o João, que é o analista aqui. E logo depois começa o tático, conversa sobre o que a gente vai fazer ao longo do dia.
I have close friends in my team. Case arrived recently. I'm knowing him more and more day by day.
Minha família sempre me apoiou, tirando no começo, que foi difícil, né? Mas quando eu comecei a ter retornos financeiros e tudo mais, eles começaram a apoiar, eles viram que dava futuro o que eu estava fazendo no momento, e até então eles apoiam, assistem todos os jogos, conhecem vários times.
O conselho que eu dou para a comunidade que quer começar sua carreira no esportes é dedicação, jogar bastante, assistir muita coisa, estudar os outros times, os jogadores que vocês vê como lendas ou bons.
I think it's the most important thing. It's not give up. Study the game, play the game a lot.
Always nice to hear from the boys from Team 1 there, Davey. But of course, they're not the only roster that we can dedicate our time to, because they're facing up versus Auglis. So let's check out the 5 names that will be causing some pain on the server tonight for Auglis.
Yeah, and you take a look at this lineup, right? This is this DAPS project that they've been trying to build. They've obviously already made early roster changes. Infinite went out and Kusta came back in. Kusta's somebody who DAPS rates very highly. He's somebody who played under Steel towards the end of his CS time on Ghost Gaming before making the switch over to the game which shall not be named. Now he's come back, and you know we can see that he's already having an impact. We saw yesterday, even just on CT rotations, you could see that this team is really well organized. They don't overcommit to things. You can see the experience coming out, and you combine that with the young talent with B-Will, Swisher, and Minus, and I think they have a really good balance here. They just need to put all the pieces together.
Absolutely, mate. The talent's certainly there. We've seen moments of magic from all of them in the past, so hopefully we get to see a little bit of that coming out tonight. I want to see some more Swisher action as well. Do love a bit of Swisher during the evening, so that'll be fun to crack on to. But, Davey, we have to decide what map we're getting. We're still into the best of ones for now. It's our last one of the whole event, so let's see what map we're going to be getting here.
I'm a little surprised to see Auglis ban out Mirage. I guess DAPS probably just doesn't really like the map. The Ancient ban makes total sense from Team 1's point of view. You know how it is, and we actually get a little bit of Overpass. You know, one thing I'm thinking, I don't think we've seen Nuke yet this event, which is a little cringe.
No, yeah, we haven't, mate. We have not at all. We've had our Dust 2s, our Infernos, with the Mirage game, the Ancient game. No Nuke.
Do we have one Vertigo? Have we even had a Vertigo?
We
I don't
had
think we've
one
had a
Vertigo.
Did we?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was forever ago. That's impossible to remember. But okay, yeah, but no Nuke yet, which is a little. I mean, I do like a bit of Nuke, but honestly, I don't mind an Overpass. Overpass is great as long as it's not Dust 2. I'm happy.
Oh, absolutely. You know, as long as you're just swerving that D2 pick, you'll always be smiling. 2 other lads that are always smiling, of course, will be our commentators for this one. So I imagine we can head on over the fight and Exner that will be stepping into the action here. Take it away, lads.
You know what else is cringe, Davey? Is that you're hating on our Dust 2 and Mirages, all right? Give me more of them, I'm saying. But you know what? I will happily roll with a good Overpass here between these two teams. Shaking it up the map pool a little bit for Team 1. I think they need to shake this one up because generally speaking, the form hasn't been the Team 1 that we came into this tournament expecting.
Not at all, right? I mean, that was a pretty one-sided affair with Auglis swiftly taking them down. Now, I'm glad we got that Ancient ban out of the way, right? Because Team 1 did not want to get back on that territory. And then, I mean, it was a tooth and nail fight for them to actually close out on CT or brother T side of Mirage as well. If you take a trip down memory lane, you remember that it was a 4-11 scoreline there, and I believe that it actually was 10 rounds strung together for Valkyrie, and they just couldn't close it out. So Team 1 are here by just thin margins, and now they need to close out this match, a rematch versus Auglis, in which they've already fallen to.
Yeah, that was a super worrying game that went down on Mirage. So Team 1 need to brush that aside. It's a different day. It's a different map. See if they can change their different form as well, as we're going to be heading into Overpass. Our pistol round, Team 1 get to start CT side. We got Auglis rocking on the T side, starting making some inroads at least in towards that monster area, while Team 1 are barreling through short, full speed ahead. And I think Auglis, they've heard that, and they actually are going to react out of monster. A little bit of yin-yang action to start off this pistol round, as Auglis actually have a free B site.
They're literally going to bypass all of the short aggression by just walking out monster free of charge here, ready to deal with this short aggression as well.
Okay, taking some pot shots here for B-Wells, but he eats a gush through the wall. Lucky he survives that engagement. Oh, hold on to his life. Spamming for the boost. They understand it's a possibility. B-Well spins around and actually finds Maluk as well. And Swisher opens up on the TRK the same. The plant does need to come in. They're going through CT spawn to A right now, Cole. They have circumvented the entire defense in this 2, make that 1 on 5. Auglis are looking good for it. And they just ended everyone. You know what? Okay, pistol round for Auglis.
Yeah, absolutely flawless right there. Every little shot that was attempted from Auglis works out well for them. They are even able to out-Glock, or maybe it was even a PT-50 in the hands of Kusta, nonetheless, able to deal with that player in heaven, which is not an easy fight at all for those Ts. So, phenomenal start right there for Auglis, able to read into Team 1's pistol round quite easily. But now up against a force buy, of course, so it's not going to be too comfortable of a road ahead. I will say, though, Auglis going very conservative with the rifle buys. I mean, everyone going in for a Galil or AK here, so you can tell that they're going to prep themselves well once those first gun rounds come around, and they'll be able to deal with this potentially.
All right. It does create valuable loot if a 1D comes through, like that one found from Keys onto Daps. So they will go ahead and slink away and actually scamper off with a man advantage here. Snappy shot there from Keys.
Very clean right there. Able to walk away with a man up and sitting in a good position right now. Are they going to continue to aggress as well? I mean, you're going to actually see Pesa start to move forward in towards long, set up a little bit of a solid bait and switch with the scout right standing behind him. But this isn't actually the main plan of approach for Orglis. They're going to double back in towards the B site. Just been smoked off though once again. So that's going to tick that timer down even further. Pace is going to continue to push the issue towards long, continue to gather that information. And Team 1 are in for a great setup right now.
But it's when that smoke fades is the move here. XNS does have a flash prime, but if they just slow walk out, this could be their demise. No one's actually watching, and now they just dismantle that up. That was there for Team 1. Keys needs another 1D towards this barrel side, but he is over Gusta. And now, well, you have this 2-on-4 for Team 1 to probably not dig themselves out of. I think they're off the save.
Yeah, calling this one quits right there. I'm wondering if Orglis have identified a vulnerability, because again, Orglis had all day to set up for this matchup, right? So, I mean, after you do see that you've drawn in Team 1 once again, maybe you get a little bit of research, because that's not the first time that they've simply walked out pretty much dry through the monster tunnels and have found out a lot of success. So that's lovely stuff done out. Well read, despite that man disadvantage, and everyone else is able to clean that up without taking a point of damage.
Delo, we'll make some footsteps on the way out, but Orglis don't want to tussle with it. There actually is a Galil up for grabs. And there we go. Some loot dropped. That was from Daps's hand. Either way, Team 1. I don't think there's going to be a reinvestment here, Cole, so what is there really to look for here? At least a clean one is the hope.
Play of a Deagle tossed over to Keys, who was the one that did all of the work in that last round for Team 1, was the only player to find a kill. So at least you do have that back in his hands, right? But other than that, I imagine Orglis are moving up 3-0 quite comfortably. Again, a lot of presence early on towards the B side of things. This time a much quicker approach towards short.
Usta, okay. I like this pace, and we'll find Pesa. How about that? Kusta looking for some extras, maybe. There's only, well, really one man on the site. There are 2 players towards Graffiti that are grouped up in TRK, going for... Nabs himself a Galil. Can he make something do with it? Yes, he can. He's shut down towards the end of it. His teammates, if they had better weapons, it could be a different story, but only a couple P250s, USPs, and, well, it's trail mix here for Team 1 in the buy, and probably about the strength of the setup as well.
Yeah, I mean, trail mix there, is that the, like, is Maluk on the M&Ms? Peso had the M&Ms because he had the Galil and Scout,
I'm talking
right?
about, like, the variety of it, but you... I mean, are you like a... yeah, I guess the trail... I mean, I think an almond is like the superior nut in a trail mix. And I think maybe that's Maluki with it in hand right now. He'll walk away with...
It's definitely got an M&M.
It's yeah, you know what? I mean, it probably would be like the M&M of the trail mix there. You know, the one that you want. You kind of sort them out. You know, real OGs just take the handfuls. Or he loses his M&M though. Tough luck for Maluk. No AK for him.
It's crushed. Smashed on the ground right there.
Melted.
I gotta respect it, right? I mean, if you are a handful or even like a eat out the bag type of guy, you're the real trail mix fan. I'm a little bit of a fake fan. I definitely target the M&Ms a little bit. I like my fair share, right? It's more of a candy for me.
You're a fake trail mixer. My God.
No doubt.
I need some OG trail mixers on my hands who respect every part of it. There is a my reasoning for that is there is a reason that everyone puts in their specific types of nuts in there, right? It's for someone. Some people sat around a business desk and decided to put that together. Starting things off though, all right, someone sat around a business desk and thought, okay, Team 1 will start this round off with a 2-man advantage. As the picks come right on through, but they catch TRK, and maybe this could be reeled back, but Kusta's ultra low on 8 HP and all the molly. He can't get the smoke out in time, but Daps on the re-aggression will bring back XNS into the round. And Pesadelo, though, will shut him out.
and just leaving Swisher on 22 HP. Team 1 are roaring back into this one. They had their trail mix, that's for sure.
Yeah, they came in with a nice healthy snack, it seems, as they've woken up on the gun rounds here. Swisher's still a lethal force to deal with, but Keys is going to deal with it eventually. And Team 1 off to the races once those rifles do come out. You have some of the early promising signs as well, working out well for them. TRK taking some early exchanges. Maluk, specifically with the op on the A side, is able to find an early pickoff as well. So promising start for the rifles for Team 1. Definitely going to be necessary to get that CT side rolling if their T side is going to look anything like they were yesterday.
All right. 3-man A setup at least, though. They're going to put back in towards connector. One also a big advantage of having that connector position is you hear the footsteps that were coming in from Fountain if there's ever some sort of rush. So see what Maluk has on offer. The flash, he ducks away, but Maluki will chase down Swisher. And so you're going to start off with the opener with Swisher in the mud.
Good start right there from Maluk. Again, he's able to follow up off that success. Important that your A-side operator is finding some of those opening exchanges. Alleviates so much pressure, but there is still pressure being applied over towards B, and there's not a lot of presence here from the CT side. They make a quick scale up here. They could catch him off guard, and they might have sight pretty free. They only have to deal with one XNS holding the line, but he gets spammed down.
Oh, he's going to use a smoke to extinguish the molly to buy him space. Flashbangs are good. He's staring into the smoke, waiting for someone to push right on through, and that will be Daps. The flash is not good enough. XNS will capitalize. 3 on 5. The bomb gets down, yes, but there's so many angles, and one of them is XNS, who's putting on a monster round. Finally put to rest by Kusta, but surely as they begin to push down, it's only minus and blanked 2, and he'll get dropped by Pace Delo towards the end of it. It is going to be the retake effort for Team 1 and 2 on the trot.
Right. A great retake right there. I mean, they just really tried to press the issue to try and take that pool control, right? XNS gets his first 2 kills pretty much free of charge right there. I think they thought these flashes were going to do a little more work in terms of blinding up this angle, but he was blind neither time. I think he sees the second flash even as well. So lovely little bit of anchoring done. XNS to hold steady. Continue Team 1 success. It's still a bomb plant though, so you're going to get a bit of a half buy here from Orglis. Not the end of the world. Not too much to be brought in either.
Yeah, a single flashbang. It's the Moaf. Mother of all flashbangs is going to have to be required here for Orglis. I got 2 of them. Never mind. I'm trying to build a storyline here, all right? Just trying to see where we're going to be going with this one.
I feel like the mother of all flashes is so good on the CT side. Maybe if they can get a lot of space early on without getting tested from the likes of Team 1, if they concede a lot of ground here for free, then we could see that flash have a lot more impact. And they're kind of getting that space, right? Right now they're starting to scale up towards map. Is a double stack of 2 players on Team 1. Maybe they could use that flash to full effect given the spacing here, but nice boost of symbol. We'll see if Keys is able to hold steady.
He'll go ahead and jump right on up. E-Wills is going to slow walk up long. This is actually an angle that hasn't been checked for. He's just jiggle peeked it and didn't see anything. Oh my, this could be horrible here for Team 1.
Ooh.
There's a boost, and they walk into 2 players. The Tech-9 of B-Wills, it's going to find Maluk. There's an op on the ground, rifles everywhere. Look for the taking. For Orglis, they'll get that bomb planted in, and Team 1 are in a bind.
I mean, that's what I'm talking about right there. They just gave up so much ground with that positioning. With the entrustment that long was clear, and they were dead wrong. Now a retake situation where you have players with rifles ready to deal with it. Kusta even on the AWP. This retake feels near impossible for Team 1.
Dude, no smokes either for a defuse on A-side overpass. The flashes are going to have to be everything. Kusta has gotten himself an op. He'll open up on the TRK. He's looking for the extras, but 3 kills come through instead. B-Will's now trying to cover for this defuse, but he gets the first, and he'll stop the defuse in its tracks. B-Wills will find the clutch and win an eco round almost single-handedly for Orglis.
Oh my god, that's what I'm talking about right there. A heartbreaking round for Team 1 to give up. The scale up of the Tech-9s, the pistols were too much to deal with, and B-Wills, look at it, how he's able to jiggle this first angle. That's really wise. That's experience shining right there in the follow-up kill. There's nothing you can do. You just got to stick that defuse. Otherwise, B-Wills has the round in the palm of his hands and couldn't quite get it off in time. There's still going to be a buy, but it's a little bit limping here. You can see Team 1 going to allow Maluk to go for the early op pick, this time towards B, though.
Oh, he's looking for it, and he'll find it on to Kusta. And advantage working up here for Team 1. Who's to say Orglis can't work these situations, though?
I mean, again, I feel like Maluk's been really consistent with the opening exchanges, but Team 1 is still showing a little bit of struggle. One eco round to turn the tides, and one round to definitely allow Orglis to make themselves extremely comfortable in this T-side half here. But an early start, Maluk continuing with the op presence, being very in the face of Orglis. He's had a lot of impact on these gun rounds when he's had it. So you're going for this jump. He likes to get on top of that little pipe right there, but sometimes he misses it and just ends up making a lot of noise.
But it has revealed that Team 1 have full short control at the moment. Pesadale is kind of being noisy about that, forcing them, funneling them back into the op of Maluk, and that's the bomb sent fumbling forward. Maluki's just standing on top of it like his little nest egg at the moment. And now they're going to walk in through this long smoke. Keys, there is a blind spot, but oh my gosh, he still hits the shot on a B-Wills. Keys is just better right now. Minus walking up with his own AWP, but I don't think it's meant to be in this one, my friend.
Shadow.
He's in. Okay, you'll find Keys, but walks right into XNS, and Team 1 will clean house on this one.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing right now from Maluk right there. I mean, you like your op on A, but the switch up to go for an early monster peak was kind of necessary. He's, again, been very hungry to find those opening exchanges. He's gone through the fountain side. He's gone through connector. He finally goes towards P monster and finds an opening pick right there. Makes a quick adjustment to follow suit towards that A side of things. Reaggresses towards bathrooms. And right there, you got yourself a 5-on-3 and pretty much easy cruising to a round victory.
Kind of creeping out towards Found right now. At least a different little approach here. They kind of have to try and circumvent this op Maluki that's on your screen.
Easy,
Kind
it
of like-
seems.
Hasn't been, for sure. He's been pretty mobile around the map. Now kind of crossing back over towards the A site. Orglis have kind of taken all this space for free. They've only expended a considerably, considering the buy, a minimal amount of utility to get to this point.
Actually seeing this level of space that's given allow Orglis to really start to scale up and apply pressure. Here's actually an even better investment than once prior that they were able to close out. A risky force buy that they got going on, but they're setting up for an A execution, and it's going to be very quick. If you get one flashbang on that Opper, it's going to be hard to hold. Great Molly, though.
Time Molly, though. They see the smokes. Molly's going to segment a lot of it off, and now the flashes, they weren't good enough. Maluk find the opener on a beat. Dance around the truck. Maybe he can do that, but Keys and Pace have arrived to the site and will mow down the rest. Trim the hedges a little bit on Org.
Yeah, the Molly's just able to separate and disjoint that attack right there, so you don't see the full effectiveness of what was all that space created. It separates the execution power right there, and Team 1 able to win 2 in a row to crack that economy of Orglis. Again, I think it's very important that they walk away with a clean CT side half. 11-4 almost wasn't enough for them on Mirage versus the likes of Valkyrie here. So the T sides have been a bit lacking. 14-1 if you remember as well up against this Orglis team. Now that was on Ancient, so bit of a benefit of the doubt there, but again, T sides have been a bit worrying here as of recent.
I think in a lot of teams' opinions, though, Overpass does land in the kind of CT side favor. It's not crazy. It's in your sort of 9-6 territory, not your 11-10-5, 11-4 type deal. Up long they go here for Orglis. They've actually outflanked the entire CT defense. They are just going to waltz onto the site. Whether they get a bomb plant or not is a question. As Team 1 go ahead and clean them up. There was a little bit of an issue there, but Team 1 deal with it handily. Now taking the lead.
Lovely stuff right there. Able to make quick work of it. Despite giving up all that positioning, the Glocks were never able to do the damage necessary. There's no doubt about that one here. And they even had a third player rotating in, so we're seeing a little bit of a buckle down here come through from Team 1. Need to keep that going, right? They need to continue to try and, allow for Maluk to go for these opening picks. They need to continue to have that early positioning towards short and monster potentially. they so choose. Definitely look to do it in this round. Luke solo towards A, and he's peeking Fountain. This is so hyper aggressive.
There's always a timing that they could walk right.
Oh, look at this boost that they got going on.
Yeah,
they have a boost.
They had a boost. They didn't spot out Maluk, though. I don't think it was intended to spot out Maluk.
They got daps.
Either way, walk away, and Daps has hit the dirt immediately. They just went for a straight monster peek and won the duel on him.
Oh, no, it was a boost on sandbags.
No way. Oh, man. I was looking. Orgles had a boost going towards Fountain as well, so that's why I was wondering that as well. They got Daps with that.
Yeah.
Kusta couldn't get to the scene in time either.
It's going to be a bit awkward as well to try and recover this round if you take a look. You do have bomb dropped in an awkward position, so with 55 seconds left, if they don't gather that soon, which you do finally see, like Swisher starting to make that move. It might be too little too late. Reaggression coming through long. Nice timing on the peak, but oh, Beebles is a step quicker.
Okay, now Maluk has a lot on his plate at the moment. At least in his eyes. 35 seconds remaining to make their move. And T1 are going to push him through the bathrooms. It's a risky move. They lose Maluk. Now it's just Keys on the site. Are they going to be checking their truck position, though? Where's Keys? He hasn't been checked. And then TRK will also find his success. 18 seconds remaining, and these Orgles players are paper thin as they walk in. It's just Kust on 12 HP, and XNS is going to finish the proceedings. They don't clear the close corner. It's confirmation bias for Orgles, and they pay for it dearly.
Yeah, I mean, T1 just continuing to capitalize right there again. They're seeing a lot of aggressive movements come forward. They had a stack of 4 players early on towards Cat to assemble that boost. They find the early pickup onto Daps. That's not the end of the world, because again, if you consider the resources that were spent, but this is lockdown hold that follows suit right there for Team 1 off of that man advantage. And Orgulus are giving over a little bit of momentum. This is a Team 1 that we expect to see, you know, despite some of the chops and changes.
All right, sprinting though, fast. Oh, and what? The Tech-9 can do it at that range, I guess. Maluki's being hunted down as well. He needs to stand and fight he will. 3 kills, 4 kills for Maluk until he hits the dirt. He's done everything. It was dangerous there, Cole, but eventually Maluk will hold the line and put Daps into a 1v3. Doesn't have himself an M4, but it's not going to be anything extra here for
Spots
Daps.
the bomb.
Oh, yeah, he saw it, got picked up. Daps is still going to be playing close up to the smoke. He could walk through. The Pesadillo's on a reload. Torn playing with fire here. Oh, Daps actually found TRK as the smoke faded, but eventually Pesadillo's going to show him what's up.
All stuff right there, Pesa. Getting that body spam in, but what more could you ask of your CT Opera on Overpass right now? I mean, obviously, if he goes down, that's an Opera covered, and you could be staring at 2 eco losses. That is a sick last shot. But 2 eco losses in 1 half. That's a bit rough right there. And so the fact that Maluk is able to hold steady and find a big 4K to keep them in good stead for that round is huge.
Keep in mind that the only round that Orgles have won past this pistol and the ensuing ones has been that eco round. Hasn't been the incredible solutions. Right now, the aggression in towards Fountain coming in from Pesa. He could outflank them, but instead Minus will actually check for it. Pesadillo's been read into. Maluk up next, though. Looking for a little bit of an inquisitive swing. Peering down into the scope, but not seeing anything towards Playground.
Will he ever go any deeper is the question, though. He knows that there's a couple players hanging about in this direction, but he doesn't know that they've fallen off. Still, though, with his forward positioning, they're going to commit to this B-side stack. So Maluk, even when rounds that he doesn't have the kill impact, he's still allowing for Team 1 to set themselves up for success. They have to be ready, though, because the execution's following suit here very quickly from Orgulus. They're ready to push out a monster.
Oh, but Keys just going to find the initial straight on through. XNS even at towards Pillar. He'll get another double kill and stifled again. Our Orgulus, it's all of a sudden just 1v4, and by the way, he's getting flanked by an AWP. Give it 3 seconds. 3. Oh, never mind. Not even 3 seconds needed for Maluk to find the kill. 8-4, Team 1. Destroying right now.
Yeah, I'm sure that Orgulus were hoping they'd be walking into a bomb site that's a little bit lacking in presence, right? They find that early A aggression, and I imagine they expect that those B players are going to, in panic, start to rotate back away, but that was dead wrong because Maluk was standing right behind gathering all that information in a single-handedly keeping control of that A bomb site. So well done. Counter utility was pristine, and they're keeping Orgless on a very tame T side.
And whether they turn up the pace or slow things down, Orgless have just been stifled at every turn. I think for the one part, they haven't really gone for immense amounts of short control in this game. They've mostly been focusing their efforts towards party and then working that short control later on in these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I've noticed that that's a good way to find picks as a T side, right? You get early molly, you smoke the opponent's molly, you try and gather that early pressure towards short. And sometimes you're good to catch a couple CTs off guard, but Orgless have only gone for that, 1 round or so. And since then, it's been a lot of A defaults. Again, with good positioning, but they're still up against 3 players here. That's a lovely start, though, from Daps.
Yeah, catching Pesa sticking his head into a bramble bush and catches the claw of Daps. Ooh, doesn't need to be ready for his right side. Maluk is wide for... Daps chooses his timing, he'll go down, but Maluk will be able to smoke himself out and maybe be able to fight from this position, but eventually does go 2 wides, and then Daps will find that head. Keys is just next in line, trying to come on a flank. Swisher finds him, and Team 1 chances to go for this are slim. Finally, Orgless pounce on the A site.
XNS is out of dodge here. Save, somewhat necessary. Sure, it's nice to have an extra AK here and put extra in reserve because there's no real chance you're closing this round down. Save isn't even confirmed. He's getting closed in upon a couple different angles. Surprised to see Orgless so hungry for this hunt, but such good positioning right now. It just makes a little bit of sense. Everyone, though, forced to fall off here. XNS tricks up his sleeve. There's no smoke, but he's heading in towards the bomb site. He's looking for an exit.
Not a ninja defuse.
What?
Oh, no way.
What? All right, that was one of the double headshots I've ever seen.
I mean, I don't know if that was even on purpose. But the first, I mean, he saw that first guy. He definitely didn't mean to hit that second guy, right? But nonetheless, you'll take it. The exits are very pristine right there. You keep that economy nice and tame for Orgless. And again, you apply a little bit of extra pressure towards the tail end. Look at this, though. I mean, I didn't even know there was a player behind him. Straight up.
I'm not even sure Kusta was even trying to peek, that is the thing. I think he was just like looking more towards like long bathrooms or
Yeah.
something. And
Just
I
got caught.
Yeah, just got caught. Accidented, as they say. Right now, okay, we are seeing something very intentional here from Orgless. A sprint out through Monster, a rush even, as they're trying to go through. XNS, though, will get himself a double in TRK to shut it down. The round has fallen flat immediately. And it's just the players who threw all the utility. It's Swisher and Daps to reel the round back in. Oh, Swisher, messy on the spray, but at least he'll find Pesa towards the end of it. Daps is also down to 50. Where can these clean kills come from for Orgless? The bomb's still down on the site here, Cole.
Might be able to reposition here towards short, but you can see that Keys is repositioned as well. He's ready for this.
Oh, but that's an insane headshot found there by unnecessary one, too.
No doubt about it. Opens up a little bit of options. At least it adds an extra prong to your approach here, and having that short position not locked down. They're going to go for the bean can boost. Oh, no. A little bit of sound cues made. That's going to give that one up. Wouldn't have probably had too much impact given the current positionings, but nonetheless, smoke for heaven. 40 seconds left to move around here. They're going to double back towards Monster. I think that you're seeing Team 1 start to join forces in Graffiti.
They actually don't have eyes on the bomb right now.
Ooh.
Believe it or not.
HE's either, so, I mean, you would have liked to maybe stop the bomb plant.
Also, they have to be paranoid of a potential flank too, Cole, in the situation because time is ticked so far. So they will actually be allowed for a free plant. It's a fake plant initially. Now they're going to stick the whole thing. A wallbang will end Swisher there, but the bomb goes in, and Orgless have dug themselves out of 2v2, but now they've lost Swisher. Can Daps come up for a clutch? That's the first headshot. Maybe another. TRK low, and Daps a 1v2. They salvage that round, and bring them to 6.
Wild stuff right there. Daps is so good in some of the clutches here for Orgless, and that continues to be a truth and an all-important round right here. Again, we're talking about now, going to be a D go in the hands of Pesa. Keys probably on an MP9 here, but look at this, able to isolate these 2 duels. I was about to say, he needed to go a little more proactive. Swisher was on such low HP that it was going to be Daps that had to do all the heavy lifting, but He lets his teammate go down and he redeems himself for it. Lovely stuff from the IGL.
Genuinely has turned into a bit of a superstar since he's joined this team. Genuinely is a fragger. But this time around, it's Maluk starting off with the opener on the B wheels. And now Daps has to go from superstar to big brain as he trying to find his way out of this disadvantage.
No doubt about it. Again, Maluk continues to be a serious force to be reckoned with here. Op shots missed. Is the MP9 seriously going to win out in this duel? He's going to chase him down here. At least you've gathered that early space towards comp, but you might have overstepped your welcome right there and given it right back as we equalize into a 4v4 now.
Also, a player has slipped past Maluk's scope, and that is Swisher at the moment. If he chooses a wise time to peek, he actually could blindside Maluk. And on the other side of the map, Kusta will be able to snag out TRK, pushing in through short. And all of a sudden, just by waiting, it's a massive advantage right now. Take up Maluk. And these two remaining, it's an M4 and a D that stands for Team 1. Admittedly, they are in the right position. But, damage taken by XNS there, and Basidelo chooses the wrong time to fall back. Bomb will be allowed onto it's sorts open. Oh, but Kustas is covered. Lucky for him, and Pasadelo ain't clutching this one. It's 8-7 towards the end of it. We are neck and neck. Very different from our last matchup.
Yeah, it's exciting, right? But again, we're going to hop into the second half and see if Team 1 have put any work, any sort of conversation to reboot their T sides here, because again, they've been very, very bleak as of yesterday. And an 8-7 half, I will say, I give quite a bit of favor to Orglis. They're going to be happy that they closed that one out. We saw a lot of early gun rounds for Team 1. Maluk was looking great with the AWP, but I imagine that impact's going to be a little bit limited. His opening success is going to be slightly lacking once he heads into the more difficult half to opt from.
Yeah, it was a lot of the times Team 1 was churning through openers on that CT side. Orglis have found their stride back into this. Kusta going for the old classic, old faithful pistol. Peek in towards Fountain, try to spot the players. Right now, Team 1 are full sending themselves up towards long at the moment. All 5 players. Now they'll overtake the bathroom side, and Orglis will begin to rotate players in. Smoke's going to be primed and ready to go. Maluk is going to be the recipient, the entry, and the first player to receive a headshot at the hands of Daps, and also Kusta finding his 1-for-1. Can Daps go for more? No. Ran over by accident. ERK will find Swisher trying to rotate on up as these 2 flanking players coming through, but Team 1 know this, and this will be a difficult retake for the Orglis players and B-Wills and Minus.
Yeah, flank's been completely nullified by the fact that they planned it for opposite dice. Now they have prime positioning for this. There is no kit right now in either of these players either, so that makes matters even worse.
They have to get the kills quickly. They got 10 seconds to get on that bomb and start defusing the whole darn thing. Oh, wait, B-Wills does actually get himself a kit. Now there's actually chances here for Orglis, but it has to be a massive individual effort. Now they've gotten him up. Minus has to put in everything in this one. He's getting flanked by multiple players and then can't hit the instant headshots for Minus, and so that'll be Team 1 walking away with the pistol.
Yeah, I think the only way you're able to win that one is if you find the instant headshot right, because you have so many different angles that you have to cover coming through from jump up and bank, and Team 1, as soon as they realize that the bomb plant, or bomb diffuser, I should say, isn't sticking it, they fall back into some safe positions here. Timeout called. Went through here. Could only imagine it's from Orglis's camp, but I could see a world where this is Team 1, right? Because, again, I feel like they get a hot start on the pistol round. One of the few T-side rounds that they've gotten versus Orglis. And they need to make sure that this response, this kind of potential force buy that can come through from Orglis, doesn't get swept from underneath them.
It's looking to be the full eco at least. A decision hasn't quite been made for the Orglis side.
They got in store for us.
Okay, there we go. Decisions are being made. We have Daps on a CZ. Honestly, I am a huge fan of Daps on a CZ75. He'll get aggressive, be short. I have some belief in this kind of round for Orglis.
Oh yeah, they've proven themselves already to be effective on these sort of buys, so it's not going to be cruising at all for Team One. Again, I imagine that timeout could be potentially in their camp, making sure that they get the ball moving on this T side because it's so necessary. You do not want to give up answer back this early on, and we know that they're good with these sort of rounds. Flashes going on early and allow for Maluk to probe with another flash following suit. The Deagle popping some shots and it certainly scared him off. Oh.
26 HP already down for Maluk. That will make some easy pickings. He might be less inclined to go for some entries, but Keys will be emboldened forward. And we'll find Kusta as the smoke blooms. Gonna continue the press on for Team 1. Maluki following up, and not sure what's going on here.
A little pause in the action. Might be for good reason. They're hoping for some re-aggression coming through from the CT side in the 4v5, knowing that they could be a bit uncomfortable. But that aggression has come through the B side, and they've gathered a lot of information. They're even going to stack over a third player here as well towards A.
Actually, they're going to move all 4. But the thing is, the rotate has to come in first. Pesadelo spamming out, trying to find the player in the corner, and Daps will get run over by the Mac 10 of Maluk. Even though he was now on 5 HP. Can Minus do the damage on the Deagle, though? Low HP on Maluk. He'll walk into the grinder. Now they're going to maybe start the rotate back, but that has been spotted evidently from Minus. The rotate might be able to begin here for Team 1. They're already sprinting through the short side, but there is a player who can cut them off, and that is Swisher's Deeg, but caught out in the open in transition, and Swisher doesn't even have a chance to fire a bullet. They might be able to take up the guns, so to more or less, but I don't think Orglis are going to give their hand at this one. Maybe, though, B-Wills with a Galil and a boost, potentially. They are going to try for this goal. They're going in. Minus looking for the initial shot, but yeah, they just get popped immediately on that one for Orglis. The force bite doesn't go their way, and Team 1 are starting to stretch a lead.
Really important that they get that round right there. It was getting a little bit scary with Minus's multi-kill, but they closed it down nonetheless. They're able to move forward here up against the Pistols, what shouldn't be as effective. This is such a sick round put together from Minus. This is where things get scary. It was really crucial that they were able to go back towards B, because that was the necessary call. You don't want to keep feeding Minus Deagle shots like that one by one.
It's a monster shot that he hit.
I want to see if Minus is going to pick up the op on the CT side. I've seen him a couple of rounds on that first half with him on the op rather than Kusta. So maybe overpasses the map that he likes to op on, or maybe it was just a T side thing because he's a more aggressive style opper.
Mm-hmm. There's you kind of have two stylistic oppers for Orglis. Right now, they're trying to hunt down, pigeonhole this player and Pesa towards the back of Connector. If he mows them all down, that would just be everything. And yeah, he does. He's down to 18, but I don't think he's losing his gun anytime soon. They all fall into the jaws of 1. And so now with the 3-round start on this T side, is that enough breathing room for them?
We'll see if that's the case. It very well could be. They can continue their success if they can get the ball moving. We actually don't see any AWPs. I think we saw a lot of forced players in round number 2. So we're not going to have ops being brought out just yet. Will be the rifles. Try and pull things forward here for Orglis, and I think they're very sturdy with that. So no harm, no foul. But everyone positioned in early on towards B. See if they go for a fast execution. Rule number 1, or step number 1 rather, is to gather that short control. But I think we might get a round reset because everyone's typing in chat.
Yeah. I think we're going to have a little bit of a technical pause going on. I actually do see that B-Wills is idle in the spawn and everyone else is grouping away from each other. B-Wills has been brought down to 40.
I think he got knifed by his teammate.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, and now Team 1 are saying we got to play on. But I think we imagine it was called before that.
Yeah.
Match medics, those are always fun.
Yeah, I always love a good match medic as the players just hop around waiting for the technical pause to begin. We're waiting. Yep, and B-Wills has been disappeared from the server. As I expected. Look at me, so knowledgeable.
200 IQ predictions.
Look at that. I look at the minimap and see someone not moving, and there I am.
I'm just that good at this one, Cole.
You don't think he was out to go and maybe get some lunch, right? Like he didn't get hungry or anything.
Nah, I mean that would be pretty NA, but nah.
A little bit of food in your system.
Yeah, he has gone and reconnected. Yeah, get a little food in your system, a little. I mean, a burger to bring the comeback.
What's your pre-match meal? What do you like to eat?
Meal?
Yeah,
Air, oxygen.
Not an eater. You like to?
I'm a tea drinker prior to my matches.
Oh God.
Also, the pregame shower is also the.
You take a cold shower?
No, not a cold shower. Just
okay.
Cold shower pregame.
I thought.
I mean, not insane.
You need to buckle down a little bit. I feel like the flash stats were great for you this season.
Oh yeah. For the record, I was hitting 70 enemies in my games, folks. So, if you want me
throwing some good flashes, I think you need to hit some headshots. So the cold showers will help out with that.
Look, it's about being the support player for my team. Look, no one on my team, my league team, actually knew any utility. So I'm like, all right, folks, I'm gonna have to break out the old nade book and.
Did you just have your? I bet you that nade update was your favorite.
Yeah, I was. Yes, because no one knows any smokes on my. Like, I asked them to try and throw like a coffin smoke on Inferno, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't know it. And it's like, give me your smoke, and there it was.
You can do it all.
Yeah, I can. And it's also like, since I was like IGLing as well, I can just make any call that I want to because I know all the nades. It's like, all right, I'm gonna flash you, like go short. I got your flash. So, yeah, that was. It streamlines everything. I'm such a control freak. My God.
I mean, maybe that is something that we can diagnose right there. But I couldn't recommend a nice cold shower before a match enough. Definitely good for some waking up. Davey would know he's a IM champion like myself, so
I see.
I imagine that we have similar regiments.
Yeah. Of course. At least all IM champions have done the same thing. I mean, all IM champions. What wasn't like Flames an IM champion or something like that, and now he's playing on OG.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Unfortunately,
I don't know if he actually won the league or if he was just playing. It's a pretty prestigious title, so it's not easy to close out.
Not many people have won an amateur league in North American Counter-Strike.
Amateurs,
quite an honor.
It's got a name. Amateurs, I mean, even semi-professional is good.
Yeah, sure, bud.
If you don't mind.
All right. Seems like we're going to be getting back into things as, B-Wills didn't get Thanos from the server didn't feel so good and decided, oh gosh, it's not this again. And then he said goodbye, now he's back. So, ready to get into this all-important round, Cole. Enough to talk of your past achievements, all right? We don't... Well, let's talk about the here and now, huh, man? Like, okay, yeah, you won IM a year ago, okay? I get it, but this is the real talk of the town.
Yeah. No doubt about it. We got a really good game on our hands so far. I'm excited to see a little fight back here from Team 1 on the T side. Because, again, I feel like a common theme is that Molly gets ahead of or get away from him. That doesn't want to go right on the truck right there. But, I mean, as you saw yesterday, T sides were very lackluster for Team 1. So getting an early start is going to be critical. I was worried about that 8-7 scoreline, but if they can continue the success, they're going for the same game plan, though. Nade's stacking it might land right on his head.
Ooh. Oh, man. Lucky to be alive. 5 points of health. Different timing. It could have been a different day. Smoke thrown in as well. Oh, B-Wills will line up the double kill on towards the short players. And that stifles everything here. For Team 1, he'll even cross back out towards the barrels. This could be nice. A player jumps up right into the grasp of B-Wills off the back of the tech timeout. He's on for 4. TRK 1v3 will snag himself a Galil. Not the most optimal weapon for the clutch, but it's going to have to make do. Tapping away, at least looking for the players, but he is sorely surrounded. There's even a player in Monster waiting for him. He has to break through every single duel. Finds a person towards heaven, though. That's a snappy one. Can he turn this on its head? He clears out Pit as well. And now Orgless start to panic. TRK has an open path towards the A site, and he is about to find the timing, Cole.
Yeah, this is phenomenal work right here. This is an experience TRK can bring for this Team 1 team.
I think Orgless know, though.
He's going to have a huge gap. He's going to beat him to the punch side. I mean, he's going to be able to plant, get himself into a comfortable spot, potentially. Punching in those numbers right now, but he does have to deal with a pretty rapid flank from Kusta.
Kusta is making no secret of his approach as well. Has sprinted all the way through, and I think the understanding is in that TRK is playing out towards at least Bank,
great.
maybe Truck. Being checked for, though, by Minus. And Minus will be able to hit the shot. Very snappy shooting, getting themselves out of a bind, but good on TRK to make it doable.
Exciting stuff right there, man. He really made that extremely possible. Even getting a bomb plant and adding an extra kill to the tally, given that B-Wills, the one that disconnected, is able to find so much impact in this round. Absolutely crazy that TRK makes that one close. So credit where it's due. You get the numbers punched in, you follow it up. It's a nice clutch attempt.
Oh. It's not even like the kills are flashy or anything, but it's just a systematic approach, dealing with every duel, able to dice up the execute there. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a Team 1 timeout, because they are in a little bit of a slippery slope here, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice attempt right there on the B execute. They just got dealt with pretty handily. Couldn't find the trade onto B-Wills, and again, I feel like B-Wills just kind of positionally outmoved them. I don't think there was too much that Team 1 could have done to deal with him. They tried the utility game, but he played right around it to perfection. And I'm sure that that opening gun round going in their way, kind of in dominant fashion for Orgless. I mean, you did see a 1v2 there potentially close out from TRK, but before he had his impact, you start to worry, you know, are they going to fall into familiar territory?
Yeah, could it be another CT side run for their opposition? It's kind of just some T side PTSD to Team 1. As freeze time does wind down, it's kind of trying to stop that trend. And hold on here, the League A's Masters. 11-8 to kick off. Another gun round, our first real full gun round. Everyone on teeth here for Team 1. With some pace already out towards connector. Pasadelo. Oh, okay. Player in towards top connector will be allowed to fall back, but in the meantime, Switcher's been dropped towards Monster.
Yeah, they're actually very fortunate to actually have still a 4-on-5, right? Can't believe that Kusa was actually able to walk away from that one. Crazy stuff. And Swisher being dropped towards B is certainly going to leave some limitations on this defensive setup. Kusta playing around the smoke.
This is something. It's info as well. Here's the utility in towards the bathroom side. Sees and hears nothing.
This is going to have a pretty early alarm. He's jiggling out for a little bit of information towards long. He doesn't spot too much, yet still having a lot of presence towards this A bomb site. A third rotator joining forces here, soon to join back up in that B side of things. A lot of trust. And a player like B-Wills right now who's already proven himself to be a multi-fragger. But he's playing in the back of Graffiti, giving up so much ground. And if they pull off an execution here, this could be an easy pathway towards a 12th for Team 1.
B-Wills does not have any utility to try and buy him space. He can't get up to his old shenanigans here. So as they walk out towards short with Pasadelo in entry, B-Wills will get his one. But now his position is known. Now he's being hunted down, but Daps will support, pushing out from heaven. He gets traded. Can B-Wills do any more? He'll find another headshot. It's a 1v2, but he knows that this player's isolated, but now the cavalry has arrived, and Minus has to deal with two. Swinging around from the bridge side. And, we'll find the first one, a TRK overstepping the mark. He has an idea where Maluk will hit the shot and deny Minus the opportunity. And Team 1 are starting to inch ever closer to that 16.
And you can't ask much more from Maluk right now. He is still having impact. He was having a lot of early success with the opening kills, but right there, an incredible 1v1 closed out. Needed to hit that just tiny little shot onto Minus around the smoke, and he's able to deal the damage. Now it's kind of a reset territory. Sure, you're going to see Orclus out with the Eagles, right? But other than that, it's not much to really work off of. They've done damage in this before, but Team 1 are starting to get closer and closer to that 16 mark, looking for their revenge up against Orclus.
Kusta's hit the dirt first. 4 on 5. They push into short, and XNS is what. Oh, timing. Don't want to look away there. Still gets one dig. Now coming out through connector. Chances. Swisher's gotten himself a second and an AK. What about Minus here? He has a headshot too. And Orclus could sit down T1 in this round and really keep this game competitive. Keep us interested.
It's the $700 op right there as he nails that tripwire shot. That's lovely stuff. He's pushed up towards long as well, so he's going to be an even further nuisance later down the line. I think he's starting to aggress further and throughout bathrooms. That's going to apply some pressure here. It could put this round in a timer. Are they going to be aware of this flank? Minus is continuing to press the issue. Bomb's right around the corner.
They're walking up Khan, and he finds another one. The reposition from Minus in towards bathrooms. And Maluki is in the dirt. The bomb on the floor, and TRK has to dig himself out. Another 1v3. And the thing is, you have to be so paranoid if you're TRK. You have to look at every single angle, check every nook and cranny, and then he's going to make a run for the bomb. He starts to make his realization. He has got to go. He's going to get spotted, though. Swisher is waiting, spotting him out of Khan, and he will finish him off. Orclus win themselves another eco round this game to keep themselves in it.
Yeah, I mean, the young guns right there, Minus and Swisher, able to hold down a huge round. Big potential to claw things back for Orclus, because again, Team 1 were inching closer and closer to that 16 mark. Now an eco round victory to start to gather some of that momentum and deny some pressure here. Team 1 kicking themselves for dropping a round like that. Ops still trusted in Maluk, though. AK and Pesa.
Minus's Desert Eagle has kept them in this game. Pushing through fast towards short, though, right now, Cole. And they might go into the blender. And oh no, instead it's for Orclus. Instead, Pesadelo will be able to drop Swisher. And while they do take a beating on the way in, it's Team 1 who are laughing bank early on in round number 22.
Yeah, it might be a very quick recovery here, given that short aggression so handedly punished. And again, Maluk, he's able to consistently find the opening duels, man. Absolutely sick stuff. He's having himself a crazy game right now.
Right.
A little bit of Bogdan's law, except Pace just dropping over AK to his high HP teammate. And Exodus has had a great game as well. But again, I mean, now this time it's Daps entrusted with the entirety of B bomb site. Just have a little bit of overwatch from Kusta.
It's going to have to be a lot done from Minus, who is without a smoke. Taps found by TRK as well, dinking down Minus with only a P250.
They're committed to the stack, though, on B. I mean, look at this. Kusta's dropped down even.
Oh, man. But still, it's a two-man setup. The shadow advantage is in the hands of Daps, but no. Keys will swing wide on it, and Daps is down in towards pit. Now Kusta, though, he was dropped down in the site and needs a huge round. Also just found Minus. It has to be a 1v4 here from Kusta. Oh. He's found 2. He's going to switch mags out. He's going to change out and try and make this clutch happen. There's a player inside the smoke that Kusta has to be aware of. Kusta swings the sight, and then XNS will jump up top and drop him. And so they just failed to capitalize on their eco round victories, and now Team 1 are still leading by 4.
Oh, man, what a struggle right there to pull that one back. Orclus giving over those 3v5 so extremely quick right there. And Team 1, it's so impossible to lose rounds like that, right? Where you just kind of group up and re-execute. Even if you do have 2 players on that B-bomb site, it got a little bit scary, but they played the trade game effectively. And they found their entries necessary as well. Timeout, I'd have to imagine, from the Orclus camp, right? They're trying to decide what they want to do with this money. Swisher's in good standing. Minus has a little bit of money to work with here, but do they want to go for another force split? Do they want to take that risk once again?
You're at a risky juncture of the game. The economy just feels like it's never favored them. These rounds happen. In particular, it's been Maluki, aggressive opping. I think he's been an opper who's been characterized by very passive, very laid back,
just trying to hit systematic shots, but he's been doing entry duty on this AWP, and Orchless have not been able to handle it.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine that yesterday there's some sort of discussion on these T sides. You know, what needed to be changed, who needed to have more impact, and maybe that was talked about, right? Where Luke needs to come through and have a little more impact early on with the AWP, and he sure has, man. He has really helped out this Team 1 roster in terms of getting to this position, even on that CT side as well, with all the aggressive movements. But the op has been entrusted in Kusta's hands. Swisher dropping that one over. And I mean, I feel like this round puts it all on the line with this sort of risk. You are in double save territory potentially if you drop it, and that doesn't leave you with anything.
Oh, man. Everything here for Kusta. Going for a con peek. Minus playing up close to the smoke, too. He's playing a risky game. Is that Molly spread to him? He's gonna push forward here. This is so risky. Okay, Kusta will get his one, but now he realizes he is trapped in towards connector. They have all this fountain presence. And so Kusta is gonna need to fight his way out of this situation. He'll open up the con door, and he'll be escorted out, but not before he takes a gush. So lucky to hold on here for Orgless, but they will have their AWP still in play. Team 1, however, are going to sprint back towards his A site. The smokes go in. There's a player in towards the bathrooms at the moment that hasn't gone clear just yet. But now he does. Daps is in the dirt. And if you're Orgless, I think you just have to save here.
I'm with you. Kusta saws up. You can have that impact in the next, but you're not pulling this one back. Not with low HP on your heavy hitter. You have to call this one off. You have to be a save. You're already smoked out. It's planted for bathrooms.
No kits either. There's just no feasible way this round could be it. And so Orgless will walk away empty-handed. 14-9. It really came down to minus there.
I mean, if you consider the plays on A, right? Kusta gets that early pickup towards that connector position, right? He finds that first kill. Great. But as minus dies, that limits his escape path, so he can only go away through short realistically, and that required a lot of recovery from Orgless. They had to stack a lot of presence there in a 4v4. 3 players in short. I think that Team 1 abused it perfectly by just grouping up and hitting along.
And with that, Team 1 have outstretched the lead to 5. An op is still in the hands of Kusta. He's going to roll that in towards A long. Lot of pressure, weight on his shoulder now. Fast out towards Fountain 2. Kusta's just going for the peak. He's going for the peak in towards Playground at the moment. Wondering if he's seen anything. He's flashed off. He's going to have to play out toward the rock right now, Cole. And at the meantime, Minus is also snagged. Waiting for this. Minus has hit the dirt.
At least he's found his kill this time, though. Daps regressing perfectly.
Huge. Massive kill found on the pace. A man advantage. He'll upgrade to an AK as well and continually put pressure on this Team 1 offense to react around this part of the map. And Daps is looking for extras, and he finds another headshot. Daps is continually moving through them.
Oh, man. This is a huge round right here. Again, this was a position where you put it all on the line with the level of force buy that they're going for. And Daps is hungry to keep Orgless in this one. They still have that op presence on the A bomb site, so it's not easy to get past. They have the cutoff and connector here, and Daps is going to let him walk right into his crosshair, but they do take a different approach.
He's daring them to walk through. And he sees, you're not going to take the dare, then I'll bring it to you.
They're saving.
What a
Walking
round.
T spawn here. It's over. I mean, Orgless have won 2 force buys to keep Team 1 from really running away from things.
They need to convert these next gun rounds. They need to start stringing things together because all these rounds have been isolated ones. They've even had eco round victories, Cole, and they haven't been able to convert. But a huge round from Daps for Orgless as a timer ticks down to 0 right now. Fighting for survival. Still in it.
Wild stuff, man. How much can they rely on the force buys, though? Like you said, they just have to put 2 rounds in a row. They have to crack that economy here, and A lot of risky maneuvers from Orglis on their CT side, right? We've seen some short aggression, but we haven't seen too much, just kind of playing back and allowing for to walk into the op presence of Kusta, walk into what is an effective anchor in B-Wills. So will we see that here and now? Pretty standard setup with some early B-side starts and spokes as well.
Getting inquisitive here for Kusta. And oh, he'll find the opener indeed.
Wow.
Walks away with pace and some hope for Orglis in this.
Pluck one right out the server here, and so they continue with their aggressive movements, right? But this time it works out for an opening. A big pickup from Kusta on the B side op right now, but still leaves them in a 4v5. It's workable to pull this one back. They don't really want to head in towards A, though. Still some pretty effective presence. The op has rotated to join forces in this direction, and not an easy duo to deal with, right? Minus has been consistent with the rifles, and Kusta leading the charts here for Orglis as well.
So the 4-on-5. Kusta waiting. Molly in. He has 3 players to deal with towards long, though, that he has not spotted. Oh, he might be in for some pain.
Hello.
Oh, he just gets the jump scare of his life. The op's back out for Kusta. He's blinded up, though. He will get traded. Also, Minus hits the dirt. It's a 2-for-1. And the A site, the bomb's gonna go down, Cole. Orglis, though, are gonna try and pounce on it. Daps is punished, and they all get mowed down. It must be a 1v3 for B-Wills. Is there a smoke for him to pick up? Is there anything for him to try and scrounge to make this doable? Maluki goes for this. He gets it done with the P250 instead. And Team 1 have Matt Point and are on the verge of eliminating.
Again, not like that. Luke, another massive clutch that he's able to put across the line right there for Team 1, putting them one off to close. And we just consistently see Orglis fail to find 2 in a row, despite coming so close. They even have the man advantage in that round. Kusta makes it a 3v5, but as he gets traded, Minus falls. Eagle territory, and the rotate's cut off. Team 1 put themselves up for success. No.
What? Dude, he was going for it. If that was the way to end this game for Maluk.
What does that even... I mean, was that from
That was meant for graffiti as they run out from CT.
That's a wall bang? Oh my god.
Yeah, that exists.
We're getting way too nerdy.
It's been, seen it in some highlight videos way back when. Flom probably whipped that one out. Whipping out the AWP, though. Just like Flom, is Kusta. Trying to keep Orglis holding on. And the CZ for Daps is off the mark. He's going to get hunted down, but no, Daps will do better. And Swisher, too. Long range on the FAMAS. Minus won't be able to connect his shots, but either way, Orglis are looking good for it. TRK, at least to bring it back, but Kusta again, opping down Maluk. Just leaves TRK in a 1v4. He's about to walk into his off angle, and Daps is going to find him. So Orglis, all right, another round, but you need 4 more in a row.
Really going to string 2 together finally after long last. It's going to be a force buy from Team 1 because they are in double save territory. So they're going for broke here. And now trying to get an early closer up against Orglis. But this is kind of setting up prime positions for Orglis to make a little spree, right? We haven't seen them actually with this level of buy, with Maluk not on an op. So there's a couple of win conditions here that Orglis can maybe finally start to gather some steam, start to get some consistency on that CT side, and that could be the game changer right here. But a fast movement, of course, with the Tech 9's up connector.
Wouldn't be a North American game of North American Counter-Strike if the game didn't end on Tech 9. So let's see it. Fast, really fast, up towards A. And there's no kills. There's nothing slowing them down right now, Cole. There's only bodies that Orglis can throw at this. The flashes are good, but a 1-for-1. Oh no, but Keys got stuck on the truck.
He did.
Floating in midair, and Kusta's gonna open up on them. XNS will find another, but hopefully we get a little replay of Keys floating.
Yeah, he got stuck. I mean, that's a pretty brutal position to surf on, right? Because if he was able to scale up, he potentially could have cut off another rotator, could have gotten an off angle into Kusta, but instead he gets taken down. He couldn't move any further forward. Nonetheless, Orglis do finally string 2 together, and they find 3 more.
I think, well, considering this is the full eco, I'll say it again. It wouldn't be a North American Counter-Strike game if the comeback was stopped by a full eco, but right now it is getting interesting, is what I'll say. Team 1 realistically only have one full buy remaining in the tank, and that will come in this next round. And will they have an AWP on Maluk? I think they...
I don't think so. It's 2,400.
Yeah, they would have to go for glass, so they're going to be missing that win still. We are in some odd territory where Orcos can realistically put this all together. Unless Team 1 are considering to eco the next round. I think there are definitely some decisions to be made for Team 1 in a following round. Right now,
Yeah.
I'm discounting this one a little bit right now, Cole. I mean, I'll see what the Glocks can do, I suppose.
I'm with you. Not too much to be said about this one, right? I think this should be comfortable to close for Orgulus, so you'll continue to see them start to get that closer, but it does come down to a little bit of tricky decision-making. We should theoretically see an AWP in Maluk's hands, but the glass cannon in the next. I think they do want to get a buy in this next round. I don't think they'll go for another save after this. Be wild decision-making here.
Kusta gonna have to deal, trying to hit the flick. It's more just aim practice though. They aren't real targets, except for you know, TRK. He'll be good for a P250 headshot. But other than that, is there anything else to throw at this one for Team 1? They're gonna walk into Daps, and so yeah, 13 does arrive. There is a decision to be made here for Team 1. Are they going to buy in, or are they going to take another eco? I think they have just chosen the latter.
Yeah, they're going to go for the investment.
Yeah. Yep.
And I mean, it's going to be tricky, right? Because Maluk has had a majority of his impact on the AWP. That's where he's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting right now. He's been finding lovely closing rounds here. He's been finding opening picks all throughout as well. So you have that clutch and closing factor from him. But he doesn't have it in this round, at least his star weapon. So he's going to have to do it with the rifles. And this could put Orgulus on 14 if Team 1 fail to close.
The wall banks very close. Going for the full short swing is Swisher though, and XNS will just deal with him. Dismissed is Swisher. They're funneling everything into short right now, Cole. All 9 remaining players are in the vicinity of short. This is going to be a bloodbath in just a moment. B-Wills is going to swing for a 3K, combining with Minus as well, and looking to put the comeback together as Orgulus. Looking to bring it to the final round of regulation, but Maluk and Pesa still have something to say. Even from short, Minus can't connect the spray. Still, Maluk on 4 HP, but Team 1, do they realize they have a gap in the defense? Minus is swinging in. He doesn't realize where these players for Team 1 have gone. They're looking to rotate away towards that A site, Cole, just like TRK did.
Making the exact same play, learning from their experience right there. Minus is hot on the flank, though, and this is going to be a whole lot quicker. It depends on how fast Minus is going to go here as to whether or not they can get themselves in comfortable positions.
They're going to slow walk up. And no way Team 1 expect them. Are they going to be expecting to be so close? No. Pesa wasn't ready. Maluki on 4 HP. To try and clutch, he's made his way out towards bank. It's going to have to be an instant headshot, and there's so many players coming his way. A massive round for Orgulus to bring us the full distance.
That short reaggression was everything right there for Orgulus. The fact that they go 3 for 0 and find an answer, a swift one at that, is so huge. The decision-making right there in the mid-round called in from Daps is absolutely massive to keep Orgulus alive. We'll get a replay of that as well. Look at it. They have players in connector. B-Wills has to make a move here, and they are all waiting for him.
It is a perfect lineup there for B-Wills. And that's the play. That's the moment of the round where if Team 1 are able to fan out, if Team 1 are able to start taking parts of the map, Orgulus will just be squeezed out. That's the place where B-Wills had to make his move. They're lucky that Team 1 got a bomb plant because they actually will have enough for another purchase. But how do you recover?
Yeah, the bomb plant was huge right there. At least you're walking away with that. A timeout called here from Team 1 again to try and keep them in good stead. I mean, 1 to close things down. Orgulus have finally strung rounds together to take us the distance, all 30.
And for Team One, could they shut down yet another comeback? Dash the hopes again. Or Orglis, deny the overtime. Valkyrie got close yesterday. They got close to an upset. But Team One broke them at 16-14. Or are we going to see our first overtime here at the Liga Ace Masters?
Or an elimination, a decider for who moves on to playoffs and who says goodbye to the Blast Showdown. That's the question right now. What does Team One have in store to try and finish the job? Try and move forward here. Looking to send a lot of their players early on towards this B-bomb site here. Looking for some spam as B-Wills now, but nothing connecting. They're able to avoid it. They're looking to scale up quickly off the back of all this.
Gonna flash himself through Monster instead now. B-Wills will drop his smoke. Swisher towards the wood wall. Gets ran over by XNS. And now gotta be B-Wills towards Barrel to hold on to the comeback for Orglis. The smoke spam is in. They know B-Wills is playing there. And all the kills are coming through. A 2v5. Can B-Wills be a hero? He'll find the first. But getting closed in upon. The smoke is faded. His cover is gone. And right now, Team One, they're backing away towards the A site. And there's a lurk. There's a backstab and keys. Oh my, but B-Wills has survived. Pesadelo up close though. We'll drop Daps. And it seems like Team One are going to shut down yet another comeback here at Liga Ace Masters. There will be no overtime unless B-Wills has something monumental in him, Cole. But all in all, an effort put together there by Orglis. But it has been dashed away. B-Wills just has to watch it burn. He'll find keys, sure. He has a smoke and a kit. I'll give him that. Can we get some more magic out of this lad? It's not happening. It is 16-14 for Team One. They deny the comeback there, Cole. It comes close, but not close enough.
Yeah, I mean, Team One will be joining some heavy hitters in playoffs right there as the heartbreaking team that has denied two separate comebacks right. We've seen Valkyrie drop 16-14 and Team One buckle down, and now Orglis do the exact same thing. They come so close to taking this into overtime, but they are thwarted by Team One's composure.
Yeah, they got it together. They put the pieces together. Even with Maluki not on an AWP, just the openers came their way. It took a big play from B-Wills to get them to the 30th round, to dig themselves out of a man disadvantage, but he couldn't do it again. I mean, a heroic game from Orglis all in all, but Team One came out, they were composed, they put themselves together, put some solid T-side rounds together on Overpass. A very big difference than what we saw from yesterday, where they got stomped by Orglis and then ran a very close game against a heavy underdog. Today, we're seeing a different Team One.
Yeah, no doubt about it. A very exciting Team One as well. Again, had great T-sides. They had Maluk finding so many opening picks, clutches with the op as well. If he can continue to have that impact throughout this series, I mean, Team One are going to be the dark horse heading into playoffs, as they've shown massive improvement from day one to day two.
Yeah, they're going to be ending up facing off versus Pain. But before we move on to that matchup, we're going to have to take a little bit of break where Davey and Jackie will go ahead and break down, get you all the stats, all the replays, and all the big plays. So we'll see you with the Bearded Bros in a couple of minutes.
It is not necessary to explain what a first-person shooter is. However, to know what Counter-Strike offered players 2 decades ago in comparison to other shooters at the time is important to understand that the impact that this game had. In other words, what does this game have to offer that us, the players, haven't seen before in Doom or Duke Nukem 3D? To start, there are many important characteristics that have not cemented its success on the global level, but have also made it a true pioneer when it comes to establishing concepts such as gaming as a constant and evolving project. In Counter-Strike, the evolution was and is constant, but the essence remains. In a way, Overwatch or Fortnite have followed suit by constantly adding twists to their gameplay and content without losing their identity. It's easy to learn, but it takes a lifetime to master, something that all highly competitive games have in common. The art of offering a constant learning curve. This was the essence that will remain in the following release. In the year 2000, the same year in which Valve took over the rights to Counter-Strike, a new and improved version began to develop on the Gold Source engine itself. This initiative would begin with Rogue Entertainment in charge of development, and later, it would pass through the hands of Gearbox, Ritual, who practically remade development until 2002, and finally, Turtle Rock Studios, responsible for Team Fortress. So after this development hell, it was until March of 2004, Counter-Strike Condition Zero was released, which can be defined as a new version of the classic Counter-Strike with a visual boost, change in the maps, and a bizarre single-player mode. Its launch was a massive failure, and to this date, the community doesn't even remember this game. And the ones that do, they don't have fond memories of it. With the competitive scene back in favor of 1.6, Valve knew they had to regain their old community back. In August of the same year, the first copy of Counter-Strike Source would arrive. A faithful version of the original mod with one huge added change, the Source engine. Thus, CSS would become the true step forward in terms of quality that fans demanded, as well as the invaluable ambassador for Steam, the gaming platform that Valve had launched a year earlier. However, not all the community was happy. Veterans from 1.6 felt that Source felt way too different from the original game and decided to stick to the one that they knew best. The leap from Gold Source to the Source engine was not well received by all esports veterans, and there was a huge backlash from some of the original players and teams from 1.6. It seems that it took 8 years for a true successor to come out, and it was a global success. Keep it tuned for the next video.
Hey guys, I chose this display. I did against Third Impact in Mystic Cup, and in the first time of this round was a eco round, and I called it to Maluk for us to pop B with me crossing cat a little bit late, and I also did AK hero because I had a little bit more money than my teammates, and I just called it. And let's see what happened.
Aí não tem que jogar.
In this time we start the pop B, and I'm crossing cat now. I find the guy get a little bit distracted with the B, and I found some kills, and we won this round. What's important? Probably we're gonna break our money, and that's it. Was a nice round.
B decider, Team 1 have become Team 1W. That's right, David. They picked up the fat win, mate, and they've walked away with a victory over August. A huge result for them, really, considering how the event had been going up to this point.
Yeah, big result. And like we said in the pregame, somebody's going to be very disappointed by the end of this one, and it is Orglis dropping out. Team 1 built up a big lead. They had 15 for a while. They had those match points. Orglis was battling back, but similarly to yesterday, they just couldn't close it out in the end. Team 1 was able to pick up the victory, and so they are our last semi-finalists now as we take a look at the stats here from the game. Take a look at this, and again, Kusta putting up big performances. Again, you know, he's been doing well, and the man you talked about in that pregame, Jack Swisher, just not having a great day.
A shame to see as well. Real shame for Swisher there. Would like to see a little bit more from them. Potentially would have liked to have seen more from Auglis as a whole as well, Davey. Obviously cutting their story short here off the back of a bit of a disappointing game for them. It was close at least. At one point it seemed like it was going to be quite a one-sided affair to Team 1. Auglis tried to hold their ground. You ground the game out, but just couldn't get over the finish line.
Yeah, exactly. And at the end of the day, you do just have to pick up that win, right? You can grind back as many rounds as you want. And it makes it look better on the scoreline, that's for sure. It makes it feel like it wasn't as bad of a loss, but 16-14, I mean, it's so close. And Auglis just weren't able to do enough. I think especially, they won that opening pistol on the T side and they could have run away with it. But Team 1 in this early part of the first half, they strung together a lot of these close buy rounds. This one was one in particular where it's absolutely huge for them. If they lose this, Auglis is so far ahead money-wise. They get to put all the pressure onto Team 1. Instead, they've won those crucial rounds, which is what eventually led to this right here where Auglis is on the eco. And that one round right there where Auglis just doesn't clear out the bathrooms properly on the gun round. Maluk's in there with the op. He was able to find those kills and pick it up. So again, Auglis on the T side, it was decent. It was a good T half. Like 6 rounds minimum is nice, but it could have been even better. And that's the thing that they're going to be kicking themselves for.
And as we can see with the AWP being so prominent in a lot of these replays as well, right? Obviously for Kusta, he was one of the more positive aspects for Auglis, had a relatively good game in terms of his performance. But when it comes down to that battle of the upper hands, you look at Maluk, the Madman was absolutely giving it, right? 25-17, +8 for the overall map. Davey coming out swinging. He looked hot yesterday and good to see him burning bright getting into the best of ones today.
Yeah, he was doing so well, especially on that CT side. Like I was saying, he was just been able to lock down that bathrooms area. But again, I do want to point out, Auglis did have a good T side. It could have been even better, which would have made, obviously, they would have ended up winning the game probably if they had won that one crucial round. I think it was the 4-2 round. If they win that, they go up 5-2. Team 1's on an eco, it's 6-2. Then they're running away with the T side at that point. But then, even still, with the good T side, they go over onto the CT side, and they had a chance, right? You get 6 rounds on T side of overpass. You can easily make that work. That's actually really, really good going into the CT side. But then even on the CT, they just couldn't get things going. They just couldn't get any real momentum behind them. Drop that pistol round, and it's just all over from there. It was a close game. Auglis did try to battle back, but Team 1 they actually were the better team throughout the game, and it felt like Team 1 deserved to win.
And because of that as well, being the last best of ones that we had for today, we know that means Auglis now out of the event. They exit in day 2, bested in the best of ones. And Team 1 go on for the all-Brazilian Bonanza, Davey, to fight up against Pain Gaming. That'll be our second semi-final with the night a little bit later on. We'll be on the mic for that one. So that'll actually be quite exciting to see how the all-Brazilian affair goes down.
Yeah, those domestic matchups are always fun. Pain, I think, has gotten the better of it recently. Pain sort of climbed up that level just a little bit, but regardless, those domestic games are always fun to watch, and especially in the best of 3s, we get to see how the vetoes play out. I mean, how much we saw with the Latin American teams, Jackie, they love a bit of Dust too. Inferno, Mirage, wouldn't be surprised to see that coming in later. As we see now, this is our bracket. Up first for you guys, we have ATK versus Game & Gladiators, and this is the All-American matchup.
It is, yeah. It's worked out quite nicely in the way that the overall bracket's gone, to be honest. It's actually given us 2 fairly good fixtures, Davey, for the semi-finals.
True. Although ATK does have 2 South Africans and a Swede, so
True.
Not exactly the All-American matchup, but, close enough.
Well, America at heart, I've seen Bowden. He parties like an American, so I can see it working out, to be honest. But we'll start to focus on that first semi-final then. It is ATK that will be taking on Gaming Gladiators. Now, in terms of the game we have here, Davey, if we get into the rosters, obviously you've alluded to some of the players there. Let's have a look at them and see how they're shaping up.
Yeah, and with both of these teams, they have a lot of firepower coming in from their star players, right? You're looking over at the side of ATK. They have that guy like Bowden. They've brought him over from Europe to be the opper, to have that presence. And you can see that so far he has been doing it, right? Of course, for them, they are playing with J-Dubs as a stand-in, who did very well for them yesterday. Absolutely no complaints from their point of view. And so, when you're looking at this lineup, you are looking at guys like Bowden to keep stepping up with that op. Of course, MOTM on the entry can have a ton of impact. We see when he's on point and he's landing those early headshots, that really spirals for ATK, and they're able to pick up a ton of rounds in a row.
Oh yeah, his consistency can be key. Very, very reliable in clutch rounds, an effective player overall. Always excited to see man of the match play. I remember quite a while ago now, back in some of the online seasons for SEA, when he was there just absolutely screaming after every round. He's got a set of lungs on him, Davey.
He does. No, he does have a set of lungs. He can get quite loud. I've seen the videos of him on LANs before. So we do need to check out. Speaking of LANs and speaking of this ATK team, we need to see exactly what they're all about. So we have a short little video for you guys.
Muchas gracias, and thank you to Last and the Ligas for giving us this opportunity to play this tournament. And I hope to see you guys there too. I can see it starts laughing. My name is Jonathan Bruno, and I go on the nickname Brunomaster. I am the author of ATK.
So I'm Reese Armstrong, Fady, might know me as. I'm Gareth Mr. Maurice, I'm the RGL of the team. ATK is my first professional stunt with a team. My name is Daniel Kogan, I'm the coach of the team, the head coach of the team.
Obviously, we're doing a lot of practice with the team. We usually have some sort of theory to start off the day and then heading back into the practice. And after around we usually do around 3 to 4 practice against teams, and then ending up the day with having a conversation where we talk about the day, what did we do, what did we progress, what did we do good, and what did we do bad.
Well, and I think it's really key that you do mostly everything that you can as a team, because I think it's really important that you have that synergy together. And people have their alone time, but some people don't like to do it, some people do it, or whatever the case may be. So yeah, I'll say as a team, you have to do a minimum of 8 hours. You need to balance the theory and just playing as a team. Going after that each day, you kind of start to feel fatigue or burnout, and then that's when I kind of realized to myself that I need a break. You don't want everything to be serious the entire time, so you have to balance the fun part of life and the serious part. It's coming back to understanding that you're friends outside the game. You also need to understand that you have to give feedback to each other. You're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong, you can't take it personally. Everyone wants the same goal at the end of the day, and you just have to accept that everyone here is just trying to make you a better person.
Everything starts with being the guy sitting at home playing video games for fun, and then end up being kind of good at it, and then you have to start explaining for them what you're doing and all the stuff.
I think my family in the beginning, before they knew what professional gaming was, they always thought I'm sitting behind a computer just playing for fun, My mom never knew about esports or anything, and then when I told her I'm going to a LAN in another city, she was like, wait, what is going on? And then she actually came with me. She drove me to the LAN, and that's when she first realized what esports is. And then ever since then, she's been supporting me. They know that this is my dream, my passion, and they always give me advice when I'm down, or always supporting me. And it's now we're here in Mexico, and we're ready to compete, play at the highest level possible.
Bowden there, looking dashing as ever, Davey. But that is the ATK boys live in the flesh. Now we should probably put our attention, of course, onto their opponents in the gaming Gladiators. What are you thinking about this roster, Davey?
This roster, they've undergone a few little roster changes here and there. We've seen them play with different stand-ins, different players. Of course, they have just brought in that new coach, which is Semphis. When you're looking at this roster, you're looking at guys who can, I guess, really consistently pop off, as we are going to see the rosters pop up here. And, somebody that since they've picked him up, Cynic has had a ton of impact for this team. He has not only the IGL and the Opera, but he's also been putting up big numbers. And that's someone who, coming up against this ATK team, he's going to be going head-to-head with Bowden. So he's going to need to be on point to make sure that he can outperform the Swedish Opera.
Oh yeah, it's the tale as old as time, Can the clan leader Orp, the big Clorp, get pulled out and do damage against a man like Bowden that is notorious for his flicking capabilities? He's fast, he's aggressive. A lot to digest there. I believe we can actually head over and check out a nice little video that we had with Gaming Gladiators as well, as we did get a word from them before the event started. So let's see what they're saying about themselves.
So my morning routine as a Counter-Strike player, right after I get out of bed, I obviously get Hey guys, hey Blast and Liga Ace. I'm very excited to be playing in this tournament and get a chance to showcase in our team skills. Playing at a high level in Counter-Strike is very mentally demanding. It could be physically demanding if you don't take care of yourself, like, eat or take care of your hygiene or anything like that. It could definitely be physically demanding, but it's way more mentally demanding. You have to stay committed and you have to ride out the lows with your team and with yourself. I mean, we're spending a lot of time together every day, 12 hours in TeamSpeak and in servers going over things. So we also have other games that we play just to relax, which I think is very important. You need to keep a level head. Even though sometimes there will be disputes and fights, we seem to come back around and stay level-headed. It's been hard, but things are starting to normalize again, so the future's looking good. So just get onto a team and grind. You gotta put in the work. If you don't put in the work and you're lazy, you're not gonna make it.
Jazz Pimp there, the man with a pimp cane. Didn't really come out into his last game yesterday, but hopefully he'll be able to walk that gangster walk, Davey, when we get into this best of three, because we are finally into playoffs. We move away from best of ones, we get into best of threes now, which also means we have a little bit more stock when it comes to talking about the veto, David.
Yeah, exactly. Now we get bans, picks, we get a third map. It all gets very exciting as we see Gaming Gladiators ban out the overpass, ATK get rid of the nuke. That makes sense. That is a map that both teams obviously like. The Ancient pick coming in from the Gladiators, like it, and then of course have to immediately offset that with Dust 2. And then Nuke, we're gonna lose that, and Vertigo. So yeah, it is gonna be the Mirage third. So I was thinking maybe we might get to see a Nuke here, but actually Nuke's been banned twice, so we'll figure it out. Something doesn't matter. Either way, the point is Ancient, Dust 2, Mirage. That's all that matters.
I can roll with that. That's all right, to be fair. You get the Ancient opener that could be quite exciting to see. Do like the fact it's a pick from the side of Gaming Gladiator as well. Curious to see what they're going to be looking like once we get into that opening map. But then D2 Mirage, potentially, the way this is shaping up, this could actually be a full free mapper in my mind, to be honest.
Yeah, it absolutely could be. Dust 2 is a little coin flippy. If Gaming Gladiators pick up the first map, who knows? I mean, it is their map pick on Ancient, so you would expect them to be able to take it. So yeah, we'll definitely see. What happens in that. I think the first game is obviously very important to set the tempo, but I think if Gaming Gladiators lose that first map, I think Dust 2 will probably go the way of ATK.
You'd hope as well for Gaming Gladiators, obviously being a little bit more warm. They've had some time to get into it today. You've already played one official. You take that for what it is. It was a big result. Now come in fresh, try and set the pace of the game. As you said, if they get a good foot forward on Ancient, who knows how this series will go. We will find out though when we come back in. We'll be going to a brief break to get everything ready. Once we return, Fight and Exner will be behind the mic to guide you through all the action for our full free mapper as we get into playoffs. We'll see you in a sec.
Gaming Gladiators, well, they were gladiating. Give it to them as they were. They just dominated their opposition so far today. And, well, it's only ATK in their path to a grand final for an appearance tomorrow. And honestly, with the form they're looking like, Cole, I think it's doable.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about it. Not a lot can stop these two teams. I feel like Jackie and Davey were right. I think this could be a 3-map series here. And given the vetoes even more so, right? So, I mean, we'll see if that does take place, if we do see that sort of competitive nature. But overall, man, I'm feeling a little bit confident in ATK. They've been really proving themselves as to be ahead of the pack. You couple that with the fact that this is a little bit of a rematch, again, from that lane not too long ago over in Frag 16, right? So we're getting that action as well. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, I think we saw a really spicy ATK that came out during that event, I must say. But honestly, when it comes to online play, the Gladiators have definitely dominated. And I mean, they've shown it so far today. They are individuals that can consistently hold their own. And when it comes to the map choices, honestly, Ancient being one that is definitely in their favor. And with Dust 2 coming up as a second, at least that's the guarantee, I feel like the Gaming Gladiators can still navigate their way through their map pool. Honestly, they have a pretty diverse set of maps. They enjoy playing all of them. But first things first, let's get this one on Ancient.
Kicking it off right now here. ATK going to be rocking on that CT side, and Game Gladiators on the T side of things. We'll see if they have anything prepped up for us. It's definitely going to be walking into this A side stack, though, for the Gladiators here, and they got to fight their way out of this situation. Not going to be easy to do so.
Yeah, Bowden tucked away, so he's just the switched part of the bait, and it might... But what? The... Fady has just annihilated them. Who needs a bait and switch when the bait bites back? Unbelievable.
You've got to be kidding me, man. That's a hot start right there for Fady as well. Absolutely terrifying. I feel like this was the guy that got the better end of the Gladiators last time these two teams faced off, and Bowden with a blinding headshot to close things down. What a great way to kick off Ancient for ATK. Wild stuff from Fady.
Dude, he just sent them to oblivion. I hope we get a replay sometime down the stretch. Fady
I'm sure it's coming.
He just put the C4 on them, pressed the button, and boom, they're gone. That's a hell of a way to kick off your opponent's map pick.
Yeah, no kidding. Fady, an absolute beast. I feel like he's just consistently rose in form. He's going to have to deal nothing in this round at the very least. So he's got that going for him. He's done his job in the last. Now he gets to lean back here. His B-side players need to do a lot of the work here in terms of dealing with some of the aggressive movements. The Gladiators have forced up into this round. Waiting to go for a little bit of a B-side execute here, walking up the ramp now. They've got a lot of ground.
It is sneaky, but they're calling Nathan hand too, trying to throw the flashbangs in. A little bit messy there. Kill will certainly help out. And now swinging wide for it. Missed them as well, joining with the action. And it is just Carson. They got a little bit of space here. Carson will get his double. I think this round is going to be tied together by who else but Fady. And it's 2-0 start. Territory for ATK.
Uh-oh. Jazz Pimp's on -1.
Uh-oh.
You might have not gotten that full routine in.
It's losing oxygen right now, my friend. Hopefully he erases that from it as quick as possible. I don't think this is the round to do it right now, Cole.
No, I don't think he'll move off it. Maybe his teammates can just let him bait for this round, right? And get him off that mark, right? Definitely a goal. Every time you click tab and you see yourself in negative territory, it is a brutal reminder of rounds prior. And walking into this A-bomb site, it's going to be another brutal reminder of what Fady's done to you once before. They're not too interested in committing.
So Fady. Just checking in at least on towards end of things.
For something.
Being played. And there's a greetings from the MP7 of Mistum. So J-Dubs will also find his way on to Rizu. This is about the round you're going to go. Jazz Pimp in the fight for survival to get off of -1.
Come on.
It's not looking great.
No, not quite. No one's really given him a back turn or anything like that. So he's going to have to really fight for this entry. Although Bowden does have a USP, so he does have the weaponry advantage. Maybe not the armor advantage, but it doesn't matter when you just nail the headshots like that. And Bowden stacking up some extra cash on his way to a first gun round in which he certainly will be wielding the trusty AWP.
Already getting things up for good. 3-0 start here for ATK. Bowden will bring out the AWP. The MP7 still being wielded by Mistum. Just keep that in mind. See what he can do there. Honestly, Ancient is the map for some SMGs, some shotgun action on the CT side, and already getting aggressive in towards that B short. You have Fady patrolling right now, and he'll be able to snipe down Carson early on, and Rizu being smoked out. He has no say in the action while his
get mopped up. Modem next up to drop Cynic. And while George, or rather Rizu, has just walked up the V short side, J-Dubs is going to swing for it. And all of a sudden has to leave Bowden Master for a clutch.
I don't know if Bowden is going to go for this, or at least he won't be too interested. Maybe if he can cut off any sort of 1v1 angles here. I mean, potentially could catch the bomb off, but he's going a little bit too slow about things here. And so you will see the likes of George and Forces, although maybe slow things down just enough for Bowden to make his space, but it's nice smoke, really solidifying things. Bowden will have an interesting play here to make ahead of him. Does he want to go for this flank? He will be quick.
They're taking a lot of time on this one. Bowden is about to have vision on the planter. He can't hit the shot, though. That's the important part. So Bowden is going to be tossed into this 1v2. He'll throw smoke onto the bomb. Is it going to be an immediate? It kind of has to be here, and he's going to get spammed down through the smoke. Rizu's going to get him, and Gaming Gladiators will notch their first round.
Great stuff right there. And Jazz Pippy quickly moves off of -1, getting 2 kills in that last round, avoiding the goose egg as well. So lovely stuff from him, finding a couple of those opening picks. And Gaming Gladiators off to a very hot start once the rifles do come out is a promising sign for an ancient map that is so CT-sided. Now, that was dealing with the bonus here, but in doing so and dropping the op of Bowden, it actually applies a lot of pressure here. Bowden doesn't have that, so it comes down to the rifles.
Smoke lobbed on out, at least. You know, this little boost being assembled. If anyone from ATK tries to get inquisitive, they will be punished. But so far, nothing much. Just a little bit of mid-control here and there for the Gaming Gladiators. Oh, but instead, okay, surprise. Fady was down in the open there and immediately domed by George.
It's a nice shot right there from George. Good clear. The molly as well to couple that. Bowden is going to re-aggress, so scared of absolutely nothing. And with only a deagle in hand, we'll move past that line and we'll call a clear. How deep do they want to go? And they have a great read of the situation right now. They're going to move quickly in towards B. Bowden's going to get a rifle, and they might start to stack some presents. But the question is it going to be a little too late? Because right now, you still only have 2 players left on this side of things.
Has to be a mad dash to save these B players in essence. Also has to be afraid of a mid push. Have to be afraid of so many things here for ATK. But what about the execute? Mistum's going to tuck himself away into this corner and is going to be tasked with a hell of a lot. He is a firepower machine. There is no doubt about that. But without many teammates and now getting spammed through the walls, he will get hard cleared by Jazz Pimp.
10 seconds.
But Bowden on the flank could deny everything, but he does get cleared out. J-Dubs, another 1v3. He had one versus the gaming, or rather, versus Valkyrie just earlier on, but maybe he can bring this one home against the Gaming Gladiators. J-Dubs swings a little too wide for George's Gaming Gladiators. Will walk away with it 2 in a row, as well as the fact is the money's completely tanked for ATK.
Yeah, stringing 2 together is everything right now on Ancient, building up a great T side and showing exactly why. They're so comfortable in this map. Again, I mean, once we head into the best of 3s, Gaming Gladiator, I feel like they're really starting to thrive. Their map pool is impressively deep.
Oh, but already just running it down. No, more damage. 2 kills coming from these USPs, but trying to run down Cynic here. Bowden's actually going to get him. Things are getting weird. Footsteps are being made. Oh, Fady, though, caught in the open. And Rizu will be able to drop him. So, all right, Gaming Gladiator starting to resurge back on.
Yeah, I mean, something to know here is that they chose into this T side, right? They had the option to start on that CT side. I think they're leaving that later on down the line for the comfort. And they're looking very good on ATK's map pick on the more difficult side to maneuver. So when will the ball get rolling here on the rifle rounds for ATK? You're going to have everything in order in this round. So you'd have to imagine that it has to start at the moment. Off the back of this timeout, we'll have time to discuss Bowden. We'll get on the AWP as well. So all of the tools at your disposal for ATK to start building up a half here, but it needs to start now.
So timeout being rolled in for the Gaming Gladiators. Rather for ATK out, I'd assume.
Now that I'm thinking about it, Gaming Gladiators up 3-1. Sometimes the HUD does a little wah. Either way. But, you know, back in, I mean, Bowden's going to be going for a glass AWP, and all things that got down to 2 players. I'm pretty sure ATK are happy with that, but it's about converting off the back of the damage that you've dealt. The damage doesn't matter if Game and just run you down in another one of these rounds. Up 3 on the trot and looking to continue some T-side dominance.
T-sides have been looking really good. They have some nice set executions that are pretty sick as well. I mean, you even saw the attempt on the pistol round before it was shut down by Fady, where they had that set execute for CT spawn smoke and doing that. So you're definitely seeing some real comfort here. Mac-10's going to be sent in first to probe. Jazzpimp is creating so much space here deep in cave, and they're forced to actually retreat off the back of that. This is phenomenal map working right now from the Gladiators, and ATK struggling to deal with it.
It's always about how you work around the map control that you've gotten is the big question. And at least with the cave control exerting a lot of B-side pressure. Full cave control too. Completely vacated. Our ATK. Gaiman have a lot of room to maneuver in here, but there's a man in towards middle, and that is Fady. He can cut off any sort of donut split. He's out towards this cutout right now. And he can do a hell of a lot of work if he goes uncleared. And that trigger discipline working wonders. There's one and a double, immediately shutting down a prong of this execute. But what else do you do? They're coming out from A main, and no one's really test except for Fady. He's being wheeled back out for this operation. Gotten a 3rd kill. Fady again for ATK. First the pistol round, and now this one.
Wild stuff right there. Fady going to post up here for the last. This is such a lovely off angle. Oh, Cynic's a step quicker though. Wild stuff. Looking for more here. Again, Cynic can find a little bit of damage on his way out. That's going to be more than enough, but 2 is all he'll gather at the end of the day. Ops retrieved as well, and ATK utilizing Bowden and Fady consistently here. That's a dynamic duo that's really tricky to deal with on that A bomb site.
And so what do you do again here for Game? And they're going to go ahead and force buy-in again. But Galils are going to be brought on out for this occasion. ATK are still rolling in it. And if they win this round here for ATK, they begin to stabilize their money. They begin to stabilize their situation to the point where they can continually bring out guns. And that will be a terrifying prospect, considering on Ancient, when your T sides are already so limited, you need to get every little advantage you can get.
Doubt about it. Need to really string things together here and now. Can't just be a flash in the pan round. They need to follow that success up. They're going to again test the waters here towards that A bomb site. This time, Fady's a little bit further removed, covering that mid side of things from Red Room, and might be showing up late to the party here on this A side of things, joining in forces, but left a little bit too slow. They're already scaling out.
Fady gonna get smoked out very early on though, so kind of neutralized in that respect. And the Gladiators are gonna boost up a bunch of players. Fady, there is a small gap in that smoke to work with it, believe it or not. See if he can find anything through it. On the flip side of that, the Gladiators will go ahead and just get the bomb plant straight in, but oh, there is a painful cost to trying to punch in those digits. It is, in fact, just straight up getting plastered by ATK. And they'll walk through this round. Sure, it's a bomb plant, but the retake is so seamless.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to give up that level of space, right, at least you're able to make the retake look that easy. Because Fady, I mean, it was a little bit worried that he wasn't going to be able to offer up too much of a defense if you get that A-side post plant. Sure, it's tricky to deal without donut control, but they were able to hold very steady. A quick reaction from ATK moves them up to a 5th, but bomb plant is going to encourage a little bit of a half buy here, of course, from the Gladiators. Interested in the Deagles, Tech 9s. Only 1 molly now left. I wonder what George has intended for that.
Cynic just waiting with his knife out for the moment. Just waiting, watching the paint dry a little bit. Watching the grass grow. Here on Ancient. And then the smoke fades, and now the Gladiators begin to creep on forward. It starts at a walk and then a trot and then a gallop, or maybe it'll stop at the trot phase of things. But instead, Cynic will be able to dome down J-Dubs, who was getting a little too inquisitive. Looking to reposition.
Just a little trade that they got going on there. It's workable. This 4v4. They do have very far forward map control, though. Missed them. It's going to have an early alarm bell. It's a bit of a risky angle, though. If they let slip by that gap and they start to scale up, there could be like a 1-for-1 trade here, and that's B kind of compromised.
Oh, I missed him. Finding a double kill right off the rip. Doming down 2. Carson trying to find a second head, but instead the rifles will open up for ATK. So, I mean, okay, some interesting kills. I mean, 2 is not bad for the full eco, but sooner rather than later, Gaming start picking up some rounds.
No doubt about it. They got 3 on a couple of gun rounds, right? So they've already proven themselves to be pretty effective, despite dealing up against the rifles here. But they do need a little more wiggle room, right? 3 isn't enough to really solidify a decent half, and you're seeing ATK start to walk away with the momentum once they're able to get some consistent buys back. Pressure on mid early on here. You got a dry swing coming through from Fady, but he is so stable, and Modem out of dodge, and successfully so.
Escorting them away right now. Modem still looking for a bit of a brawl in towards the donut side. Smoke thrown in. I think the Gladiators are just going to flash themselves through it, though. They are in right now and live in the round. Rizzu as well. But the op of Bowden from on that A site has sniped down Jasmine, and that will slow them down, surely.
Should keep him at bay here. Just able to strike for a little bit of extra credit. Now they're starting to walk in elsewhere, though. Moving through cave and gathering really deep positioning. They have conceded completely on that B side of things here. It's a bit interesting what they got going on here over on ATK. Make it back through the back lanes here has missed them, but they doesn't even realize how close they are around the corner.
Flashbang thrown in, but they're only going to use the flash. They think Mistum is blind, but certainly not. He's gotten himself the double. And while Carson thrown into this 1v3, it's a nice headshot to open. He'll even nab the bomb at that, but he's going to go straight for the plant. And Bowden, oh, he's just going to hunt him down. Carson hears the footsteps, but he cannot escape Bowden Master. 7-3, ATK still rolling.
Wow, able to close that one down. I thought Mistum for sure was dead to rights, but come out checking that cubby, which is an angle that you almost have to clear, right? You can't walk in blind to that. You've seen players go down so many times, but Mista plays it really wise in terms of the positional game and continues ATK's winning ways right there by the big multi-kill. That aggression, though, again, a consistent factor, and Mistum is so lethal right now. He's just so aggressive, pushing down the ramp.
This is a scary Mistum right now. Mistum is definitely, in my opinion, the most individually gifted player on ATK. He can hit headshots, that's for sure. 2 South Africans on ATK, and if he gets going positionally, begins to move around, he is a dangerous force, and he continually starts shredding through the Gladiators. Sure, it's an eco round, but these rounds are always foreshadowing to what could be further in this game for ATK.
A nice bit of space being created here, right? But it's all meaningless. Bombs down and elsewhere, so George's maneuver isn't going to have too much impact. Maybe you can find Fady. Continues to have his back turned. Oh, making a couple pop shots, but now the alarm bells start to ring here. So he's shown his position, eats the HE. That's a lovely fadeaway on the backspin.
Well, 89 damage chonker, and then missed him on 1 HP, of course, is going to hit the final headshot to nail in 4 kills on an anti-eco.
Clean stuff right there. You get a lovely bit of holding being done on both sides of the map, actually. I mean, you're seeing Fady go for some really aggressive mid-opening picks. That's extremely helpful. Bowden's been locking things down as well towards A, and now Mistum's filling the feed with big multi-kills towards B. So it just seems like at every avenue, the Gladiators are getting shut down.
See what Cynic can do. He is isolated at the moment, but he is going to wait for his teammates for just a bit now, and he'll start to shuffle out, give a couple jiggles in between. Could be a dangerous situation for anyone walking into a potential AWP, but it is Fady and Bottom trying to maintain control of middle for ATK.
They're going to receive a smoke, though, and just glide on back.
Kind of pro for a little bit of information. A nice little donut smoke to keep Fady away, but I think there's a slight gap in that one. Got to be careful dealing with it. They're going to start to make a move around the corner here. Missed him. Brother Fady, I should say, knows that there's no one hanging about.
The gap has been spotted by both players, though, looking to utilize it. It goes both ways, but no one finds a kill. Instead, the Gladiators are going to bring themselves back in towards the Caves position, where J-Dub's playing this off angle. It's typically seen as a one and done, but it is difficult to clear, that's for sure. Playing up top, spots the barrel. Oh, a shot's baited, though. Yeah, and then Jasmine is going to hard clear, pre-fire in it with as well. And now Modem maybe has to try and reel things back in. Same goes for Bowden. There is no smoke on this cross, though. And Modem's brought together a 3K. As they walk out the cave, they meet the beast. Cynic in a 1v3 all of a sudden. He'll drop Modem, but 10 seconds to run onto the site, plant a bomb. I think he's better off going for kills here, and then Fady will just find him as he walks out. Unbelievable round there from Modem and Bowden.
What a lovely round right there, man. Modem. I mean, he's been the only player that hasn't really shined in terms of ATK's actual, core roster, right? J-Dub's standing in for them. He hasn't been tested too much either. But when he finally is, when he's finally the one that needs to deliver the multi-kill, he thrives so well. Mid-aggression's coming on forward. Flashbang's perfect. Cynic blinded up. And a multi-kill from Modem again. He mows them all down. Finally a trade from Carson, but it might be too little too late.
Oh, man. Ian Hardy is back, baby. Another 3K. He'll hand over an M. All right. As much as you want. Modem is having a game. That is 6 kills in 2 rounds, folks. And, we were singing everyone else's praises. Modem wanted a bit of that action. Gonna be running through the smoke here for Carson. Bomb in his hands. Will catch a player off guard. Is he gonna try and reel this round back in? Bowden. Admittedly, he is down to 11 points of health, so there's a little bit of a price to this. George is going to walk on through and find the headshot on a Bowden, but nothing more that can the Tech-9 find. And it will be a double-digit CT side for ATK.
Yeah, at this point, finding close rounds isn't enough for the Gladiators. They need to walk away with something. And I wonder what exactly is going wrong for them, right? Because we saw 3 gun rounds go in their favor with relative ease. ATK really didn't know how to deal with some of the mid movements that were being thrown at them, some of the A executions that were really deadly at the beginning stages of this match, and all of a sudden, you have a little resurgence come through from Modem. You have Fady finding a lot of multi-kills as well, and even missed him shutting down some of the ecos. And ATK have just strung 7 in a row, a lot of those being rifle rounds.
So 10-3, and the Gladiators need to start. I mean, 11-4 is probably the minimum they can work with. I mean, I've seen this team actually work with 12-3s against some of the best teams in North America. I've seen them run a 12-3 scoreline, only getting 3 rounds on T side, and then running it all the way back versus Pain Gaming when they had Safe. So that was a deadly team. That was what eliminated them from. I believe he was ESE Premier season 39. So that was late last year, but still, like this, it's the same group of players. It's the same people. I'm not saying that this is fun territory to be in for Gladiators, but it's definitely workable. It has been workable. Bringing this one in, though, ATK still have the confidence about them, but now Fady's been sat down. They've gotten J-Dubs out to the cutout position, though, Cole. This is going to be an unexpected position. Or is it, as Jasmine clears it? And now you have the 3-on-5. ATK are going to get body situation. The Gladiators want every duel they can.
Yeah, given 2 early chances. Oh, but one more given. Rizu missing the opportunity. But there's still 1 minute and 5 left to work with right now, so plenty of time to try and work that clock, wait for some reaggressions. You're seeing that kind of come through from Cynic right now, who's so sneaky, so effective at being on that lurk position, and P's completely clear. So once they realize that, once they start to make the movements up ramp, they'll be in for a real treat. Maybe Gladiators can walk away with a couple extra rounds, and like you said, the CT-sided nature of this map can really sway one direction.
issue is here that they don't really have the smokes, admittedly. If there was enough of Bodenmaster cut off a lot of these sightlines, things could be very interesting. And Mistom's going to capitalize on it. Okay, George hits the dirt. There's another player trapped out towards the cave's position. Mistom seems suspicious of. That's one of the weirdest smokes I've seen. Either way, it'll land. And is there a gap in it? There is to exploit the odd bounce. Modem will be able to at least find it. A chance there from... They both run out of bullets! And the retake actually comes... Everyone running out of ammo except for Bowden and Modem. And they get the job done. 11-3 for ATK.
Oh, man, that's a 3-on-5. You find 2 early picks. They didn't know that they had an open B bomb site for the longest time, right? Sure. But the Gladiators are allowing ATK to win near impossible rounds, I feel like. What a robbery made from Bowden. And Modem again continuing to have just deadly impact as a duo right now diving through the smoke. Modem fears nothing at all. Now they're going to be testing this early Jaguar control, and it's taken successfully, but they don't see another player that's crossed towards the left side. Missed them from the sidelines.
Sprinting up now. I mean, Jasmine will try to react to this situation. They actually could get a bomb plant. Could, as J-Dubs has just multi-kill combined with Modem. What a second quarter, I guess, from the guy. Mistom's gonna fall up. And look at the scoreboard for ATK. It is a monster performance from all of their players that they have a 12-3 half.
Yeah, I mean, J-Dubs wasn't really tested too much in that cave control early on, but once he had a chance to shut down some of that B aggression, he finds a 2K that completely shuts down the Gladiators' ideas right now. And I wonder, are they regretting just a little bit at gambling over towards that T-side start, right? Because they could have been starting things off nice and cozy on that CT side. They could have been the ones in the driver's seat in this match. Now they're in a position where they need this pistol. It's a necessity.
And they're immediately just going to throw a B-site play here for ATK. Leaping on through. Needs to clear every nook and cranny, but they haven't cleared out Jazz or Cynic. Jazz fights out with 2, and Cynic with a double of his own. A P2K speaks its name, and just leaving Fady 1v4. And they walk through the smoke. He has been spotted and needs some incredible headshot. Okay, that's a start. Facing the Bermuda Triangle, though, of Gaming Gladiators players if he tries to walk out cave. Just looking for something lucky. Looking to strike some gold here. I mean, a minute to work with. HP is kind of on his side, too. I mean, if he receives a headshot, everyone's going down. He's going to walk out. The double swing here, though, from the Gladiators. It's just waiting. Fires off. And those shots whiz by. He knows where both players are. I think he knows where everyone is. Makes his way out, but Jazz shut him down. 20 HP player will get the headshot in, and there's your necessity found for Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, yeah, they get the necessary round back right there. Able to gather themselves up to a 4th. That's a massive round from them. And again, I mean, they find the opening pick, but Jaspimp somehow is able to do so much in that cubby. I feel like once you're getting chased down from Glocks, it's not easy to pull your way out of that position, but he made it look so easy. Now a fast movement coming through towards A. I think this is kind of a throwaway round given not a lot invested here. And George just going to farm up some stats. Easy does it. Ace on the board. Nope, denied. Carson going to steal that one away from us.
That's a bit of a statement round. Quick mow down. Into the gun round. No breathing room here for the Gaming Gladiator. Have to convert this one. I think there's also just an argument to upgrade all your MP9s and A1Ss or FAMASs for that matter, but see how this one panned out here as we get into round number 18. Cool little calm and collected replay as we are into a bit of an A-site rush, and George for round 2, but this time versus the big guns, and he'll find Modem on that, and Carson runs through the smoke and will drop J-Dubs. Great flashes thrown. The MP9s are doing everything now. AK upgraded, shut down by Bowden at that. Fady with the response, but they need more. That was actually a dink landed by Bowden, getting ran down by Jaspimp though, and it is just Fady coming in on a mid lurk. And the Gladiators just bring the fight to the T side and get it all.
Oh, Fady. Nothing you can really do out of this position right now. They have the bomb in the palm of their hands here, so ATK struggling a little bit, and the Gladiators are really proving themselves at the moment. Again, I mean, they went into this map with a huge risk of starting on that T side when they had the option of the CT side, but clearly they wanted the second half to allow for a resurgence. The lockdown defenses have been so solid. And one in that corner, I just have no doubt that Fady will not clear that. I don't think he's even going to go for it. It's a 35-second save.
So the grass will grow about how fast does grass grow? I know bamboo is like a really fast growing plant. Actually, how fast does bamboo grow? Let's see this. They grow at, get this, buddy, 0.00003 kilometers an hour. That's pretty fast. How many miles per hour is that, Cole? Because we're in NA. We don't do that here. Don't do that.
No idea. Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Are you a kilometer trader or a miles per hour patriot?
Also from the United States, so I don't really do too much in kilometers.
Yeah.
I'm not a runner either. I think that they do it occasionally.
Meters. Catch these yards, folks. All right, how about a couple yards out towards middle, trying to run the whole 9. Almost gets the double to open up this one. That was a hero rifle. The saved rifle almost gets it done. It actually gets back in the hands of Mata, who has armor to work with. J-Dubs, though, gets spotted. Will get spammed down, but Bowden, too. Keeping this round interesting.
They're holding steady for now. Mistum and Bowden looking to pull things back. They've already got themselves a site. They're walking deep in the back lanes.
Bowden is about to give them a rude surprise until he is being watched for. And he finds the headshot anyways. Rizu. Okay, win an eco here for ATK. And they know. They have full knowledge. Cynic got a kill. Or at least revealed his presence, so they know that A site's open and Cynic has the clutch here.
Step 1 is getting past the likes of Bowden, who's already activated the alarm bells, knowing exactly where Cynic is and he's joining forces here. Mistum's joined as well. Needs a touchdown, slowing it down. He hits the reaction on a Bowden, but it's not enough. Mistum was so quick and available for the trade. And finally, an eco to shut down the success of Gladiators right there.
And that is a huge turning point, at least for this game, because when the Gladiators win that, they're back to 12-7. They have to face off versus a moderate buy of ATK. Their money gets to build, but now they're at a breaking point in a do-or-die situation. And there's an op watching for the cave peek too. Jazz is going to try and clear it, but try and peek off his teammate's contact. Rizu walks into the op, and Bowden on T-side opping duty. They walk right into his scope, and he will reap the reward.
That's lovely stuff. Bowden looking to be the closer right now, and he has the right angle on this last player on A. B. No, he finally misses, and he gets punished for it. Cynic's right around the corner to deal with that aggression. 3-on-3 now as we enter into equalization territory, and they are taking a different approach back towards A, dealing with the red room as well, but look who's ready for it. George is well prepped.
There's a straight path to this A site right now. Fady he's going to let go of the angle. George is actually going to be allowed back in. He's going to hear all these footsteps. Is Fady. And they let him go by. Fady activating the flank. He has 2 players right on his plate, and he will eat them both.
It's a
1v2 for Cynic. Running in through Donut at the moment, though. It is planted. Not quite for Donut. I thought he was planted on the other side of the box. Cynic now thrown into another 1v2. This time with an op. He has a player pinned down, but he misses the shot, and then Mistum hits the headshot. Instantaneous, and ATK with 2 in a row have snapped that economy for the Gaming Gladiators.
That's wild stuff right there, man. Fady with the close right there. And finally, you see Bowden maybe slow down a little bit. Maybe finally misses a shot after finding 2 opening kills. And Fady with the lurk maneuver in the red room is so very clean. The way he was able to time that to perfection and double down, saving ATK the potential scare of losing that one, getting quickly answered back. Now they put a completely disastrous situation. Fady continues to be a huge menace against this Gaming Gladiators roster. And this could be map point.
Oh, how? That hurt.
Autumn takes a deagle shot to the face. Jazz is going for more, though. He needs more. And he won't be able to hit another headshot on J-Dubs. And Bowden will run through the B site, skewering 2 with that AWP. And just remaining is George. So 15-6. That was the force by 2 here, Cole.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be comfortable to close at the moment. I mean, you're going to see 4 spies in the next round as well, right? Because they're up against the wall. But you have to imagine so many map points. ATK are eventually going to figure out a way to close, if not up against the next round where they'll only be dealing with MP9s and pistols, right? So Gladiators, again, a little bit of a gamble starting on the T side. I think it's come back to bite them despite the early success they found.
And they're not even going to hold on to anything. George is in the dirt. And the money, man, it is not looking great, but I see it. Do you see it, Cole? Cynic bringing out Old Faithful.
Oh my God.
The Negev. And yes, folks, he does use this weapon as its own. 150 bullets for $1,700. Sounds like a good deal, right? It's going to need to bring a comeback.
Pretty lethal with it, I will say. Pretty effective weapon. I am not going to harp too much on the Negev because I've seen it work out way too many times, to be honest with you. It is going to be a bit of a problem that you only have one 5-7 to deal with all of this A aggression that's going to come through, but at least they do have a man advantage.
Fady is going to need to look up at the 5-7 at close range, though. Those always can hurt, but George can't hit the headshot. A side open for business right now. The rotates are scrambling to get themselves back into position, but look where Fady has already gotten himself. Deep in the temple, already flanking all the way through, and Carson's out of this one. And I think it's the end of the line here for the gaming. Yeah, that's not enough here, Cole. It's just Jazz.
Just Jazz. He is a pretty good clutcher, but this is far too much to ask. He's been holding, and Fady's going to close down the game right there. 16-6 victory on ATK's map pick. Sure, Gladiators, they just couldn't get the ball moving consistently. I mean, we saw 2 string of 3 rounds in a row for the Gladiators to find their total of 6. But for the majority of that match, ATK were maintaining all the pace.
Yeah, and they got both pistols or they didn't get both pistols rather, but at least it almost felt like they didn't really get anything going. There are massive sprees of rounds, massive gaps at least in the T side, where there were a couple of retakes that should have gone their way. If it was at 11-4, probably some extra breathing room. But once you lose against an eco from ATK, it's really any sort of comeback kind of just gets stopped cold in its tracks.
Yeah. I mean, it was a lot of consistent success. You had some of the heavy hitters. Territory for ATK, in which you have Fady playing an incredible series. Bowden just consistent as ever, right? He doesn't miss too many shots, and he's good at finding opening picks when it's needed the most. And then you couple that with a little X factor, and Modaman missed him, and you really got some successful formulas. J-Dub's just standing in for a good time, right? Because they are moving swiftly forward in this best of 3.
Yeah, he was just vibing out. Not to say that he can't do much for the squad, but everyone else, the South Africans specifically, were definitely carrying their own weight. But for us here on the casting desk, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break as we get prepped for map number 2. That's going to be Dust 2, and it's also the pick of ATK. They are gearing themselves up for a grand final appearance.
12 years later after the original release, and with Steam having been established as the de facto gaming platform for PC players, Valve had many options on how to tackle their next release. How can you meet the expectations of a video game icon that has sold more than 25 million copies worldwide? Their solution was Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Released in August 2012 as Counter-Strike's newest installment, the game offered the same essence of a tactical team first-person shooter with the very same terrorist versus counter-terrorist action as previous installments. However, this game was different. Immediately, it had massive success with both the classic Counter-Strike community as well as Counter-Strike Source, as it smoothed the rough edges that Source had while still being faithful to that tactical original. We got new maps, new characters, new weapons, followed up by constant updates to the version of that very classic Counter-Strike content. It has also been packed with game modes such as its own Battle Royale released in 2018, combined with vast community-made modes, so that Counter-Strike's playing experience can vary wildly to what you just see. Counter-Strike has also managed to grow a massive esports scene, with teams from around the world competing in front of, no exaggeration, millions of viewers, making Counter-Strike one of the staples of modern esports. Adding to that, the current market for weapon skins, and then you have a game that has a seemingly endless lifespan. Valve also broke down their barrier to entry to anyone who wanted to start or try the experience, no matter how inexperienced they might be, by creating a free-to-play version of the game. This helped approach new members who would otherwise have been too intimidated to enter this decades-old franchise. Now, many have asked, do we need a new Counter-Strike? In its current state, certainly not. Counter-Strike is lucky enough to have a community-driven, self-regulated ecosystem to the point that its essence remains intact in the face of veterans and even the new players who are having their very first match today. And seeing their current figures, doing anything else would be counterproductive to Valve's profits. Almost a decade has passed since the launch of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and 2 since the saga began as a humble mod. But there is one thing that's for sure: this game is not going anywhere. The success of AAA games like Call of Duty, Fortnite, or Overwatch is in some ways conditional. With constantly shifting updates that force players to adapt, or updates that blur the identity of what the game is, comparatively, Counter-Strike should be here to stay for an even longer run, still maintaining hundreds of thousands of players on its current player base. It is now your turn to make a difference and go out there and show the world what you're made of. Come on and join the world of Counter-Strike. This is Five with Liga Ace Esports, and we wish you all the best. well. Map number 1 certainly didn't go the Gaming Gladiators' way. They weren't really gaming as they get taken down 16-6. Now heading over to Dust 2 though, Cole, and maybe some things can change. Dust 2, it's always been a bit of a coin flippy map, and it's a little surprising to see ATK pick it, but if they're comfy, well, they could walk away with the Series 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, actually, it's the Gladiators that picked into it. I wouldn't blame you for being a bit confused, right? Because they picked into the T side of Ancient. So this is at least the Gladiators map pick. They went for a bold call and going for that T side play. Don't think it really worked out, right? Because they only walked away with 3 rounds in the first half. Now they have to bounce back in what should be maybe some comfort territory in terms of, you know, being your own map pick and being a very individualistic map. But the issue is you also have to deal up against Bowden.
Why do I feel like I've been juked out here? Because ATK are also starting on the T side, by the way.
Maybe it was the reversal, right?
I think
I was going off of HLTV's map picks, but yeah.
But I think the I mean, in the pregame, the Gladiators, I mean, they have picked into to Ancient before as well.
Yeah.
It's not something unorthodox for them to do. So I'm leaning on the side that ATK decided to elect for Dust 2, as they are starting off on this T side and immediately starting off with a bit of a pause. As hopefully this doesn't last too long here, but you know, the pistol round tactical timeout. Just gonna be throwing in the grand battle plan. All right, missed them. You're gonna go down lower tunnels. Then you're gonna go to Cat. Then you're gonna drop into this, then you're gonna drop into CT. Everyone goes out long, goes up Cat, then goes down to lower, then goes to B.
I actually have no idea where this camp path is.
Oh, you don't know? This is in CT spawn.
G spawn?
It's just in CT spawn. Like underneath, you know how there's like a gate behind the CTs. I think it's gonna pan over it too. I really hope it pans over to CT side so I can show you I have incredible Dust 2 map knowledge. But there's like a gate behind the CTs, like when you start off underneath.
I don't know if the timeout was long enough.
I think the camp path is actually
close.
Ending.
Okay, yeah, there it is. There's the end of it.
It's the end of the camp path. We never get. But it's the gate behind the CTs. All right, I have incredible map knowledge about Dust 2. And all right, it's not going to be Mistum going up Cat down CT. It's going to be everyone out long here for ATK as they are running it out. A double setup towards Gar, though, Cole. One of them peeks up. If he gets a kill, it would be great. But no, Carson hits the dirt. Jazz Pimp, though. Is he going to be checked? He is. He still has the headshot on a Modem. Incredible shots being hit by Jazz, but it's only for 1. George, though, gap in the smoke. Chances as they try to cross over, but the bomb has made it, and that's what's important. He'll get that plant up and running unless a jump shot gets hit by George, but instead, he'll hit the headshot onto Fady, bringing it back down to a 2v3. J-Dubs pressured from Cat. George looking for another. Can't hit the shots, though, unfortunately, and Mistum's going to lock in the pistol for ATK.
That's a painful one right there. That's pretty quick and easy for ATK. They're able to deal with that double carb move from the Gladiators as well, which is a sick idea, right? Just doesn't come into full fruition as they were just so wise to check that. They even had the flash setups to try and help out Jazz Pimp. Just not enough in the tank to close that one down. And pretty comforting start here for ATK heading into potentially their map pick. I believe you are right. Spam down, went through doors here. The nade stacks towards the top of mid. Chuck and J-Dubs down a notch and certainly keeping them at bay from trying to move up catwalk.
So they're going to begin a slow walk forward. Now for at least ATK coming up long. Carson is not smoked out, though. He is playing right in front of it. A tag on a Modem or J-Dubs would result in a kill or an extra one found on a Bowden. They are wounded. Coming up to the pistols. Another tag landed. Systematic right now as Cynic will finally finish the job on the 1. But traded out. The bomb getting planted for long. Going for these jump spots. Gonna reconsider that plant spot pretty quickly. And just waiting for the repeats to come on through. Okay.
What?
Carson's hit the jump spot. And now, with the bomb on the ground, they have to try and recross back over, with a lot of these players being on half HP, but Bowden will at least be able to drop down Carson. Jumping up, Modem waiting behind the smoke, but Fady has also arrived to the scene to take down George, and just leaving Cynic on this scout, far away from this action.
That bomb has been attempted to be planted by so many different for an ATK members. Finally, the numbers do get punched in. Cynic is going to try and retake this one, spotting out the initial head. Modem's going to hit the dirt, and Fade's one tap away from closing this one out.
Yeah, it has to be such a fast shot from Cynic. It has to be instant. Jump spot in, though. Spots out Fady, trying to hit it. Again, Fady's 39 HP. It has to be a massive flick. It almost is there for Cynic. But Fady will be able to land in the shots. It gets dangerous, but it's 2-0 ATK.
A really important closer right there, able to pull off the clutch for Modem. This is the wall bang right there. Oh, we actually missed it. All right. No big deal. But they don't go for the follow-up force. You know, old days, Gladiators, I think they would have repurchased here and tried to consistently get those force buy damage done. This time they are going to go for an eco and try and get that third round buyout, knowing that they've done so much damage. A fast movement up cap. Modem looking to farm up some eeks and does exactly that as he kicks off proceedings.
He's going to be able to rattle off one onto Rizu. There's a couple dinks being landed in there from Carson, but no issue. Mistum's going to be following that one up. There is, of course, a 1 Deke, because that's what Gaming Gladiators do. If they buy Dekes, they will hit at least one with them. Maybe a second founded from Jazz Pimp, but I think that is all this round has to offer right now is ATK get the 3-0 start. Hold on.
Ooh.
Do they want to get wacky with this one? I don't think so. They're getting closed in as well by Bowden, who would love to pocket some $1,200. George is just next in line, and Jazz is popped on up. Bowden Master just runs through him, gets the 1,200 and gets a third.
Yeah, that's some lovely stuff right now. Through from ATK. This is kind of a bonus, although they have a lot of AKs. Now we'll see if Bowden wants to upgrade onto the AWP. His teammate did elect into an AK, but he'll hold on to his trusty MAC-10. Doesn't have any sort of spawns, so he won't be first in the early stages of any sort of rounds. But a timeout called, I think, for Gladiators here to try and maybe figure out their gun rounds here. They need to get the ball moving. Again, pretty slow on Ancient. That was a 16-6 result, if you remember. ATK just continuing throughout this bracket to be a force to be reckoned with. They have really proven themselves time and time again.
They are a scary team, and they're a very pedigree team at that. A lot of teams in North America, I think those don't have the discipline to the degree that ATK work with. A lot of, well, first of all, you're working with such, I guess, principal players such as Bowden Master. You had Truth in your lineup as well, who have been grinding out in EU Tier 2 for the longest period of time and now kind of getting to realize that potential here in North America. You have two solid South Africans in Mistum and Fady. And Modem, honestly, is probably one of the best North American players a team could pick up in this day and age. So, honestly, ATK are working with some great pieces for their lineup.
Doubt about it.
Gonna take away one of those.
It's definitely a heavy hitter dropped as well. Fady's been really consistent on finding some of the opening picks, and that's going to take down a second prong of approach through the mollies. Are forced to go. Cynic's able to pop another off as well. Rizu's going to shut things down. It's finally J-Dubs to fill the feed, but only one kill answered back just isn't enough. Missed him. Looking to hold steady with the op from Cynic. Finishes the job, and the Gladiators off to a pretty hot start dealing with the attempt at the B-rush.
Yeah, they lose a player towards top middle, and that kind of prompts ATK to say, well, darn, we can't really rotate in from long. They have ops just dominating middle. And so they try to avoid the middleman, but they were walking into a two-man B setup, and then Cynic came in rotation and made it all good. Right now, Bowden, op out, almost hits the shot, very close, but no cigar found. And so we'll slink away, still holding on to no blood drawn yet.
Not just yet, but Bowden's still hungry to try and find an opener, right? He's quickly repositioned in towards a common peaked angle from a mid-op. Xbox smoke thrown in just in time. OHE touching down right onto Bowden and Modem's head right there. Oh, follow-up. And Bowden doesn't even get a chance to pop a shot off while seeing he'll be eating 2 AGs.
He just gets knocked up the side of the head, but okay. Out to long, surprise. Gladiators have been ran over, turn the roadkill. And Cynic hunting at all Rizu as well. That is information, though, for ATK. That is 2 players in towards middle. They are going to begin their move up towards long and rapidly. Now, as J-Dubs and Fady looking to make the cross, there is a gap in that, though, and there's an op, and there's Carson to open up. Fady looking to grab another at the moment. gonna plant in the bomb. Going for some jump shots, and it doesn't. Some tags landed. Oh, Fady with a quick headshot to one of Rizu. Looking to turn it around. Oh, so close. But Carson probably had him locked in either way. So at that, Gaming Gladiators will be able to lock in and bring in a defuse. Probably put ATK down to that eco.
A nice 2 rounds strung together to do so, right? I think if he could have found that extra kill, that would have done a lot to force a bunch of repurchases. Couple that with the bomb plant would have been huge. Nonetheless, you hit that magic number of 3 kills in a gun round, and you're still going to apply some pressure to the CT side. They're still deciding on how to buy up here. As the round has already begun, you got to really make your decision, and that actually makes him late to this long hold.
Oh, that and things get into. Oh my gosh, Carson is just diving headfirst into this execute, and he's gonna get 2 anyway. 3, Carson! Unbelievable. In the way that he does it. Right now, he's being watched though. Missed him.
No.
He pulls up the UFP and just hits the headshot either way. Oh, you know there's gonna be some trash talk in the chat after that. Carson just runs through him with 4. He was looking for the ace. Bowden's gonna take it away from him, but dude, that's a Gaming Gladiators round.
Yeah, I mean, at least Bowden's able to redeem that missed kill there from Mistum, right? But this is a sick play right now from Carson, man. So aggressive.
What?
2 underhand flash, not just 1. He doubles down on the flashes. Last adjustment right there on the bottom is clean, and then here's where it all goes wrong, man. Missed him.
Missed him this entire time is just looking at him, boring into it. He's like, hi, hello.
There it is.
My gosh. And well, all right, finally removed. It's Carson getting aggressive yet again towards long. Can't get away with the same tricks. Now going for the boost up at least to get Cynic on a deep angle and actually find Modem. Jazz also getting interested. Cynic's fallen. Jazz has to put up a huge hold, and Fady will just run him down. Missed him now watching the flank. Has almost 2 on his plate, but Rizu will put him in the dirt. 2v3. The mollies come through though, Cole, and they have to wait these ones out as the bomb gets planted.
Great mollies right there from the T side, but there's a molly in Rizu's hands. Could be thrown in towards sight. You got a couple of smokes to lurk out the catwalk here, and a couple of players left to deal with as well.
It's a little one-ways that they have to deal with. But Fady's in spawn, dude. Are they ready for him? It seems they are, but he still hits the headshot either way. And Bowden will drop Rizu right after. An ATK immediately on the rebound.
It's a really good crosshair placement from Fady, right? I mean, his crosshair was perfectly positioned on that head, beacon forward past the smoke. That's lovely stuff. Again, it's a pretty scary Fady that you got going on here in the early stages of Dust 2 at an extremely effective opener. He's got the op in his hands right now. Can't time the shot quite. So it will be long control maintained here from the Gladiators. And it's really important that they actually have that, right? Because they've spent so much resources in the early stages trying to gather that control, but they might just delay it. They're going to re-pop in.
Oh, but there's still 2 players here for Gladiators. But Carson again towards long. Brings another double kill home. He will be dropped through the smoke by Modem. But the reaction here from ATK?
Very swift. They're going to start to make a move in towards the mid to B. If they commit to it, it's going to be really ideal, but instead they're going to reroute up towards the catwalk, and they have a lot to deal with. Cynic, first of all.
Oh, he even gets tagged. Bowden almost hit the shot there, but he was through the box, and so Cynic survives. Rizu, spot the player going into CT spawn. He'll get both of them towards the end of it. Gaming Gladiators with yet another.
Important closer right there, and again, Carson with a big multi-kill towards long. Seems like they're feeding him quite a bit, and he's just able to get himself into positions unexpected to these ATK members as they look for a couple of risks right there, and they don't pan out. Fady's got a hero rifle in this one, though. So I like to see it right now, because again, he's feeling pretty hot in the server right now. Hasn't been missing too much.
And so the pots and pans for ATK through the mid doors. They funnel on through. Cynic is kind of pinned in an odd position, but this round is gearing up to be good. There are 2 players on this B site just to churn through these pistols. Mistum's recovered himself an AK-47, but I don't think there's much to be had here. For ATK, maybe some extra damage for Mistum, but being armorless, that's even a challenge.
Waiting. Slowly but surely.
Okay.
Ooh, Mistum is going to drop one. It's a little bit of economic damage towards the tail end, but how much else can he find, right? Because if you want to find a little bit more than just a singular kill.
Wait, he's going around the world for this one. If Jazz overextends, he'll be fuming just a bit. Oh, he's making noise, though. He's run. Oh, hello. Greetings from South Africa. Missed him as he's just got another one tap. Now, the bomb is so far away that with 40 seconds, he doesn't have a chance in this round. But, you know, the cool one taps, I'll take a few more of those. Give me those.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to win it. He needs to drop, you know, an extra gun here, and he can be in good positions. He can set his team up for success. They're actually missing a couple of shots right now. They've honed in on him, but again, he's getting more and more chances to take these fights. He's going for a headshot angle as well, necessary without the armor.
System is feeling dangerous. 15 seconds. He's going to need to start moving. I mean, he could save the AK theoretically. Not just theoretically. I mean, genuinely, he can. He has enough money to buy armor, but he's going to go in for the swing either way. And George is just ready and waiting for him. Gaming Gladiators are still back on their feet despite losing the pistol. They now have a lead.
They're looking tidy on their CT sides right now in terms of the gun rounds and the rifle rounds that they've been gathering, only dropping one of those so far. So they can continue that level of success. They should be in good standing. Again, with the point flip towards long, a lot of utility being thrown out early. As well to separate these T's, but look who's blinded up. Carson's still alive somehow and delivering massive damage through the smoke.
He's looking to continually go, but instead it's Rizzu to find the double from Pit, and then ATK are sent reeling yet again.
Denied access. I mean, they just cannot gather this long control. Carson and Rizzu have been an absolutely deadly force, and if you just consider that Gaming Gladiators are sending so much presence here in the early stages anyways, it feels near impossible that they can have any of this control. Cynic's going to go down low, but mid's going to be held off by Carson.
No, Carson, he wants to push through it again. Dude,
have a flash.
He has no limits. He has no bounds. I mean, he's the type of guy to run dry through a smoke is honestly the deal here. But missed him. Oh, this is smart from ATK. They have a 2-for-1, and oh, they get the entry. A clean one on a George. Missed him can cut all these rotates, though. They're going to be expecting him to be playing out towards this mid side, however. And he gets found unbelievably. His legs show through, and Carson will be able to find him. They're going to try and assemble a boost,
for this boost.
The boost, though. They jump up. When? Oh, he's been spotted. No way. They have to break this down. They're going to hold it in. Oh, man. This is going to be catastrophe as he falls to the floor. The totem pole gets unraveled. And the Gaming Gladiators will get themselves a B retake.
Yeah, I mean, even if you didn't get spotted right there, right, you're going to be in for a world of hurt if the player below you gets taken down. You're just going to fall to your death, essentially. But lovely little round there in terms of the long hold. Good to see this from POV of Carson. That's an easy pickup. Thank you very much. And again, I mean, are they going to continue to attempt this long control? They're getting denied access every single time. They struggle to work up Catwalk in the early stages as well. Modem down to 27 HP off the utility alone.
To make their run up towards Cat, the Tech 9s are going to be wheeled out for this. Maybe to try to get a little Cat XU going. Jump in towards CT spawn. Options available for ATK, but as I take a bunch of nade damage, maybe not. Bottom's going to jump into CT spawn anyways. He might have died of fall damage there. So maybe best that Jazz took him down. Missed him, though. Will find himself a headshot. And a couple dinks found on a Jazz pim. And they turn the Tech 9s into a bomb plant and a couple of rifles right now. But they're running back into George. And George can bring it back for the Gaming Gladiators. He'll find himself too. And the rest remaining here for ATK is, it's looking bleak. As they run up towards CT spawn. Taps away. 1v2 now for Bowden on 11 points of health. It has to be instant headshots, and he's found another. It's only Cynic, and he's as an op, but oh, so close. Maybe if he stuck to the AK there, Cole, that could have worked. But Cynic hits the op shot, and Gaming Gladiators hold their foot on the gas pedal.
Yeah, old Deagle would have done the kill right there. There's no doubt about it. But unfortunately, he's rocking with a relatively new update, and they close that one out. A big one as well. That will continue their success. It denies ATK that chance to kind of resurge off of an eco, but it does do a lot of damage and force a lot of reinvestment. So there's some silver linings despite the loss. Cynic, this is a confident move to go up against Bodemaster and take a peek like that. He gets legged as well, down to 30. Not the end of the world. At least you don't get taken down early.
Oh, but they're out long as well, and Fady has found the initial onto Jazz. Carson's gonna reassume the position, but he's ready for it too, and Carson's on 3 HP. There's an HE on Bowden that could be lobbed down here, but okay. Fady's going for the fences, it seems. In fact, because that's why they're going for the fences, because they're already up cat. Fady can afford to go for plays like that because he's just drawing the attention away. The trades come through. Another one, a 1-for-1, and Paul missed him.
Man.
He just one-tapped him from A site to pit. Completely unnecessary, unruly from Mistum. And then Modem just walks up and pops Rizu next in line. And ATK, well, that's a statement of a round.
Yeah, very much so right there. Again, there's a little bit of pressure on that economy as well. You're going to see an op and purge just up from Cynic. Jasmine certainly low. Carson and George the same here. So you're dealing with a little bit of a rough buy, given the damage done off that eco. So you're still in good standing if you half of things, but Cynic looking to deny as he's going to open up proceedings and consistently holding down that long control.
Cynic finds that initial. They will try to react down. They're already out mid doors, in fact. Rizu, though, holding a big time off angle. Oh, but Bowden just walks completely ready for the peak. Of course he is. And now they're going to start a B split where George is just alone, afraid, and on an MP9 and doesn't have a head anymore either. Fady with the immediate entry. And I think this is geared up just to be a straight save.
Yeah, very valuable save at least, right? For the Gladiators, this is the only option they have left. You're not retaking in a 3v4. Sure, you have plenty of utility, but this has to be the call that they make, and it is. But what a phenomenal round. I mean, I feel like, again, that's the sort of value Bowden can offer to this roster. Those sort of picks, you don't see all that often, right? That's an easy shot to miss, an easy angle to overlook, right? Because it's such an off angle. But Bowden is so sharp, so fast on the reaction. It's good to find that opening kill.
So they'll tuck away, but it's the setup there from ATK that allows Bowden to do that. They're all watching in towards CT spawn, and since they are, Bowden doesn't have to check right or left. He just needs to focus left, and immediately will just walk in, and Rizu, even though he's on a cool off angle, can't beat an op on the peak, man. It is difficult to best Bowden. I will say that. That's why they got him.
With his weight in gold. Making that gun look so clean. He has a good long spawn here that's going to make things really tricky. Great molly. They're going to actually wait it out as well. He's going to go for a re-peek. It's a perfect one-way for him. Well thrown in. He knows he...
No. Oh, he knows the player. Oh, maybe he doesn't. Second guessing himself, Bowden. Trying to look right, look left. But in the meantime, they're holding the setup in place at long, so that just allows them to sprint up cat. These reactions from ATK in the 4-on-5 have gotten them sight after sight. But George, wielding Bowden's AWP, will help out. The riflers are doing some stick damage too, but Modem can't quite find the kill. It's Jazz instead. And now Fady without an explosive device. Really making this round hard. And there's an op watching for him too. It does not connect on the mark though, and maybe Fady can nab himself the bomb and give himself a chance in a clutch. He'll pick it up. Maybe he's going to need to back away. Or maybe go forward. He's forced the op off the line. Giving himself a chance for a plant. He'll fake instead and go for the peak. Down to 6 HP though now, Cole. And then George at long range will find his shoulder. So Gaming Gladiators back on their feet, but Fady keeps making it look doable, man.
Yeah, that was a very close one. If he could have found the quick enough kills right there. Maybe he could have put that one across the line, but not meant to be in the Gladiators. Probably want a little bit of a closer half. I mean, Dragon Dust 2 here with the new changes. We haven't seen too much exploitation come through from the Gladiators in that lower 10th position, but Cynic kicking things off again with the right way. And they're looking to deny this control towards long. Fady's been such an effective opener, but so far given no chance.
And then, yeah, Carson sees his opportunity to run through a smoke, and he's going to get the double kill. And the round has been stopped in its absolute tracks. It's just Modem in a 1v5 right now, and safe to say it, 9-6 half for the Gaming Gladiators. Considering they didn't win the pistol, this is a dream scenario. Autumn, all right, he'll find the headshot on the Virtue, a crosshair placement, and get a double kill. 11 or a minute and 11 seconds to work with. Now approaching that minute mark. Has a smoke for a cross. No one's actually on the site. And George is the one holding the cross. He'll lob a flash across, but it doesn't blind George enough. So he will fall. The clutch goes into thin air. We'll forget about it. And it's 9-6 for Gaming Gladiators.
Solid half put together. You have to be happy with it, right? You're walking in with a pretty healthy lead. But again, you're going to be hopping into the CT side here. You have to deal with Bowden. That's not going to be fun. If he gets that up out early, this closer for Gladiators isn't going to be easy. ATK picked into this map for a reason. They'll hop into that second half feeling nice and comfortable. The issue is, can they get an early start? Because we've seen that economy be a consistent issue.
All right, let's see it. Up to Cat they go. Jazz Pimp leading the charge. All these footsteps have been heard, and Fady is in towards the lower dark tunnels. He's just nabbed one. Now for the rest of the execute, though, this is what matters. They're all out gathered towards long, 3 players, but they will actually have to allow access to the site, but not before Bowden has something to say. Will grab George and missed him on dual Berettas, looking to send himself up this A ramp, but just sent packing by Jazz Pimp. J-Dubs as well. The gushes, the headshots are landing, and then J-Dubs, and that wasn't even Modem, that was J-Dubs so fast on it. And Bowden too, to make a pistol, a second one for ATK.
Yeah, I can't believe they were able to close that one out. Jaspimp was really quick with the headshots. They had the bomb site control. But then I saw one walk out towards the middle. I was a little bit questioning that play, right? Because you really need to walk up catwalk, I feel like, in that sort of situation. You can actually save the day. You can play off the bomb right there, but instead he goes out towards mid. It's Delta. Lovely headshot. So maybe some small mistakes in the micro there from the Gladiators, but they can bounce back with the force buy, of course. No harm, no foul if they can close out this round. And it's not going to be an easy whatsoever. Moving up catwalk, and that's exactly why. A lovely entry from Carson.
He's even thrown to the floor. Fady, though, will clean up another. So while the entry is great from Carson, the response is better from ATK. Rolling back along here.
It's 2 for 1 there. Keeping things in good standing.
Oh, he's playing the off angle out in the open. Spots 2 players on the bomb. That will activate Fady yet again, but being so low, probably not his battle to fight. Cynic is lurking out. Oh, that's going to call him back, Cole, but I think Fady has actually heard this.
They're already out. B? I mean, he's going to flank out onto one of those players.
Oh, but missed him. Gets a surprise. Goes in for the
it comes down to Mr. closing this kill out.
Oh, no. This round is... We are in weird territory. This is really weird territory. Oh, Fady's being watched for. Cynic's heard this. Cynic's watching for it. That's as disgusting as that is. There's a second player in towards lower, though, that they have to be aware of, and the bomb is... That's the bomb last in line right now. Oh, man. Bottom. If he just accelerates a couple steps forward. Ooh, that's the bomb. Now it's on the floor. 20 seconds remaining. And low HP on Jazz. Cynic is half HP, a headshot away.
See what he can gather here. Trying to move in the same position. I mean, he's known in this location. Jaspimp's very low in HP, but he takes that headshot angle.
Oh, but he hits the immediate headshot. Gonna switch mags, but no way you're ready for Cynic backside. He's tucked away behind the boxes. Bottom is gonna have to hit the flick of a lifetime. And Cynic is just playing it slow. Bottom has no idea. Cynic just needs to pop out, and he's won the round. Bottom has no clue. Cynic is just going to be able to land the double dinks and nail in the force buy victory for the Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there with the swift answer back. Any sort of pistol round mistakes, they don't really come into full effect right there. Now you're going to be in the driver's seat on this T side very early on. Again, you've got one of those win conditions on the T side of Dust 2 of keeping Bowden off the AWP as well. So it's promising signs as they look to convert off of the force of ATK's own and no escape. Oh, for Bowden, he cannot make it past the corner.
So Carson will find that opener. Smoke should be going across. They're going to boost up the Deagle of J-Dubs. Trying to find something, a couple no-scopes, but no connections. It's got to be J-Dubs on the site. He does actually find one, but maybe those bullets on those Deagles running low. Still no-scopes finding their way in for Fady. And now considering the boost, it's the only way they could possibly win the round. But then Gaming Gladiators, they understand the possibility. Run them down, and now 11-7.
Able to deal with that pretty swiftly right there. Not a lot of damage being done with the pistols and scouts. Now up to 12 most likely for the Gladiators. I mean, only USPs in this round, right? So they shouldn't be getting anything done. You couple that with the fact that Bone's actually forced in that last one quite heavily. And again, I mean, the op presence isn't going to be coming out here. Dust 2 is such an important factor, and he's going to be kept off it for a little while.
Dude, I'm just saying, the bomb's in spawn right now. If Jazz is getting hunted, he'll get away, though. Should get away. Yeah, they're not in hot enough pursuit. He'll throw a smoke just to cover his tracks, and... All right, the round goes as God intended, thankfully. I mean, Modern will be able to walk away with an M4, I guess, but other than that, nothing too spicy. Ow! Wait! Ow! Whoa, what the... Cynic just walks out long, receives a quick double dink for himself. That works out, I guess. That. I mean, Mac 10, it's okay. It's a gun. Something.
It's an extra $600 that's really crucial, I think, more so than the actual saving of the gun, right? If he can find a couple of kills, maybe he can get onto the AWP. But he has to go a little more aggressive here. Also doesn't have armor, so those frags are going to be really tricky. But Modem's going to steal them all anyways.
Economic damage in this situation is actually massive. Believe it or not. Bomb will go up in smoke, and Carson will survive it, but I mean, the coffers dwindle a bit for the Gaming Gladiators.
Dealt a couple of critical blows right there. But yeah, the op won't be being brought out just yet for ATK. They don't have that to hold on to. They're going to try and stack a lot of presence here towards long. Early utility being thrown out here, and it will keep the likes of Carson at bay for now.
We're just going for a bit of the spots. We've been seeing a lot of very intense, fast-paced gameplay from the Gladiators. Admittedly, they have the individuals to get such incredible fast openers to do it. Setting their sights on towards this mid-B area, though, Cole. That's a nade. That is like, nade. Dude, we've seen some of the most unfortunate nade bounces this series. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, we have it. It's been really weird. Ancient's just a weird map in general for nades, but nonetheless, this is going to be a actually a good time. Actually, Bone just giving up that angle. I imagine he's a little less comfortable holding a commitment there, as he doesn't have that AWP, doesn't have that one shot wonder of a weapon to keep that ground. So forced to concede it relatively early on. You couple that with the fact that you don't have too much presence here on the A bomb site, and this catwalk take that's coming through from the Gladiators could be very lethal.
Bodemaster without an op. Is it a snake without its fangs? Honestly, he can't deal the damage. He's going to play within the smoke. So, yeah, all these flashes go through, and they're going to run right into Bodemaster, who gets himself a triple kill. Bowden has just done it and has stopped them cold.
The fangs are still sharp. No matter what gun he has, man, he still does the damage. He's even repositioned. He wants a 4K, and he has the headshot able to find it. Look at that. His reward in AWP at the end of the round after just shutting things down, single-handedly denying that catwalk take right there. And ATK able to resurge once they get the rifles back.
He plays in front of the execute, folks, and that's just principle right there. Stands in front of the tidal wave and just receives it all, and even sends it back the other way. Bodemaster doing it.
It's a really sick round right there. I mean, that has to be a confidence builder. A clean one for ATK to get the ball moving here on the CT side after the pistol following being lost. Boden's ready with the op, though, again. Looking to pick things off, and he will start it. He will continue his success on the CT side.
Dude, he's putting it together right now. Trying to bait some shots here. Gonna mobilize himself through the smoke. In fact, play in front of it, and they'll get themselves the second. Flash goes a little awry. No deal. No issue here for Bowden. He is happy. He's in his home towards Car. He almost hits the shot. But Jazz will hit the headshot right back. But still, I think he's done the damage necessary.
They're starting to scale up here as a unit, not making any noise either, which is a good sign here, but so much presence is stacked already and watching this cross.
They're going to dry swing this, I think, Cole. They're not throwing any smokes, and they win the fight. They get the double. It's the right play at the right time. And oh, the molly even onto Modem right now. He is under
molly.
pressure. Smoke will be utilized to extinguish it. Trying to provide some extra escort here for Modem to get out of dodge and maybe fight for this retake. Potentially. Maybe the 2 from Bowden wasn't enough to bring this round together. Modem and Fady are going to move in tandem, one high, one low, and Fady and Modem will both find their success, and now Fady comes in with a double. And the retake is in for ATK.
It's a really tricky round to win right there, but they make it look easy on the retake. Again, this dynamic duo of Modem and Fady on the rifles are pulling impossible rounds back for ATK and proving that Bowden's opening picks right there were enough, right? Because that was a 3v5 come a 2v3, but the turnaround was swift from the Gladiators, but the closing was even better from Modem and Fady.
And what for the Gaming Gladiators, it's a mixed buy, that's for sure. Carson fully invested into this one. I mean, he's been capable. Honestly, I think he has been good for the multi-frag, but that was the CT side. That was like a different era, honestly, of this game. Because I feel like ATK, there is definitely something good flowing right now.
Some really good coordination in some of those rounds, right? I mean, it's super sick to see, and Bowden is just never shying away from an opening duel. This time he's at mid and he finds it.
All reliable. He's one of the highest CT-sided rated players in the world, like across all levels of Counter-Strike. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, he averages a 1.3 CT side rating. So this guy has wings when it comes to this part of the game.
I think it's just his positioning. It seems so effective here. Fady's going to allow him to walk right into the rifles.
Jesus.
Looking for a little bit of spoils here as his teammate close by. Modem wants some lovely little ecos and might find it on a Cynic, but this could be a flawless one from ATK. Not only that, but putting them on double digits. And again, the CT side, I mean, just the fact that Bowden's so comfortable in this half makes matters even worse.
Still a 2-round buffer for the Gladiators to find their footing, but when players are popping off like this, what a flick onto the first, and the next is just systematic. These are frags just fresh off the press. For Fady, a 4-man long opening. It is going to, the round's going to start and end here, Cole, as it is a brawl. Everyone is out the door. Smokes just covering every angle, but George will be able to slip in at least one, but the smoke spam finally arrives. And Modem, two for him. Fady as well has just stomped out the Gladiators, and Jazz just walks into Bowden's off. It was gonna start nor end there, Cole, and sure it did.
Yeah, went for a risky move in that long attack, right? And it seemed like ATK were so well prepped for that move. They got punished swiftly right there, and now look at this. We're one off the tie, ATK. Pulling things back. It's a Tech 9 buy to keep them off that mark, right? But in Tech 9 Rush Bs, I will say they're pretty lethal. They're actually detouring into her lower. Fady's going to meet him.
Fires off a couple shots to slink away. He's threatening mid to B. They do get catwalk control. I mean, they haven't been completely shut out of the round, but you got step 1 complete. There are like 2 or 3 more waiting.
You got a little bit of space. You haven't been picked off by Bowden's up, so that's a good sign. But Fady's going to spam one straight through the smoke. But he gets punished here, and maybe that's some ground. That's the only other B player here. It's going to be on the shoulders of Mistum.
He has some counter utility as well, and he only needs to focus on towards this ace. Oh, but Modem pushes the smoke. Mistum doesn't even need to do a thing, buddy. His teammates have got his back. And Carson is in a 1v3 without a bomb, and there ain't much hope to go with it.
Maybe Mistum could finally get a chance as the B anchor, right? He just got robbed of all his ecos as they were going to just funnel out through window. Now he gets a chance onto Carson, right, to get one singular eco. We'll see if he can find it. He's got the right angle. Nicely done. He does get his. Spread of the wealth. And ATK tying things up on the CT side and really making a good string of things. That's now 5 in a row.
dude, this game has snowballed. I mean, for Bowden, Fady especially, even Modem taking the aggressive CT fights and taking them. He's bringing out the last bastion of A4 users as well. As of late, he's been a proponent of the 30 round magazine.
One of the commendations I've heard about Modem is that he, and this is important, is that he's a really good eco fragger, right? He knows how to deal with the pistols. He knows how to deal with those rushes.
Yes.
And I know it sounds like it's a bagging on him, right? But it might be something that is needed on an indie roster. Someone that can just kind of hunt things down, keep things in good standing, right? Because if he didn't make that smoke push play and Mistim gets taken down right there on B, that's probably going to be a converted round for the Gladiators. So he's the one to make those heroic plays, and it's lovely stuff. ATK needing some of that. And now they're in good positions to get a lead right now.
With 5 rounds in a row. And I don't think this has been stopped. Honestly, J-Dubs has been just such a spectator to all this as well. He's just been letting, like, you know what, guys? You guys frag right on it. He hasn't been making any mistakes, so I can't blame him.
Yeah.
Act along here for Gaming Gladiators, but it's a different setup for ATK. They are not fighting for it, so... All right, Gaming Gladiators are actually playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah, for now, at least. Interesting is that Fady is going to push up towards middle. I think he's been scared off, though. A couple of pop shots from Cynic on the jiggle, and that'll be enough to deter them. But the issue is all the resources here spent from the Gladiators to gather that early long positioning. Sure, you got Carson in pit. That's a good sign, but it's going to be a single-pronged approach for this attempt at the A bomb site, and that never really bodes well, it seems.
You also have Bowden cutting off top middle. So this allows the resources for ATK to be pretty decently concentrated in towards this A site and towards the long play. If they can just snag a 2-for-1, and they'll evidently be happy. But now that that molly comes in towards car and nothing has been seen towards middle or upper dark tunnels, every second that the Gaming Gladiators wait, there's going to be extra rotates coming on through. But the smokes will go in, and the execute begins now. Molly's deployed. J-Dubs, Modem, and Bowden. Mistim 2 will open up. What about Bowden for Gandalf? He swings out and finds Rizu. Carson to run up onto the site, but Bowden is still up here and running. Brought back into play. Mistim with another kill through the smoke. And Carson trying to make inroads, but it is Bowden all the way. ATK 6 rounds in a row.
Lovely stuff right there. You couldn't have asked for a better red round right there from ATK, right? I mean, as soon as that molly pops off, I was looking at the minimap, and you see Fady start to aggress in the underpass. He spots out absolutely nothing, and they stack over a 4th player towards that A bomb site. They just wait things out, and the Gladiators have to deal with not only cross smokes, but molly, spam, all the likes from 4 different players. There's no getting past that line. They couple that with Bowden's op as well. You're impossible. Again, Fady has a backup here as well. Fady's going to start things off. The double op is looking wonderful for ATK, and a 5v3 instantly.
It's 1 hammer to the anvil, 2 hammers to the anvil. And they're gone. Fady. Oh, don't toy with this op, George. Does bait out the shot, so George is going to sneak on through. Oh, and there is a timing. There is a world. Modem is running down towards CT again, though. George could overstep his mark. Modem's going to go for the crouch swing, though. The little crab walk slide, and Modem's going to find George. More players out towards middle as well. Carson, molly in towards CT, trying to find Modem, but dude, this guy's just too elusive.
Just can't seem to trade him out, right? And they've just lost a lot of HP on now the Carson, which was one of those extra prongs. A 1-on-5 to deal with here. And it's 14 locked in for ATK. I mean, a 2-0 victory over the Gladiators would be massive. We're talking about a spot in Europe. Bowden gets to return on home to play out the Blast Showdown. That would be absolutely sick.
Giving themselves chances. Play it rolling on out here. Get some good looks at Mistim. He's had a quiet, nomadic life here on the B site throughout this. It has been action just everywhere else, and
he's been playing in that same spot for so long as well. He just hasn't gotten much action. Oh,
Okay, finally something. And Fady playing a dangerous game right now. Inside a smoke with an AWP. He's gonna jump up top and okay, yeah, he'll get picked off. Thankfully getting punished. Fady going for the mad play. Oh, and finally, the end of his nomadic journeys here. Mistem will finally have an opportunity to frag out. He needs it though, but he gets pulverized by Jazz on the spot. 2 on 4. ATK more likely to save than not.
Yeah, again, B-side retake's probably not happening, right? So this is most likely going to be a safe call. A couple ops that you could potentially find, depending. Bottom's hanging around where those ops were lying in. And Gladiators, they keep ATK off a serious point. I think that's really critical. You know, the comfort, the sigh of relief that you can have in their camp has to be pretty immense. Actually, I've just noticed max money for Bowden.
Yeah.
Right? Don't even need to save the op. You don't need to take that risk.
I mean, they could have thrown themselves at the situation if they wanted to for the extra confidence. But you know what? They're going to have money to ride out regulation here, Cole. I think the biggest part are the rounds. This rate. So the B site will go up in smoke, but what's next for the game in Gladiators? Finally breaking a streak of 7 rounds rather.
That's a huge reliever. Again, they're keeping them off of that series point line where ATK could have really just comforted and coasted on forward into grand finals. To get that spot in Europe here. Aggression from Bowden. He doesn't seem to be deterred. He's just already in the upper tons.
Dude, you know, find Cynic as well. And that's completely one part of the map locked out. They haven't gone for fast long control either. They're going to try and reaggress, but they're walking into a double setup, Cole. There's one close tucked in, and there's one in towards pit. That pit guy can just wave a flag, and look at this from bottom. The A4 trying to open up, but the double entry comes through anyways. Saved are the Gladiators in this one. The op from Fady being wheeled out, trying to fire something off. The nade, it could be good. It almost finds Jazz, but not enough. 6 HP, the margin. The bomb will be lobbed across. Will be snagged on up. Are they going to try for a boost? Oh, the nade! The bomb's on the ground right now, Cole. These smokes are going to start fading.
It's a little extra time being brought as well. Quick reposition towards long. Oh, Fady gets close through the smoke. But you're going to see Bowden reposition here. George has to deal with it.
Oh, no, but the shot doesn't hit! How close was that, Cole? Now 1v2 for Fady, but he has an op. It's so difficult. He hits the shot anyways! No. No way.
Is a smoke?
Is it not planned? It's not planted for him proper. The smoke on the bomb. Flash out. Defuse coming in. Can George hit the shot? Fady's got the whole darn thing. A 1v2 with the weapon. That with the op, it should never be possible, but instead it's series point for ATK.
That is absolutely heartbreaking right there. I can't believe my eyes. A 2-on-1 op retake with the crossfire of ramp and long. Man, he's able to slip that gap, and Fady continues to be a force for this roster, man. A South African special gets the job done, but Bowden has been bested again.
He's gone cold, but ZA is up in arms trying to reel this round back in. To reel the game in for ATK, Modem will go 1 for 1 towards top middle. And Fady can't find anything on the secondary. Has to turn his eyes back towards the A site. He could make his way out to Gandalf, and he'll find Carson. Another op special here for Fady. A tag landed onto Jazz, and now he'll bring out the pistol for the job and do it too. He needs a 1v1 to close the map to give ATK to bring it for a ZA special. Fady's watching the cross too. He gets it through the doors and ends it on the spot. ATK take the series 2 zip off the back of Fady, putting it all together.
Oh my god, that's 2 heroic rounds from Fady to close things down. How absolutely special it was that he's the one to solidify their spot in the grand finals. That is exciting stuff, man. And again, you know, we've been hyping up Fady for the longest of times as a player that has just consistently shown improvement in form. He's really shown it right there. In high pressure scenarios, when we could have seen a clawback from the Gladiators, the guy gets 2 crazy rounds to keep them at bay and close out the entire series.
unbelievable. And for a guy who has just flown under the radar for so long since he's gotten here to North America, that's what ATK can bring to the table when they are in peak form. Fady putting on a show on Dust 2, and he closes down the series 2-zip in, wow, an exciting fashion. There's also plenty of other players to highlight. Bodenmaster was putting on his usual performance. He started going cold. That's when he got the call from his other teammates like, "We got you, bud." And there it was.
Yeah, I mean, Fady was able to just step up to the plate, no questions asked right there. He was able to give them the closer. Again, I mean, a couple of rounds where Boden got picked off first, and Fady was able to give that closing factor right there when Boden couldn't, and that has to be a real comforting and confidence building factor for Boden, and probably less pressure on his shoulders as an opera individually. So really exciting stuff again as ATK head into the grand finals.
The effort has to be mentioned though from Gaming Gladiators, because it just feels like the coin in some of those rounds just did not land in their favor. They didn't get the same amount of massive plays that they were getting from ATK. Team effort though, still, when you see some moments of individual brilliance, everyone else was holding their own when that comeback was going down to put on a monster of a CT side.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, again, exciting stuff. I feel like J-Dubs is on the roster right now, just kind of riding in, and he's doing great, right? He hasn't made too many mistakes overall, but again, I mean, he's just been a very effective piece as well. Exciting stuff again for the ATK roster as they solidify themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, and so they are one of their teams, so they get to take the rest of the day off, but it's still game time for another semifinal. But before that happens, we're going to take a break, send it to the Bearded Bros, Jackie and Davey, and they will go ahead, break this game down, and we will help set up that last semifinal of the day to decide our grand finalists. See you then.
Hey guys, I chose this highlight because it was recently a very important round for us, because it keep the chance and the dream to qualify for the major. So let's see the play.
É meio arrasto também.
Me winning 1v5 against Carpe Diem. Always good to win 1v5. And my nade saved my life. And don't have time for them. So that's it, guys.
And well, it might have been a quick 2-0 in some people's mind, but honestly, that series delivered in some respects that, honestly, it didn't feel like a quick, 2-0 ATK. Technically, on paper, it looked dominant, honestly, but Game Gladiators, they showed some fight on their exit in this event, but we see ATK make their way off to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, they had to close out against an ATK CT side, and that's just not something that a lot of teams in North America can do with Bowden being as effective as he is. And then on top of that, having a little bit of that X factor in Fady as well. So again, congratulations. I'm excited to see potentially ATK try and move forward. It'd be big if they were able to make it to a European event. I know that their coach in Spray talks a lot about trying to get over to Europe, and that would be a great way to kick it off with a nice Blast Showdown appearance.
Yeah, and oh, man, dude, all the rage goes to Fady, Modem, and Bowden for the CT side that they put together. So for ATK, yeah, I mean, they're gearing themselves up, hopefully, to make a trip overseas and to finally see this NA project go to fruition. Because what an investment ATK put into these group of guys. And with that being in mind, I mean, it is looking like it is paying off, at least with these individuals popping off in the way they are.
Yeah, just showing some constant improvement. I feel like a lot of people are hyping them up as well as they just continue to dominate throughout these mini events right now. And again, you got to give so much credit. Some of the individuals here. I mean, Fady 117 ADR. That's absolutely wild stuff from him. I mean, again, he kind of took that series into the palm of his hands towards the tail end, right? A couple of huge impact rounds from this guy throughout the entire series as well. Ancient, we get firmly reminded of his tap in this side of things. And I mean, it's just been so effective all throughout. You even remember that 4K pistol that he just lined up all of them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd be excited to see that from his perspective because, yeah, it probably was like a 4-bullet ace, honestly. He was a monster that just could not be dealt with on both maps in this series. I mean, just an unreal performance. On Ancient, he went 23 and 10 with 107 ADR. And then on Dust 2, he comes up with a pop-off performance with 117 ADR. He does it better somehow.
Kidding me?
Like, this guy was just rolling the entire series up.
2 maps, and both of them he has over 100. That's a bit wild right there. That's, I mean, unthinkable impact from a rifler. And not only that, I feel like he gets a lot of the opening picks. Now, we're seeing in really important moments he's left last alive, but in some of those rounds, he's very comfortable going for opening exchanges, and couple that with his clutch potential, and you just got such a star player going on right there. So we take a look at quite a KD.
No. Yeah, basically, we'll just call it a 2.0 KD rating across, I believe that might have been his CT side performance with 147 ADR. So, and 51 kills across the series is madness from this guy. So, I mean, he is someone who's been flying under the radar for ATK. Like, his rating in the last 3 months is a 1.05 rating. So you just took a look at the stats. Like, this guy is not that impressive, but in reality, in these recent months, he has been the engine for the ATK lineup.
A high impact player right there. I mean, that is just a crazy series from him overall. You got to give him so much credit. I mean, the amount of kills he got, if you consider the fact that Ancient was like a 16-6 as well, so there wasn't even many rounds being played in that. That is incredible stuff from him. So again, more hype going forward for ATK in the future, looking to take down some of the really tricky rosters that they have potentially in this kind of Brazilian brawl that we have coming up.
Yeah, and so, I mean, Team 1 versus Pain is looking to be on the horizon for our final semifinal of the day. So, I mean, taking a look at both of these teams, I think this has been a little rivalry ever since both of these teams have found their way in towards North America.
Yeah, it's been a rivalry, and it's also kind of a test to see which team is going to resurge faster, right? Because both teams have lost one of their heavy hitters and star players, right? So, who's going to get back into individual form first is the real question. And we can take a look at Pain and what they're working with right now, because while they have lost Safe, right, they've replaced him with quite an effective piece.
Yeah, taking a look at their lineup. Nithon has come out as a bit of people call him like safe at home, for those who understand the meme. But he's been slotted in very nicely for safe. There's still some, I think, the discipline is still missing from the experienced opera that safe was. Nithon is still such a young gun in the Brazilian scene, but he has flair. He definitely has the ability to replicate the safe numbers for this team. Combined with a very solid cast of riflers, they're always such a reliable squad to look out for.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, they never fail to impress right now. They're making a really good run of things. And I think in that kind of race to resurge between these two rosters of Team 1 and Pain, they're definitely winning out on that game in terms of the consistency that they're bringing to the table. We've seen a convincing run throughout their bracket, right, where they're able to go up 2-0, make it through the group stage. And, you know, if you do want to take a deeper look into Pain Gaming and how they're doing, I do have a little video for you. So make sure you all stay tuned.
My name is Gabriel. I'm also known as Nekis. I'm part of Pain Gaming since 2018, maybe.
My name is Vinicius. My game name is PKL and I am 27 years old.
Meu nome é Wesley, meu nick é Razão. Eu sou entry da PEN e eu jogo na PEN faz 3 anos.
Meu nome é Gabriel, meu nick é Niton. Eu acabei de entrar na PEN, eu jogo faz uns 5 anos.
And my name is Rodrigo, my nickname is Trigozeira.
My name is Henrique, I'm Rick, the coach, and I'm playing for like 20 years now, and I've been coaching for 3 years.
We started in Brazil, right now we are living in Mexico. Our team started in 2019. In the beginning of the roster was me, Biguzeira, and El. Our team started in 2019. Everything we have here, our company bought everything. They pay, our organization pay for our home, pay for our food, our computer, and everything we need here. We just need to play here. We don't need anything else.
Everybody, like, I don't know, maybe 1 p.m. It's already the computer, like focusing the practice and in the game, like studying other teams or stuff like that. So the routine is pretty much the same on everybody. There's a thing about the competitions, like we only have right now online events, and back in the days we used to have like a lot of offline events like LAN and stuff like that.
With the pandemic, a lot of people stay too much in home, you know? So a lot of new people start to play because they are in home. They are not working outside, they are staying more in home. So a lot of people are starting to play right now. It's a new world, you know? So in the past, everything was new. So we are playing just for fun and we start to be good.
I think right now the new players, their family know about what is gaming, pro players, stuff like that. But back in the days, it was not like that. Like we need to start and our family, what they're doing, like how you're gonna get money in this and stuff like that.
Quando eu comecei a jogar, não tinha muito suporte da minha família, eu comecei a jogar tarde e tal, tinha muita pressão para precisar trabalhar, faculdade, tudo. Hoje em dia minha mãe, minha família, todo mundo, meus amigos me apoiam bastante. E é isso, acho que de todo mundo aqui a família apoia muito.
I think that the main problem is the mental. The mental is very difficult to be prepared for matches, like important matches. So I think that's it. The main problem for us is get a good mental and focusing to the competition.
For us, live outside of the country, it's not an easy task. because we are too far from our family, from the people we are love. It's the things we need to do to live our dream, you know? So for us to live here in Mexico is good. The country is good. Our city is really good. But sometimes it's a hard task because we are so far from our country, from our culture, from everything. But we need to do this to grow as a team, grow as a player, grow as a person. And that's it.
Yeah, and while it's good to hear from Pain Gaming and how they're in Mexico. We have two teams competing in Mexico who are currently remaining in the tournament, and that ATK is in the grand final, and Pain Gaming as well, who are facing off versus Team 1. Let's go to check in on the lineup for Team 1, who is a team that it's been a turbulent road for them, but they're always a team who aren't afraid to find some good form.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, I mean, they have to do a little bit of resurgence, and I feel like we saw a massive improvement from yesterday to today, right? So it's a good sign. They were able to best Orglis in a way in which they kind of got destroyed yesterday on that pick of Ancient, right? So if they can continue that form, if they can continue their ability, maybe get an overpass in the mix there, as they looked very good. Luke was shining with the op in that sense, then they might have a chance to take down the series. It's just going to be a big uphill battle versus a team like Pain.
Yeah, I think
they've already solidified themselves as one of the tournament's favorites.
They've been working a little bit to try and develop keys in this lineup as well. And while I don't think he's really found his footing, he's shown some moments where it's like, yeah, this guy can be that guy. He can he can fill the shoes of mobs. XNS has been trying to do that a decent chunk of time. Keys is still working his way up. I think recently it's been Maluk who has been looking good for this squad. So if there's anyone to try and win the op duel, I think it's going to have to go to Maluk.
Yeah, no doubt he's going to have to step up, right? It's going to be a tough head-to-head versus Nithon as well. So we'll see if he can have that level of impact, right? And he's certainly going to need it versus a team like Pain, who's coming into this tournament hot and looking fresh to try and take down some of these names. And again, they're just looking to add Team 1 to that list, right? And I mean, it's going to be tricky. But again, you know, if they could get Keys activated, they can get XNS to continue to be playing very well. I think he had a great match up against Orglis in the previous, where he had a lot of CT multi-kills. Then you could be standing in good position despite, you know, a heavy loss in Malps.
Yeah, a win here for Team 1 would mean that they have taken the next step in this lineup, but it's going to be a difficult road against Pain Gaming. It would show a whole lot if they could take the series, but I know there's a couple people outside my window right now. They're clamoring for Jackie and Davey right now, but unfortunately, there's going to have to be a little bit of a break in between those the Brit and Canadians here. So, fortunately, we'll go ahead and set it over to a quick break, and then we'll be back with your favorite Brit and a Canadian.
Hey guys, I'm Nekis, a player from Pain Gaming, and this is my tip for you to play better. I think it's a good tip, and all the pro teams do this because it's a good thing. So there's this thing that I do, which is good to everybody who's going towards connector, and the T's cannot see. See, if there's a T guy here watching, he can see if you're crossing to a connector, and he can even like try to get a pick with you out here. If he pulls here, he can get a free kill. And for this don't happen, you need to like pulse with your Marley here. You should aim like here on top of the or here, and like running from. And the Molly is gonna not show that I'm crossing, like right here. It's gonna like show the flames and cannot see who's crossing. The opera cannot get a peek. So it's a good tip. You need to run a lot, like go here, in, and run a lot. So it's gonna land here. And the opera cannot see if you're crossing.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Jazz Pimp here. I just wanted to show you guys a quick way to take mid control and Ancient in pugs and matches. So ideally, the two pieces of util, the main piece of util you need are a house smoke and this glitch molly, which lands here and denies the rotate in between donut and mid. So to throw those two, you need to be coming straight out of T-spawn, line up here for the smoke, and then aim right here at this line and jump throw. That'll land in house. And then for the molly, you want to come to the second waterfall This molly is actually banned in Blast because it's very powerful. So you line up that second waterfall and then jump throw at this branch. So those two land nice and quickly for mid, so your teammates can run up while you're throwing those. And after you throw those, you want to throw one flash here for the initial swing, and one flash here for the fight after. Those two will allow your teammates to swing out however they like, whether they want to cross the box or run up middle. And hopefully that will help you guys take mid control.
Hey guys, I chose this play. I did against Third Impact in Mythic Cup, and in the first time of this round was a eco round, and I called it to Maluk for us to pop B with me crossing cat a little bit late, and I also did AK hero because I had a little bit more money than my teammates, and I just call it. And let's see what happens.
Aí não tem que jogar.
In this time we start the pop B, and I'm crossing cat now. I find the guy get a little bit distracted with the B, and I found some kills, and we won this round. What's important? Probably we're gonna break our money, and that's it. Was a nice round.
Well, here we go. Your last semi-final best of 3 of the night for day 2 of the ACE North American Masters Spring Qualifier. It'll be Pain Gaming taking on Team 1, Davey, as we strap in for a best of 3 banger.
The all-Brazilian best of 3 banger. Couldn't have said it any better myself. Jack, Pain taking on Team 1. Now, Pain, they cruised through their group 2-0. They made it through pretty clean victories for both. I think it was 16-2, 16-9. So they just absolutely, they walked right into this semifinal. Team 1, not so much. They had to go through the lower bracket. They also had to battle it out against Valkyrie on this exact map. And it was a close one, 16-14. So Pain, definitely the favorites here. But in these domestic matchups, you just never know who's going to come out swinging, especially the opening pistol round.
Oh, yeah. Anything can happen with the LATAM lunacy that should be on display in a matchup with a stature such as this. And Big Guzera will be the man to open it up. Finds the first pick. And what's the response from Team 1? Guzera's also made the info play up through B. He knows that they're all gravitating towards the A site and the mass rotate will come in 5-man towards CT effectively. You've got one player in PKL towards jungle, but this is going to be a bust-up. Fists will be thrown. Maluk hits the first. XNS goes out swinging as well, and it's getting a little bit complicated. Slight response. Hardzao does find one frag, but it's all on PKL. And he is in a pickle, Davey. A 1v2 to get the pistol, turns around at the wrong time. He's turning on a dime. Somehow he's still alive, but time's effectively gone, and this should be the opening pistol going the way of Team 1.
Yeah, he knew he had to rush CT to try to get a hold of that kit. He does have it, but yeah, no time. Has to just run away. No smoke for the bomb. It was a good idea from Pain. You could see they pushed upper B, got the information, played the retake in CT spawn, but the flashes were just a little bit too deep and potentially just half a second too late as well. So Team 1 swung into them to counter that exact play. And those are the mind games that go on. You could see Team 1 immediately recognize Pain was playing the retake, and they get aggressive in CT spawn before those flashes can pop in their face. So good heads-up play. by Team 1, especially after they lost that player inside of the B halls. They immediately run out onto the A site. They don't waste any time. So Team 1 take the opening pistol here on the T side. And we did see them, like I said, we did see them struggle a little bit on their T side of Mirage yesterday against Valkyrie. We're able to close it out in the end, but not before Valkyrie won quite a few rounds in a row.
Oh, yeah. The CT spree that they went on to bring that game back. Very, very painful. They can't afford to let the same thing happen here tonight. Specifically not when this is our best of 3 to decide which team goes into the grand final as well. So any small mistakes will be gravely costly. Guzera in position, waiting for the push. 4 boys on the A site, ready to deny entry, and it's working wonders for them. One by one, everyone's being barred, and it's just Maluk and Pesadeo that are left alive, not really in positions to work with one another either. The SMGs are farming up the frags, and that's it, Davey. The instant reset. I mean, we jogged everyone's memories about yesterday, and it feels like maybe that story could come quicker than we thought.
Yeah, I mean, that was a clean 5-man alive second round after losing the pistol. Doesn't get much better than that for Pain. Like you said, the SMGs farming up some kills as well. They're getting that extra money in the bank. And also the Deeg from Big Uzera, now known as Cat, of course, inside of the game. That is, you guys don't know that. That's actually what Big Uzera stands for in Portuguese, is Cat. So that's why, obviously, the English translation is in the game. Fun facts. Trust me, don't look it up.
Yeah,
Just have
don't
to
look
believe
into
everything I say.
Just trust him.
Yep, I've never said anything wrong.
So at this point, you have no reason to doubt what Davey's just said. So just
Exactly.
Absorb it, take it as information, spread it as verbatim to all of your friends, and it will become true.
If enough people decide something's true, it does then become true.
Basically. Because you just can't disprove it at that point.
Yeah, like if everybody just decides that Big Uzera translates to cat in Portuguese, then that is just what it is.
He certainly had his claws out like an aggressive feline into the past 2 rounds. So I wouldn't be surprised, mate. Last 3 Ts that are left alive here as well. They've got the Deagles on deck. Everyone's got armor. They're grouped up towards B. Bomb's top mid right now, but you're going into the abattoir, really. There's no easy way for you to get in. Dream scenario for Pain is to just keep everyone alive, and that seems to be the way it's going.
Yeah, and the problem for Team 1 is that when you're on the T side on these forces, somebody has to get some sort of utility. On CT side, you can get away with it because they have to run into your Deagles, right? So you can kind of get away with it. But when you're on the T side, you do need some form of util to actually push into these sites. Just buying 5 Deagles and spreading out across the map, CTs are just a little bit too good to get caught out by that these days, as they are just going to clean everything up. Well, actually, wait, it's not Big Uzera who's cat. Who is it? Is it Nithon or PKL? Oh, God, my whole world is falling apart. I thought it was Big Uzera, Jack. I'm panicking.
I thought it was too, unless it's been rapidly resolved.
No, because now there's a different cat now.
Someone else's cat. See, the problem is, last time we saw Big Guzera and he was muted, he was called Cat then as well.
Oh,
so that's why it would have made sense.
Everything's falling apart. My whole world, Jack, it's crumbling.
And simulation's starting to buckle. Can't handle it.
Oh, no, no, no. I'm going to start crying.
Funnily enough, that's probably how Team 1 feel right now. Luckily enough, they won't be crying as they will get the bomb down, but they will be getting fragged clean out. Did they actually get it?
No, it got denied. Yeah, it was right at the last second. The player in CT peeks out and got him through the smoke. Tragedy, really.
Straight back to tears.
Just as they were wiping them up, too.
What a nightmare. But you live and you learn. At least they've got the buy to play with anyway. 4 AKs on deck. You get the 1 Galil for XNS. Bit of a bonus working here for Pain Gaming as well. Let's see if the Brucey will go nicely for them. They do have 3 Galils of their own.
Oh, yeah, they do. That's kind of funny. The CTs have taken all of those Galils out of the hands, but not Big Uzeras. He's got this M4, and he's pushed off short, finds the opening onto Keys. Drops that mullion to underpass to make sure there's no re-aggression. Pesadelo was walking up there. So good heads-up use of the utility. As he falls back into the B site, though, and he's just going to leave Nithon there towards the top of connector to keep eyes on middle. All 4 of the Ts were there, but now you can see one player falling back towards A. That's XNS. He's going to smoke out window by the looks of it. And then that should be the call for the aggression to come in through middle. And then with the bomb going upper B, this should be the short split. Nithon actually gets spotted inside of the window. Utility's coming out. The resmoke onto connector from the CTs makes it really hard for the Ts to actually want to go up here. with the information. They're feeling comfortable enough as they are walking right up short. And actually, there's nobody here to counter this, really. There's one player on the balcony, one player inside a market, but they are split.
Trying to hold this crossfire. Guzera pushes up, comes round L block. Hardzal's able to peek down onto the site as well and hits his shots towards TRK. Follow-up nade in-app should do a ton of damage as well, and you can see how low all the Ts are. And now, there's only 2 of them left standing. Bomb's gone through underpass. He'll have close combat here. Actually, Nekis goes sprinting up top middle. XNS has heard all of this. It just depends if he clears it. Will flick back around, spots him. The Galil, not the best weapon for this engagement, so they sprint towards the site and need to get the bomb down this time.
And they actually do. XNS gets that one planted. That's a small victory at this point because you don't really have any chance to win the round as the retake's going to come in from Pain. The last player, XNS, is just waiting by the firebox. Gets one for his trouble, but that bomb plant's all important because they are going to be able to buy up into this next one now if they want to. It will be a force. We might see them just go for the pistol save. As you can see, the money, yeah, probably not worth buying into it, honestly, with 4,500 at most. Probably just want to save. Try to get that op into the hands of Maluk. We've seen the impact he can have with it on the T sides, the CT sides. Doesn't really matter. The man's just been going for it. So probably just take an eco on this one, a little half buy. Make sure you get that op into his hands. As you can see, XNS has just bought the smoke and full saved to allow Maluk to buy that scout, knowing that his teammate has saved the money. Actually, XNS is bought down too, so they're really relying on getting a bomb plant here. Pesadelo's gone for the hero AK. And you know what? We've seen them do this time and time again. I don't remember it working once yesterday.
No, it's always been a bit of a predicament. It's one of the things we've noticed a lot with Team 1, where they do overinvest into some of these rounds and it will haunt them gravely as the game goes on. Here, Maluk falls instantly as well, so that's your opportunity to strike with a scout taken away, one by one, with the frags are being found. No real response yet from the Ts. Pacer does pop up, comes out through connector, lands the headshot onto PKL, but has to find so much more here. It's a very costly round for the Ts no matter what, and at least they do some damage to the economy. A bit of a dent, 2 rebuys, but look at the cash they've got. They're not going to be bothered.
No, they're just racking up the bank at this point. Pesadelo, yeah, he's got to go for the Galil with the full nades because of it. Maluk actually doesn't even go for the op. He had 58, so he could have got the op and head armor. Decides to go for the utility instead, so I'm expecting some form of set piece here by the Ts. They are leaning heavily towards B. This might be a fast mid-B split. They did do that quite a bit against Valkyrie. Counter molly coming out towards top mid is going to force the Ts forward, but he can't win out on the fight. Big Uzera loses to Keys, only tagging him one time towards the chair. And so now Team 1 does have mid control, but there is still 3 CTs here ready to fight for it when these smokes fade.
PKL, he's just going to re-smoke it so Nekis can play over the top, peering out towards top mid. Team 1 do have a lot of time to work with. Minute and 11 seconds on the clock. They're holding their angles. There is a push on short as well, though. Hardzal looks like he wants to try and go for the face. He will arrive at the scene of the crime. Gets the opening pick, PKL. He'll get involved as well. And now you're just down to 3 Ts once again. Ooh, lucky getaway there with the face coming out from the AWP towards middle.
Yeah, Knife on peeks out, but just misses that timing as the player jumps away. And now they have a decent amount of utility to go towards either side here. With only one smoke, you generally want to lean towards B, especially in a 4 versus 3, but they're actually going to go back towards A. And XNS is the one with the utility, so he's going to throw a fake. And I can't imagine Knife actually leaves A off the back of this, because they have this player, Hardzal, close inside of B, and he's calling, hey, there's nobody out, guys. Like, we don't need to rotate, we don't need to panic. He gets the kill, and yeah, Knife is still here with the op, but he did change his position, so he just gets the tag on a TRK, gets tagged himself, falls back. He's gonna wait for his team and play this retake as PKL from Connector gets Keys crossing, and TRK now with 17 HP in an impossible 1 versus 4. Taps the bomb to try to bait something out. All he baits is a bullet straight into his chest as Nekis finds the last kill of the round. And Pain Gaming continuing their streak. Despite losing the pistol after winning that second round, it's been all Pain ever since then.
Oh yeah, they're feeling the true pain right now. They're the 5 fingers on one hand, they formed a fist, and they've hit Team 1 straight in the face. They're going to be taking a tactical timeout here as well, mate. And whilst we've got a bit of time, in terms of the flow of this series overall, this is Team 1's map pick here on Mirage. Off the back of this, obviously, we go into Nuke, Davey. We finally get to see a Nuke, but that's Pain's domain. This could be a very swift 2-0 if Team 1 aren't able to get something going on their T side. We saw yesterday, right? It was a bit sluggish. They were struggling against Valkyrie. A side that, in reality, aren't really in a position where they should be winning against Team 1. The fact they took it as close as they did and made it look winnable was really impressive from them, but it also gives you that knock-on effect where you're worried, are Team 1 underperforming? Are they not being able to contend right now? And already starting off on a back foot here, it doesn't look good for the overall series. And this is your big boy best of 3 as well. This is, ride or die to the grand final or lose your chance to go to the Blast Spring Showdown.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I had just assumed this was Payne's pick after what we saw from Team 1 on Mirage yesterday. I just assumed that Payne must have been the team that picked Mirage because they saw that they could clearly take advantage of it from the Team 1 perspective, right? So the fact that this is actually Team 1's map pick, this does not bode well. I mean, it is still early days, right? We're now at the halfway point of the first half as we go into the 8th round. But Payne is up 6-1. They have Team 1 on the half buy. We still have yet to see an op in the hands of Maluk as well. And there's the opening for Nithon towards middle. So Nithon is actually what translates to cat in Portuguese, just so you know.
There we go. Now we have
Not
the
Big Zero.
accurate translation.
Yeah, I got that one wrong. My Portuguese isn't great, you know?
You're working on it. I've seen you on Duolingo.
Oh, yeah. No, all the time.
Literally just every day.
It's pretty much all I do. So far, I've learned that...
Duolingo.
yeah, that's true. And so far, I've learned that Nithon translates to cat. So I'm doing pretty well for the amount of days I've been practicing.
And also, for everyone that said Big Guzera doesn't, you were right. So well done. You get a little gold star. Problem is, I don't think Team 1 are going to be shining too brightly into a round like this. They've only got the pistols to work with. The Tech 9 does cause a little bit of trouble, but that's all it is. A very small prize. The 1 kill onto Neckers. The rest of the Pain Gaming boys clean up. 4 stay alive. The money is still tremendous for them. And they go up 7-1 here on the CT side of Mirage.
Yeah, the real problem for Team 1 here is they have to grind out so many rounds in a row on this T side to break Payne's economy because Payne isn't double opping. They're just going for the single op. So as long as Nithon keeps staying alive and they don't have to rebuy these ops, this is seriously this is so bad for Team 1 financially because, sometimes, or on T side, if you can just grind out 2 in a row, you can usually break the CT economy, right? That's sort of how the T side works. But in this situation, they're looking at 4 rounds in a row they have to grind out before Payne can't buy anymore. And at that point, Payne will be on full bonus. So it's just like Payne has built up such a good bank at this point by just keeping so many people alive.
This was the play that did work a lot better for Team 1 yesterday when they were struggling to find rounds on their T side. We saw them go for the slow execute out on A when they had utility, when they had Maluk on the AWP. It tended to be a lot more successful for them. Pace is obviously in a pivotal position here as well, playing towards underpass. If he can actually make the split work, maybe it's a round they can get a grasp on. They do start to initiate the execute. We see the push coming up towards the site. The man in the back line of Bupesa who needs to find the frag. Maluk does hit one, so Nithon's out of commission. Playing right in the smoke towards theirs, though. If they don't clear it, PKL can be a problem. Luckily enough, they do. But hello, Nekis, still on the bomb site, tucked in behind firebox this entire time. Luckily enough, they will extinguish it and bring it just down to Hardzao in a 1v4. And Team 1 should get the bomb plant here and around.
That's exactly what you were talking about. As soon as they started to get a little bit desperate, same thing yesterday, just start throwing out those A executes. Rely on your utility. Payne clearly wasn't ready for it. You could see the player inside of Connector. It was PKL. He was constantly looking for that player lurking up on him. But once his teammate died towards CT, he felt the need to make a play. He tried to go up into the stair smoke, got found. And that was pretty much round over. I mean, if Neck is maybe exercised just a little bit more trigger discipline, or even if he just quickly killed the guy that he was shooting at running out of ramp, right? Then maybe he has a chance, but it just didn't work for him. He was in the good spot. They didn't clear him. But he could only find 1 in the situation with his team already down 3 versus 5. Realistically, he had to get at least 2 before he died if they wanted any chance on that one. So Team 1 pick up their second round and their first gun round of the half. TRK does bring the op over. You're going to see that tossed over to Maluk. Like I was saying, Payne, there are no problems here financially. They're going to be able to keep buying. Look, dude, they're just so rich. Like how much money they have still, even after losing.
They just got a spawn full of gold
guns.
bars.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's not acceptable. All the solid gold guns being brought out for Pain. Meanwhile, Team 1, they've gone from rags to riches. Finally actually got the real weapons to work with, put them to good use into the prior round, going back to the basics, and it seems like it will be a similar sort of story here as well. The A takes are where they found so much success versus Valkyrie after they went on like a 14-round winning spree on their CT half. So if you can maintain this, should work wonders for you. It's just Nekis on the site as well. He has support from Nifon towards window. He tried to back off to CT. Maluk just gets the free pick because of it, and now they've got the site.
Yeah, his team was gambling over towards B, so you could see he wanted to reposition out of the site so that he could play retake. The problem is they were already walked all the way up, and Maluk was posted up on that position just waiting for the op peek from CT, right? They were just setting up for the standard, you know, walk your up ramp, take the peek towards CT, and he just catches Nekis trying to jump away. Again, Nekis' thought process there is his team is gamble stacking B, so he needs to play retake on A, but he was already in an advanced position when the call came out, so trying to get away, he just gets caught. And any kills PKL can get here, none. He gets none. Absolutely nothing. Not even any damage. Just death.
Just instant slain. He's been popped into a blender. It's like a PKL protein shake, Davey.
Those are the best kinds.
Bit chunky.
Dude, you know what? When you say PKL, obviously my brain just still goes straight to pickle.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking a pickle protein shake and just like how gross that would be. Like, and I love pickles, but can you imagine like pickles blended up into
See,
a
the thing
protein
is,
shake?
I really hate pickles. Just in general, I
so it's
have
already done for you
disdain.
then.
Yeah, disdain for pickles. I don't.
What about
I
cucumbers?
don't believe in them. I don't actually mind cucumbers, which obviously, you know.
See, no, I'm the
is
opposite.
kinda
I love
counterintuitive.
pickles and hate cucumbers.
Really?
I can't stand cucumbers, dude. They are so gross to me.
Wow.
I know. The two things I hate, cucumbers and butterflies.
Yeah, true. And Christmas, apparently.
Yeah, and Christmas. That's true. I forgot about
Pure
that.
hatred for Christmas.
Yeah, that's true.
Just screaming at any mall sandals you see. What are you doing?
I just go around picking fights with kids because you know around here on Christmas time, right? Everyone goes like skating outside, like there's all the outdoor.
Yeah.
I just like skate around and just knock kids over.
Well, like Boris Johnson when he played rugby that
Yeah,
time.
exactly. Yeah. Except I'm dressed in full hockey gear and they're just like skating around, and so it's
Just
honestly
trying to
just
have a nice day.
yeah, but it's honestly just freelo, dude. Like it's just freelo. Like you can just they just don't even know what's coming.
Someone's got to learn them, or else they'll
Yeah,
never be able to play
exactly.
hockey.
They'll
You know,
never
it's the
learn.
national
They'll never
spirit
learn.
of Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's got to learn them. Exactly. Maluk, he's made of tougher stuff here than the CTs, it seems. Ooh, does miss the follow-up frag towards short, but he's bought time for his team to try and get over here. Molotov's going to be dropped as well. All the CTs are arriving. Oh, hello. Big Guzera with a flick up. Lands one right between the eyes. The entire site is blocked off as well, so lines of sight at an all-time low. They actually push up through the arch. Pacer gets one before PKL trades onto TRK, and we fall into a 3v3, a big bust-up at the B site.
And this lurkout from Nekis was perfect right behind the... Oh, everyone's so confused. The player inside of the site had no clue where the bullets were coming from. He thought he was getting flanked. As Pace actually finds the kill onto Nekis through the wall, and Nekis has had some really unlucky timing so far in this one. As we see two kills coming out from the op of Nifon. XNS near the door finds the kill onto PKL. It's 1 versus 1 now. Smoke is in the hands of Nifon, but he has to push forward and can't hit the shot. XNS is just a bit too fast. Lands the headshot, and Team 1 pick up their fourth. And now, Jack, we're still at the point where Pain Gaming is still unbelievably rich. They still have money to buy despite Team 1 winning 3 rounds in a row. Now, this round right here is the one that could potentially break the money of Pain on at least a couple players. Hard Zhao's going to be fine. Pickle's going to be fine. Big Uzera should be fine. But the other two, potentially, they're going to be buying down low. And this is the hole that Team 1 dug themselves in. Even though they're grinding these out, they still can't break the money of Pain.
Look how many pauses have been used here already for Team 1. Because this game's been going pretty quickly. They're already down to their last pause. And it's mad as well. It's so similar to what we had versus Valkyrie when they went head-to-head on Mirage. And this is their home turf. They wanted to play this map. Must have felt like it was more of a fluke than anything. Like, their CT was good. So you've always got that to fall back on. But it's just an interesting one in terms of the overall veto. It does look like it could be a bit risky, man. That nuke pick is just worrying me in the back of my mind.
Yeah, I think, honestly, though, the team one, the fact that they're clawing this back on T side here, they have obviously now they have 4 rounds. If they can turn this into 5 or 6, on their map pick, you'd have to back them on their CT side, I think, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I think you'd have to. So if they can turn this into 5 or 6, they take a second half pistol. Despite how it started and how it looked at the beginning, this still could go team one's way, right? We are still early days in the half, so yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm with you though. I think Pain should absolutely win nuke. So team one has to keep up this pace that they're on right now. Keep hitting their shots. Keep the trading going, right? You can see even when they get into those advanced positions, they calm down. They don't do anything crazy, right? They're making sure that the trades are coming in. And there's another opening found from Pesa towards Connector as Nithon goes down. But the second op here in B for Hardzao, and the player's about to walk into him. Does he find it? He does. So 3 versus 3. Sees the short push coming, but TRK, the quickest man in the server right now, he finds the headshot onto Hardzao. 3 versus 2. And the retake is going to be very difficult. There's a player here lurked into window.
That's Pacer. Problem is, he has to break the vent to make his assault into the backline, so it's going to give the game away. Still gets the frag. And it's just Neckers. 1 versus 3. Round basically gone. Wandering around, hoping that he can just keep on to what he has in his inventory. Because as you said, finally, Pain aren't in a position where they just have all the money in the world. They actually have to go back to playing the actual game again and invest in the gun. So he has to keep all of this alive into the following round.
And he is going to do it by the looks of it. He should actually, he's going to hear the player above him. So if he comes through the vent, oh, he died.
Bomb took him
He
straight
died
out.
to the bomb. Yeah, bomb got him, didn't it?
Unlucky
Absolutely
that.
got him.
That's the problem with the plaster in there, Davey. It's just not very strong.
No. Flying shrapnel will get you. So now this is the last buy. This is the last one that they have here on the CT side. They are on full bonus, but it's not going to matter. They need to convert this one, Pain, if they want to, I guess, win this half convincingly, like it was looking like they were going to. The aggression from Nithon, and he hasn't been able to find any openings in these rounds. He's been going for them, but he's actually been losing out.
Ooh, hello. All right. Sat over by the seat. Hits the headshot onto the short player. Knife one's already very low as well off the back of that opening pick he tried to go for. So this could get risky quite quickly. Flash over the top towards short. They start to sprint their way up, stampeding towards the bomb site. Hardzao, he peeks out, overextends too much, caught through the corner of the box. Finally, Nithon will pipe up as well with the cat-like reflexes, but he's not going to land on his feet after that one, as Keys will trade it. And it's only 2 CTs remaining. They're ready for the flank. It's Pesadeo again. Same play as previously. PKL. He's holding in case they push up towards E-Box. If they find the kill onto Pacer, maybe there's more to be done, but it's an instant headshot, all on PKL towards L block. His back's turned. He's just holding. There might be room for some shenanigans here. They're backing off. They're giving him time to work with. Weaves into the site. Hits one onto Maluk. Tries to make a mess out of the round, but Pacer comes back for his second peek. And from Team 1, being so down in this game, they go on a spree of 5 rounds and bring it back to a 7-6.
Yeah, and Pain, even still in that 2 versus 4, they did have the win condition. Like you pointed out, if Pesa was on the flank and the player inside of Market was able to find that kill, then they would have been fine. They would have been able to win that. They wouldn't have expected him pushed out onto the site. Even in the 1 versus 4, to be completely honest, he still did have a chance there in the win con. Actually, we see Pain getting their first opening pick in what feels like 6 rounds. As Team 1 have brought it back to just 1 round away from tying this up. Mid control coming out, and there's also TRK going aggressive here in upper B, just trying to apply some pressure. He's held on to his nades, so once this smoke fades, he'll be able to drop that smoke, potentially Molotov off the van, and really apply some pressure here to the CTs. As we can see, they're throwing those smokes. Cool smoke, bounce off the wall, smoke top connector, and the short split is coming out again. We saw Team 1 time and time again doing this, and they're going straight back for it.
Advancing up with the rifles. Pacer fires off the warning shot. They've seen one of the players. They know he's towards the van. The nade's going to land on him, but they go straight into the crosshair of Big Guzera. The Famous from Hardzau as well, reigning supreme towards the back of the site as the Frenchie claims the lives of 2, and it all falls into a 1 versus 4. Maluk, can he be lucky enough to pull something like this off? 40 seconds on the clock, sprinting round towards Connector, drops down. Nekis is there, quick with a steal, hits the shot, and they do get themselves an 8th.
Yeah, and that does secure the half victory for them, but 8-7, they're probably not going to be super happy with. 9-6 isn't much better, but hey, it's 1 extra round, considering how far up they were. And not only how far up they were, but just the money situation, right, where they could still have... They lost like 5 gun rounds in a row. You know, that's not very common on CT side. Usually where we see teams picking up T rounds is when they break the money of the CTs and they get those ecos, right? That's sort of the idea. But with Pain having so many gun rounds in a row, you've got to be a little disappointed with how the half has ended here, even though they did win it. So we can actually see Nekis has gone aggressive inside of the halls, which is giving Nithon a ton of space here towards A site, because they have 2 players towards middle holding it down. You can see number 4, that's PKL on the ramp, holding towards underpass, and Big Guzera off of short, holding top mid. It's a very standard setup, and it's very A heavy, and it looks like Team 1 might be grouping up for B.
Resmoke window. 2 players towards top mid. Bomb waiting behind them. They flash out to clear it, and they are actually going to push for the fight. The CTs are there, but PKL buckles. Problem is, Big Guzera, he doesn't go down easy. Hits hard and stands tall like a tank. Returns towards the B site. And the play that Team 1 was setting up for has now been fairly crippled. They have to quickly adjust to make this work. With 38 seconds left and them being relatively divided, it's all about this play towards B. If XNS can keep them here, find a pickup and quickly rotate towards A, then maybe there's a chance. They sprint their way back round. One boy towards CT, that'll be Knifin with the AWP in a position to try and shut them down. 19 seconds as well. It's not going to be easy to get this bomb planted. You've got to contend with both Nekis and Knifin. They swing round, bomb dropped, frag comes in. They will hard commit to the bomb plant, but here's the peek from Palace. Easy clean up, and it's all on XNS to try and do wonders. Hits the headshot, but he's taken so much damage. With 10 HP left, it would have to be a dream come true for the man. Trapped in a corner. Oh, snappy little headshot with a USP. And a 9-6 does go the way of Pain. Nowhere near as clean as it looked like it was going to be. But, all things considered, fair play to Team 1. Big comeback in the middle of the game there. The 5-round spree that they went on could be the difference of them actually keeping this game competitive or already going on to nuke.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And especially there in that last round, Big Guzera was so huge for his team off of short. They flashed him off. PKL, who was playing on the bottom of the ramp, just gets picked, and Big Guzera with the re-swing out finds 2 and gets away with just 1 HP. If he goes down, that short split is still a play, right? That's what they would have committed to, and the rest of Team 1 wasn't there to stop it. It would have just been the one-man show inside of B, so great job from Big Guzera to get that multi-frag.
Back into the pistols then. Pacer on the close angle will be cleared, but TRK, ooh, he's here to play. Slaying with the USP, easy frags being collected, all on Big Guzera. Fumbling slightly, but tries to compose himself. Switches out, grabs the Glock, ready for the fight towards stairs. A wide swing from XNS. They're both going to peek him together. Somehow he's still alive, just trapped in the corner, panicking. But given a moment of respite, problem is the bomb's down. XNS now has the angle, knows he's going to re-peek towards the ramp. Easy adjustment, and Team 1 take their 2nd pistol of the game.
Yeah, and a very important CT pistol as well. Like we said, that comeback that they had just gone on really swings the momentum in their favor. If you lose this pistol, momentum potentially going back the way of Pain. Don't want to let that happen. And Pain's going to opt for the full save here, too. You take a look, they're just on the Glocks. I think there's 2 P250s for PKL and Nekis. And that's all they're working with. That's what they're banking on, so... At this point, what they want to do is they just want to try to bleed out as much utility from the CTs as they can. Make them rebuy as many things as possible, because you're not expecting to get many kills. If you even get a bomb plant on this round, you're super lucky. So you just want to bleed them out, make them use as much utility as possible, make them spend as much money as they have to. And the run boost out middle gives them a little bit of space. They're not able to connect anything onto the player in window. Flash comes out, repeat from Maluk, and he takes him down, and they actually do find him. So they find one. Can they find the second towards middle? No. So low. If they got 2 kills there, that's about as good as you could get on a Glock round, but they can't find the second. So Team 1 pick up their 8th, 9-8 now, as the buy is going to come in from Pain. It's not going to be a great one. We may see PKL opt for the Galil. Yep, there it is. So for the full utility. So decent buy here. Big Uzera getting those extra kills means he can have the AK in the full armor. And this is just going to be the A set piece, Jack.
It worked against them. Let's see if it will work for them. Push does come to shove. It's a very aggressive play from TRK. Goes up into Palace, shuts down Guzera, now has the flank primed and ready. One player has the dedicated angle to watch towards it, so it's going to cause a bit of a panic. They double peek into CT. Nekis backs off with a reload, but Hardzao still comes out on top with a headshot onto Keys. And there's only 2 CTs left now. TRK, he's had this play in the palm of his hand the entire time, but all of his teammates have died on arrival. He is trying to jiggle peek it. Has the smoke in the back pocket, but he's going to get left broke with a headshot coming out from Nekis. And Pace has just got to run.
Yeah, they had a good timing there, Team 1, with that pop flash into Palace right on the execute to catch off Big Uzera, but Pain with an even better reaction, just being like, all right, yeah, go ahead, have Palace. We don't care. We're just going to rush into CT spawn and fight your whole team. And the player inside of Palace couldn't really do anything to help. He's just stuck in there. He's sad. He's like, well, I got my kill. What do you want me to do, guys? You have to hold the site.
The classic. I got my frag. What do you mean?
Come on, if we all just got our frag, then we would have won.
Look, if one of us just kills 5 of them, we win the game. So just stop messing about. All the vintage things. All the classics. All the greatest hits at Counter-Strike. Coming to you this Christmas.
Dude, I just got interped.
Dude, my favourite one was always Artist when he'd be like, oh, it's windy, boys. I've missed me AWP shot. It's too windy.
That's just good. I like that.
Always on Overpass, the windiest map in the pool. Team 1 fighting back here, though. Seems like they can even do it in a cold night on Stoke, as they will be able to find a couple of picks. 3 T's left alive. Dink through the box as well. Hardzao. My man's lucky to be alive towards triple.
And he just wants to keep applying pressure. So Nithon is taking the space towards mid, and he's actually able to find 2 before these quickly double traded. Hardzao now the last player. He's behind the ticket booth. They might not expect him here. They're not sure where he is. Could be anywhere inside of the site. Could be pushed into jungle. Now, once they clear out the site, yeah, they know pretty much now that he's either in CT spawn or inside of Palace. Finds the first. They don't know he's low, Jack. They don't know. He taps the bomb, sprays away. He swings out from the side. Does he have the time? I don't think so. He's going to be able to get the AK and get out. But that is it. Hardzao with 3 HP inside of CT. Able to win the 1 versus 2.
That's huge. Absolutely ginormous there from Hardzao, really. Was able to stay alive. He probably saw his life flash before his eyes as well, and he's behind triple. The amount of spam he took. Goes on to get into CT, plays the post plant perfectly, cleans up on the first. Doesn't matter that he falls, they got the round. And that's the real commodity that Pain are looking for. So we go into the 20th, 11-8 of the minute. And Team 1 starting to feel the knock-on effect of the poor economy now as well. So it will just be the AK for Keys, everyone else on pistols. A couple of P250s thrown in for good measure, though.
And I do want to point out how important Hardzao's reposition there was from, instead of on the right side of CT, he repositioned towards Ticket when he knew he had time to switch it up. And the reason why that is because if you're on CT and you're defusing that bomb, you assume the player would have pushed deep into spawn before. So that's where you're going to be watching for. You're not going to be looking at the Ticket side. And with 3 HP, that extra half a second of time for that player to have to adjust his crosshair could be the difference between you getting the kill or not. So good heads-up reposition there from Hardzao. It's a small thing, but that is the difference at the highest levels.
And the difference is here. It's just the arsenal the Pain Gaming have been able to bring out into this round. So much more firepower to play with.
Just keep walking it in.
Ooh, it does, mate. It's the problem, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a ludicrous display. Easy slaying, though. It's just X and S. Ooh, hello. He gets the dink. Secures the kill as well. Little consolation prize. It's like when you're at the fair and you get one of the smaller, you know, 1-star toys.
Classic.
You wanted a 3-star. You wanted the big one, like a big panther to take
I
home.
don't think I
but
ever
you don't
got
get
one
it.
of the big ones, ever.
I don't think anyone does.
No, so I had a friend. I remember I was so jealous. I was probably like 9 years old, and it was mini golf at one of those little fairs or whatever. And he hit the hole-in-one on like the thing where you like, almost like the skeet ball shooters, you know?
Like the big ramps. Yeah.
But it was like mini golf, and you had to hit it in, and if you got it into like the bullseye thing right in the middle, you got this giant teddy bear, and he got it, and I was just pissed.
That's huge.
Yeah, no, it was huge for him, I bet. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember when I was
just because it's your birthday, you get the big bear or whatever, man.
Why does Jerry get 2 hot dogs? Oh, mate. Just the 1 hot dog for you, Davey, and you'll be happy with it. It's all you deserve. Pain Gaming. Hoping that they deserve the 21st round, though. Exchange of mollies. And a push coming out from Palace. There is a player behind triple. TRK will be buckled. Maluk trades it back, and there is a few frags exchanged. So it all falls into a 2 versus 3 here. You've got the lurk towards middle. And that is clutch from Hardzal. Gets the flick up with a headshot onto Pacer. Now you've opened up the A site. Oh, Knifin as well. He just sprints in through connector, takes the fight towards window, hits it with the AWP shot whilst he's moving. No need to stop. And it's all on XNS for the clutch. Catches him as he jumps towards CT. But you've still got so much more to do. The 1 versus 2, Molotov in the back pocket of Hardzal as well. He can dash that on the bomb if he needs to and waste so much time. XNS is working up, clearing towards ramp, trying to get an angle on CT. There is one man there, another waiting behind him in Knifin. He can peek out after the contact from CT and should be able to get the shot off. He's right underneath him. He flicks around, hits the headshot. Might be too little too late though. Time's gone, and it seems like the round will be going the way of Pain.
Yeah, he gets that last kill, finishes off XNS, nothing to be recovered. That bomb will explode, and like you said, there was pretty much no way for XNS to win. I'm a little surprised he didn't go for the save. No kit, no smoke. Obviously, he didn't know that they had a Molotov, but with no kit and no smoke, especially at this point in the game, you just go for the save on that one. Maybe it's because he had the A4 and he just wanted to get rid of it. I mean, I would have. I wouldn't have saved it.
Yeah, but you were just built different, mate.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the thing is with the A4, it's impossible for you to win, but then you also don't want to save it, so you're kind of just going to die, which is fine. He did get 1 kill, which could be important. The economy here, not great as TRK. Swinging out from the bottom of connector, finding the headshot onto Knifin, and that's actually the op down top mid, and there's nobody else there to guard it. This double flank coming in from T-Spawn, and Pain is absolutely sandwiched here by the CTs as PKL falls into sandwich after the headshot from XNS finds him. Oh, and Jack, this is almost unwinnable now for Pain. They have to hit some crazy shots. Timing's not going to be in their favor, and a clean round for Team 1. They get all the kills, all the guns recovered. Look at that. 4 AKs recovered. Money's great, and they've broken Pain's economy.
You're going to be smiling, you're going to be gassed up in TeamSpeak after a round like that. And that is vintage Team 1. For some reason, they're one of these teams that still pulls this off. You know, you see them pull out the Deegs, you got to give them a chance. You got to think they're going to be able to cause some carnage. Problem is, there's more Brazilian big ballers on the server tonight, Davey, and all of them can use the Deagle. The 50 cal firing off a warning shot that will shut down Pacer. And already, this has applied quite a bit of pressure towards the CTs. They have to react. You've got one man towards short, a single player, a sole defender on the A site in TRK. He could get overwhelmed here, and Hardzal, he's just got a hard commit to this. Sell the idea of the push towards B. The CTs are bitten off on it, and now the push is coming out towards A.
And it's all going to come down to timing. Maluk inside of the site. He actually finds the multi-frag from inside of sight. No, that was him in jungle. Sorry, I was so confused. Like, how did an Opera at default just find 2 kills? But no, it was Maluk holding the Palace dropout from jungle, finds both, and TRK gets 2 for himself. So you said there was a moment there. They kind of tricked him. There was a moment. They had the rotations, but the superior weapons were just too much. That's really what it comes down to.
I was with you on that one as well. I was watching it from radar, so I was just like, what's he done? Is he just like, how's he even got the second shot off?
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, how did he get 2 from default? That's like almost impossible. Like somebody must have whiffed real bad.
Makes a lot more sense when we see it from his POV. But either way, in terms of the grand scheme of the game here, 13-10. Another tactical timeout coming out as well. So both of these teams have been willing to use their pauses. They've used them at the right times. They've been adjusting. It has been dynamic CS at least. A lot of the problems that Team 1 fell into in their T half, they were able to remedy. They didn't tunnel vision. They fixed the issues. Can Pain Gaming repeat that history here, though? That's the big question. Because as much as it's a 3-round lead at the minute, that can be taken away from you oh so quickly with even one mistake in a round like this.
Yeah, and I mean, Team 1 so far on the CT side has played much more aggressive than Pain ever did on their CT side, right? We didn't see really any aggression come out from Pain on CT. Nothing really pushing top mid. They didn't have the A pushes. There was the one round where Nekaz was inside of Palace. I think that's it. So Team 1 here has played a very aggressive CT side, and now they have the double ops out again. We did see this yesterday as well. Keys should be over towards the B site. Maluk will be towards middle. As we see, Fast Boost comes out as well towards upper B. So Keys has full B control. The nades come in. PKL gets across to behind the boxes. So small amounts of mid control being taken. Oh, that nade. The clipping. That was about, what, 3 inches from doing 50 damage to him?
Yeah, from just ripping his head off. Just saved by the pixels on the lip of the box. That's why it pays to recycle, Davey.
Oh, this timing. If that smoke stays up, wow, Hard's out. Caught a perfect timing on that boost. You see the player inside of ladder holding for the window boost, but the smoke was still there. Hard's out, walks through it. The player that was inside of the window rotated off to CT. He heard it, and now it's all going to just come down to if he finds the flank on this upper and upper B before he gets a shot off, and he's going to. This is going to be a free kill for him. He gets the kill, and that's going to be the call. The team come running out. And Pain Gaming has full B site control, and there shouldn't be any retake possibility here for Team 1. Although, as I say that, the player holding the flank goes down. This is still going to be a really difficult 4 versus 4, though.
Guzera was in a prime angle to end the round there. Won't matter, though, as you said,
Yeah.
Team 1 playing the safe game with the economy that they've got to work with. It's going to be awkward for you, even if you did somehow win the round. You'd lose so many players, so much utility. You back off, call it quits here. Let them take the 14th and at least have money to continue the game.
And this way, too, not only do they get to have a safe buy into the next one, they get all, they get to keep the AKs, they have the op, all those things. But also now if they lose and give up that round 15, they're not going to be broke. They're still going to be able to buy on that crucial round where Pain Gaming has the map point because they are going to have this extra money in the bank. That they're not going to get money broke. Because then if they lose that one, then the game's over anyway, so it doesn't matter. So this is a good heads-up meta play. Maybe 2 years ago, teams are going for that, but not anymore. People have sort of figured this one out. So yeah, they do just go for the save. Double op comes out again because of it, which is I'm sure also part of the reason why they do like their double ops. As Nithon goes very fast towards... Actually, I don't even know what you call this spot. Because I've always, in NA, we call that spot, like mid-ticket. It's not a ticket booth at all, but that's just what we call it. So I don't even know what that's called. Do you have a call out for that in EU?
Well, UK-wise, when I used to play, it was more you had Delpan and second Delpan. But obviously,
okay.
Most people would know I have no idea what that means anymore because Delpan's been gone for like, what?
I think in EU they do
9
still
years?
call it Delpan, though.
Yeah, that was the most popular call, for chair at least.
Yeah.
That was what I always knew it as when I played. It was Delpan and second Delpan.
Yeah.
Gone now. Sweet Prince.
So true. I wonder why it's still called that. It must not have been a CSGO call-out. It must have just been a 1.6 call-out from Mirage or something.
Well, right now, Pain Gaming are rolling back the years, rolling back the heads as well, and putting Team 1 into quite a predicament. It's a 3 versus 4 for the 15th round. B site's being encroached upon, and the only one that's there to defend it is Keys. X and S as well, caught towards window, so now you're down to just 2 men. Keys tries to reposition slightly off the back of it. The smoke comes in, block off the window towards the shop, and Keys This relies so heavily on him finding these shots. It's the sole defense of the B site. Hits the first, 3 more to pick up. Fires off the warning shot. His angle's being watched by Knifeon. He gets another one onto Hardzao. Somehow he's finding all the pickups. And Keys, he really is turning the key to get this one open. But the problem is, he can't quite get it over. The final frag picked up by Knifeon, playing on short the entire time, puts himself on 20 kills and secures match point for Pain Gaming. But that was not clean at all.
No, I'm not sure why. I don't know who it was on Pain that had the bomb there. They just decided to try to stick the bomb plant. Not sure about that one, Chief. You know there's a player in the back of the site. At the empty pillar with the op, he just picks the teammate that was covering him, sees that he's sticking the plant, and he goes, oh, hello, a second free one. And thankfully for them, at the very least, the bomb did go down. So it forced Keys to have to push across the site to try to get to it, but that was that was almost round losing right there, trying to stick that plant. I swear they had time, right? Like they've had like 40 seconds left if I remember right. So I don't know why they were so, I don't know, so motivated to get that bomb down.
Yeah, it felt like they were a bit antsy. Oof. Awkward engagement towards middle as well. So Pace has been spotted. Backs off Reconnector, gets away. Molotov won't be burning him up. And this is so important now for Team 1. This is their map pick. This is a best of 3 semi-final to decide which team goes on to the grand final and which team exits the tournament here in day 2. And with 45 seconds left on the clock, it's a raw 5-on-5 here in the 25th round.
And the damage is done to Hardzao, down to just 33 HP. And actually, there's not a single smoke left on the T side, so their end round here is going to be really awkward. They're both trying to phase this window smoke. It's all going to come down to timing. Oh, he flicks over, corrects onto Hardzao, finds it. The low HP player goes down, quickly traded out by Maluk with the op. So now the bomb is down here in front of Sandwich. 15 seconds left. Knifeon's trying to make the jump to window, drops to XNS, and it's just Big Uzera here at the ramp, and he has no way to really to get into this one. Looks like he's just going to try to back off and save. He can't do it. Maluk finds him. So Team 1 closing it down here, and that's going to push Pain Gaming onto the eco. They might force into it with Big Uzera down on just 1,400.
We've had the most bizarre timings towards the mid-window boost. That's like the 3rd time now that they've been able to get into the smoke. Lucky there was a reaction with the MP9 as well, the quick turn. Difference that could have been made, could have been absolutely awful. But at least Team 1, they stay in the fight. They stay in the game for another round. 4 more to go to push this to overtime if they do want to win their map pick here. Little bit of a dink coming out towards middle. All the pistols are out. They're fighting back with some of their own as well, but 2 of the frags go the way of Pain. And this is starting to get very wacky. Nekis, with the parkour on display, leaps up, grabs the AWP, but there is a push. XNS, he's come out of the bomb site, he's playing on the close wall, it'll be cleared by the AWP and he'll be sent off to sleep. And this is looking rough for Team 1, Davey. A round that they should have picked up just against pistols has quickly turned into Pain Gaming's win condition.
Neck is so smart after recovering that op, holds for the upper B push. Knows that they've put so much presence in mid that the reaction from Team 1 should be to push the extremities. Finds the player going aggressive. Now, one thing though is Team 1, both of their players are over here towards this B site. And it looks like that's where Pain is going. No, they're actually walking back up underpass. Thought for a moment there they might be creeping towards B, and this peek from window. Oh, it's going to come down to timing as he jumps up into it, gets the trade. Now, they don't know where Maluk is, but they do know that they have this A bomb site for the most part. Drops the smoking connector to let his teammate plant, and that's perfect because Keys is here. Oh, he's lining it up. Oh, just misses. Second shot's gonna land. Finds it. Bomb goes down. Hardzao needs to recover it. Picks up the op. Keys trying to give away the sound cues. Trying to make him think, where am I going? As he's still smoked off top connector. Has a kit, has a smoke. Bomb's planted CT, and that's where Hardzao is.
Who has the upper hand in a round like this? That's the big question. Time ticking away. Bomb about halfway through here. There is a kit in the back pocket for Keys, but he has to be swift about this. Walking up, clearing his angles. Has a smoke and 2 flashes. Needs to make use of them. Hardzao holds the angle, ready for the push. That's the smoke going down. Still hasn't cleared towards CT. Hardzao will hit him, and that's the way it ends. Pain Gaming take the first map of the series, 16-11, as they walk away with the victors on the first map there, Davey. And that was Team 1's map pick.
Yeah, no, it was. And I mean, especially we thought when Team 1 was grinding it back there on their T side, they might be able to pull this one off. They got down super early, but those site executes that you talked about, they started bringing them out. They started climbing in rounds, but it just fell apart for them once they got onto CT. It was looking good. There was points where they broke Payne's money, but in the end, I mean, Payne, they were so strong. We could see a very different stylistically from both of those teams. Payne very spread out, working through mid, trying to get those window timings, whereas Team 1 much more execute heavy, and we see this time it was Payne who came out on top.
Yeah, huge props to Payne. I mean, you know, fair play to them. The fact they've been able to pick up that victory where it started to get shaky in the mid portion. The rounds they win as well, you know, not consistent, not really repeatable, right? The fact they picked up the pistol, the fact it went so close with the AWP as well from the side of Team 1. So many bizarre rounds that aren't sustainable. They're not going to happen time and time again, but that's the way she goes. They do pick up the map, Davey, which means we're going to be going to Nuke for the second map in this series. And as we were saying before, this could be dicey.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, Team 1 actually won both pistols on their map pick and lost 16-10 or 16-11, whatever it was. That's not exactly ideal. That's not what you want. If you're going to pick up both pistols, at least you need to be winning the halves, and they weren't able to do it. So Payne now going into Nuke, their map pick, their comfort zone. I've played against them on Nuke before. I'm telling you, it's not fun. The way they play Mirage is very similar. They're always going to have those lurks outside, the people hiding underneath of the silo outside, always lurking, always waiting, trying to make their way towards heaven, sneaking down into secret. I'm telling you, they're so annoying to play against. So Team 1 is definitely backs against the wall right now.
Absolutely. All the aggressive shenanigans that will be coming out, but that will be our second map in the series. Nuke will be on your screens when we return for the game. For now, we'll have a brief break, and when we get back in, we'll break down all the action as it happens in front of your very eyes. We'll see you in a moment. Davey. Potentially a 2-0 could be on the cards because our second map in this series is Nuke. Pain Gaming taking on Team 1, man.
But, let's go into Nuke real fast. Pain Gaming starting us off here on the T side of their map pick, rushing into the ramp room. They're getting down. Keys, though, with the P2000, one of the rare P2K users, gets one before he's traded. Trades galore, both teams going back and forth. Finally, now it's been stopped. That is Nithon and Hardzao getting a headshot apiece, and now it's just Maluk. He has the kit, but they're going to the other side.
He's going to backtrack up through Secret. It's no secret that this will be an incredibly hard pistol round to pick up, though. The one sole survivor of Team 1 and a 1 versus 3 for the pistol. They're on CT side of Nuke. Let's see if they can pull away a win here. Close event, not going to work well. Hards out, 2 guns, better than 1. Unloads with the dualies, and it is a rapid round for Pain Gaming.
And I'm rapidly getting excited here. Dualies on Nuke in the first round. I can't possibly be more excited than I am right now. They've got me going, Jack. They've got me going.
What a dream, mate. The dualies on display. Ooh. And this is heating up already. Look at the buy that comes out from Team 1 in response. CZ for TRK, 3 Deagles, and then the 1.57 for Maluk. A mixed bag of pistols there.
And they do go for the Force. I like the Force on Nuke. There's so many close angles, you know, there's so many things you can do where the Force buy on CT Nuke makes sense. You should always do it if you lose that pistol. They do. Like you said, only 1 AK for Pain as well, so the 2 Galils, so they have a decent amount of utility. Hardzao says, I don't need the MAC-10, pulls out the dually, swings out, finds the kill onto Keys. A little bit of team flash coming in, and the movement. Just the fast AD spray from the MAC-10, swings around, dinks up Pesadillo as well. Pre-Fire's trying to come in, can't find it, flank is there. But the team, they're gone, they're pushing up through outside, and they're gonna be down into Secret. It looks like 1 CT is already down, that is TRK with that MAC-10. He's down in ramp. We see him drop the smoke onto the window. And so now where is Pain going to decide to go with this? Do they wait out the smoke? Do they walk back up Secret? Lots of options here for them. They have the man advantage, and they have only a little bit of information.
Oh, mate. There's a timeline here where TRK goes on an absolute tear. 35 seconds left on the round. He's got that MAC-10 he scavenged. If he can put this to good use in the close angles, this could get dicey. They open up towards Decon, so they spot him. The Galil will come in from Nekis, and that removes any chance of that round-winning play being made for Team 1. Now the bomb's planted, and it just has to be the save for the 2 D-Galirs that have got armor for Team 1.
Yeah, and that smoke he dropped towards the windows, he thought that was going to make Pain go back up towards A, assuming that they would have rotated into B. So he stayed down there by himself, both of his teammates in the A site. So once they wait out the smoke and the hit does come in, he's all by himself, can't find anything else. And Team 1's just going to try to hold on to the Deagle armor that they do have. PKL's pretty low, but it's Nuke, so you can pretty much survive anywhere down here inside of Secret. With like anything above 40 HP, pretty much, and you can just survive.
Oh, yeah. Little fun fact for anyone that's unaware, Nuke and Vertigo are the only 2 maps in the pool that have a reduced bomb blast compared to any of the other competitive maps.
Yep. It's so small. It
is very little.
It's ridiculous.
It's actually a C2 that you plant rather than the C4.
Exactly. Not nearly as much. Still effective for blowing up the bomb site, but there's not nearly as much, collision there.
Explosive play, though, from Pain Gaming here. I mean, PKL just leaps out of hut, wants to farm up some money with the MAC-10. The CTs tried to counter the aggression with some of their own, but it's easy pickings from the AKs, and now you're just down to 2 men. XNS with a backup of TRK. Could be a frag to be found here. You've got a lurker waiting in Squeaky. XNS has made a bit of noise as well, so this will be telegraphed across to the rest of the Ts that are down on the lower bomb site. They've set up on the angle. They find TRK. XNS, swings out, hits one with the Deeg. Problem is, the other T close to him is shrouded in the smoke. Luckily, gets out of dodge and backs off. But it looks like he's just trying to make this costly for him.
Yeah, I didn't know that XNS was in the newest Matrix movie right there. Those shots come through the smoke. Just easy dodge for him. They know where he is now, though, so they're just all posted on him. And, well, I guess that did kind of I guess that just about sums up the newest Matrix movie, doesn't it?
Just dead on arrival.
Yeah. Obviously,
go.
other movie trilogies are available.
Of course.
Or is it? There's four now, right?
Yeah, I was going to say it's a quadrilogy.
A quadrilogy. That's got to be a word.
I think it is. I think that is the technical
Look,
term.
I'm on your side. As far as
Sounds
I'm
cool.
concerned, it's quadrilogy forever now, whether it's
There we
right or
go.
wrong.
We just hard commit to that. We've either invented it or we have seen it somewhere, and just it's been buried in the back of the brain. Oof.
Oh, good time to leave back Squeaky. Right as he was back there, he was about to get nade stacked, but he backs up. Re-Smoke comes out on the door, and are they going to expect him out? He might have a timing here as the smoke fades, finds the player on top, but can't connect the shots. TRK gets away with his life. Only just. Counter spams come in, and so much damage being done. Look at this, through all the smokes. Pesadella, same thing. Down to 13 HP, but does find the kill onto PKL outside. So Team 1 is up 5 versus 3 in this one, but 2 players are 1 shot away from dropping.
You're winning in the battle of attrition, but if Pain Gaming can get out on the site and isolate the low players, it's not going to be a walk in the park for you. They go for a boost towards the T-side vent. So much spam coming in. All of the M4s just let it rip. I mean, Nekis now, he's on 9 HP. Knifen's taking a bullet to the side of the head as well. The play they wanted to go for quickly gets extinguished. They back off towards T-spawn, and it's got to be a good old-fashioned free-player save in T-spawn.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to have money to rebuy into this one. Nekis should have money to drop one over to PKL, but they wouldn't have been able to get the full nades, the full utility. This is that situation where they have enough money that they can buy the utility they want left over, even without any loss bonus. But the guns and the amount of money they would lose by going for it, they just don't deem it to be worth it. Now, I will say there is that small argument to be made that going for kills here when Team 1's money is so low is probably worth it. Even if you lose your guns, by taking 2 or 3 guns away from Team 1, you could potentially break their economy in the next round. So there is arguments to be made for both sides here. They decide to save, hold on to all that they have. And yeah, you can see Nekis drops that gun over to PKL. So no, another full buy going to be able to come in from both teams. Team 1 keeping 5 players alive, crucial for them going forward. So get our way into what is going to be the second gun round.
The game begins anew here as we head back into round 5. Molotov through the skylight, double flash in as well. You've got 2 players posted up in close hut, and they're going to now push in. The smoke working wonders as they weave their way around the back line and find an opening pick, but TRK wants none of this, and he starts to pop back himself. Takes down 2, finally falls, as there will be a headshot on the AWP. Oh, hang on. Is he seeing him? He has towards outside. He's got the angle. PKL's gone. What looked like it was a nice opener, mate, it's quickly turned into a flash in the pan. Now you've just got Knife and Hardzao. 1 man going towards ramp, and there's not going to be any contest there. Hardzao's still got to get out, though. Looks like he's stuck in Squeaky.
And it is going to get to a point where someone's going to turn around and look at this Heaven flank. It looks like they might already have somebody on top of hut. I think that's Keys, and he is going to be looking towards Heaven. So Knife on. Needs to land this shot when he gets up the ladder. That'll put pressure on Maluk, which will create space for Hardzao. But if he doesn't find this kill on the player top of hut, it's going to be very difficult. And actually, he's going around outside. He doesn't want to risk going up into Heaven. So this flank, still, I mean, he's still going to have to find the player on top of hut no matter what. That's really what it's going to come down to.
Hardzao spams into CT vent. Does a bit of damage. He knows he's there. He's trying to hard commit to get the frag to at least put them into a 2v2. Problem is, there's the face from Maluk. Pacer knows exactly where he is, comes out with the crosshair placement primed, hits the headshot, and they shut down any chance of a reply there from Pain. It was a good opener from them, but Team 1 had a firm grip on the A bomb site, and they get their second round.
Yeah, the spacing just wasn't really there from Pain. The one player, like you said, got out hut, found the opening, swung around the site, almost found the second on the player dropping out of Heaven, but he got killed from somebody playing in front of hut behind the silos. And if there was just one more person going out A with them, then it would have been totally fine. They had 2 players towards the door and 1 lurking outside though, and that's really where the problems came in. Just not enough players getting into the site.
contest towards outside as well. Pacer. He's taking little jiggles, trying to hold for the info. Hardzal's already fallen. So again, another round where you're fighting 4 versus 5. Bit of a tag onto Big Guzera. And Nekis has lost 9 HP. So if you are going to make use of these pistols, this probably is your best chance. Go for the ramp burst, hard commit to it and hope it pays off. You've got to bypass keys though. He has the AK, he's playing on the angle behind the box. He is ready for the push, but he bops his head up and he gets 1-degged. Now it's all down to the AWP, but he is literally down on the ground, Davey. Headshot response onto Maluk. They've got the AWP back and they've got into B.
Ooh, and Big Guzera actually finds the kill on the player walking up the secret stairs as well. So now TRK needs to get the trade, but PKL with the recovered AWP is there to help his mate. Finds the kill. And XNS now needs to be a hero. Only 1 kill so far in this game. They know where he is. He jumps around the corner. Good job catching the timing. Kit is in his hands. Sigma flash, showing the other team that he doesn't need to flash them to kill them. As he goes to progress out the window. They have the line, they have the crossfire though, Jack. There should be no way for him to get this one. So the peek is going to come out. PKL drops, and actually, I mean, he doesn't win the round, but he takes both guns out of their hands, and he is going to recover the AWP as well. So honestly, all things considered, that's not bad. Like, yeah, they lost, but they took all the guns away, and he gets to save the AWP.
You can see XNS there as well. He's not aware. He's not aware of the reduced bomb blast on Noob. You could see how far he was going up the ramp to try and get out of there. Exactly, he was so scared. But nah, there's nowhere near as much damage. The radius is half as small in terms of height and length. So always keep that in the back of your mind if you want to try and grab a gun and a post-plant on Nuke. Either way, the damage they do to the economy is going to be pretty tasty for them. And TRK gets an opening pick again. This time Big Guzera falls outside. There is a trade back at least. Maluk has had his head knocked off. And this is just the trade game through and through. The round's back and forth like a metronome.
And TRK is playing very aggressive here in the smoke, so he knows there's nobody out now. That should be some, decent information given over. As you can see, Pesadello, he has that AK towards the lockers outside, and he's fallen all the way back towards Hell. The AWP is actually in ramp, and it looks like that's where Payne might want to be going to. Ooh, but it just depends. If Nithon gets across outside here, we can't see his point of view, but he does spot the player inside of the lockers. If he can get across and pull that AWP to rotate down into B, that could be huge for him. As they're grouping up, they might just drop a smoke and try to dive down the vent here.
.40 seconds left on the clock. The bomb is going to be spotted by TRK as he cleaves his way through both of them. And now it's just Nithon. Stuck towards ramp. Keys flicking between both angles, not sure which one to watch, and that will come back to haunt him. There's the peak. He should be able to save the AWP off the back of this as well, but again, it's just going to be a save.
Maybe, yeah. He's actually just going to throw it away, yeah. I think he knew he was going to have trouble saving. He could have ran into B, but whatever. He just makes sure they don't get it. I guess that's better than nothing. He knows their money's bad. I don't think Payne's going to be able to buy into this next one, though. They're going to be... What's their bonus? Is it 24? No, it was just 1,400. Yeah, so... I don't know. This is a rough buy for them. I think they just take the full eco here and then go for the buy into the next round and hope that Nithon can do something with the AK.
A lot of the aggression we've seen in this game has all been towards the A site, with raw site takes as well. Either a delayed take with a molly through the skylight, or just running in hoping for the best. With the one rifle, taking it outside probably is the best gamble to go for. They'll post him up on top of silo. If he can get a pick towards outside, you could just brute force it. The rest of them, pretty much on Glocks. I mean, you've got one Deagle, the one P250 there for PKL as well, but they're already taking some big hits. Down to 8 and 18 HP for Hardzao and Nekis. Nithon has to make a play with this one salvaged weapon. Big connection, but it's not a kill.
And they really do need the kill. Like you said, the damage isn't really going to matter at this point. They have to try to get those frags. They know that they've done the damage. He's gonna run across now, but he drops to the AWP of Maluk. That smoke into main missing, but Hardzao drops and finds him. So they do have the AWP recovered. Might just want to try to throw that one away again, to be honest. As the peak comes out from Hell, and yeah, that is not going to be enough. The AWP is down. They are going to be able to recover it. So 4 players stay up for Team 1. Pain only able to find the 1 kill. And honestly, their money is probably causing them some emotional pain right now. 41, 4K. Oh yeah, they just go for the half buy. Ooh, so yeah, they not necessarily having faith in their full gun rounds so far, which makes sense. Team 1 has won most of them.
Don't hate this though. The round we saw where they went aggressive towards ramp, they did find both of the picks. Problem is here, 2 of them get picked off, and it's all down to the rotate that comes in. That's TRK, always set up for success. Smashes in the face of 2 of them and leaves it onto PKL to attempt to raise hell here in the 9th round. Minute and 25 on the clock. Worried about the flank, scared about the awkward angles that could be posted up here by Team 1. Does have the bomb. He has a single smoke and this AK to work with. Slowly advancing back through trophy room. He's going to smoke off towards T-spawn as well and seems to be setting his focus on the B site now. He's still got a lot of time to work with on this, so no need to overreact. Pacer is coming. But all in all, if you can get down into B, you've got a 1v1 with Maluk and potential for a winnable round. He found another smoke on the way here as well, so maybe there's a chance.
And you can see Maluk, how he just went to go check the vent there because he knows that PKL could have potentially walked out into A site. Did Maluk see him? That's the question. Looks like he did. Oh, he tags him, but it's not going to be enough for the kill. He just tags him through the floor. He thinks he's low. That's why he's trying to peek him with the USP. Headshot connects from PKL, and so he is going to be able to get this bomb plant if he wants. Chooses not to. They are splitting him. 1 from the door, 1 on the ramp. PKL's going aggressive. He's going to get shot in the back regardless, but loses out to Pesa. So the AWP will be recovered. PKL, good damage, getting 3 kills, but the AWP is recovered. Drops are going to be able to come in. And so it is, again, a round going the way of Team 1. But Pain made that one close. I think if they did the exact same strat that round, but with AKs, they probably just get the kill onto Keys. They win out on the trades ramp, and they probably just win.
It was a pretty nice heads-up play from him as well. You know, he dropped that 1 smoke he brought down into B to make him think that he was hard committing to the plant. Wanted to get the kill into the ramp player, and then would have known where the other man was off the back of his spammer to the smoke. So, good decision-making. Just didn't really work out when it came to the practice. Unfortunate for him. But either way, Team 1 will be happy with the result they get there. It was costly, but it's still around. And Pacer, he's getting aggro towards outside. The Galil has just done him in. His teeth are gone, his face is gone. Nightmare, Davey. That's outside and a bit of a world of hurt now. Response from the CTs. They're going to try and put the numbers over there and see if they can hold this back. And of course, Maluk being there with the AWP, it'll make it look easy.
Yeah, they throw a flash from inside of A to give Maluk the chance to reposition. Swings out, misses his 3rd, but he did find 2. So it is still a 3 versus 2. As now they're going down into secret. Where's that bomb down? It's down on the floor outside. So Hard's out, just getting a little ahead of himself, but he did make the footsteps, which is the sound cue given away. And TRK, he's on the angle. He knows that there could be a player here pushed up behind the blue bin. So he's holding, he's looking, and will his gun barrel give him away? That's the question. If he goes out just that little bit too far, they might spot him, but they're going to walk down secret. Timing's very much going the way of Pain here as they just get around that corner as TRK peeks out. So now they know they're either down secret or they're back towards lobby, right? Now they have the information they know, and it looks like they have a player on top of the silo. So the only thing they're worried about now is ramp and B. That's it.
In the last 10 seconds, the bomb will be planted, and Pain Gaming will try and set up for this retake. TRK over towards ramp. The other 2 rotating down secret as well. So you can be pushed from 2 different prongs. But they have set up aggressively for this. Hardzao playing towards window room. Flashes it to hold them back. He is playing right on the ledge as well. So he wants to fight for this. Does not want to allow any shenanigans through the double doors. They counter flash, they push up. TRK, he'll flash from ramp and start to ascend forward. And it all goes down to PKL to win this individually. They spot him hidden. Tried to tuck in towards dark, hoping he wouldn't be checked. This is really tight as well on the actual defuse as well, so it's lucky they did it as swiftly as they did. They're going to get it, but another round that looked quite uncomfortable for Team 1.
Yeah, Pain is making it uncomfortable. Like you said, they're getting in those advanced positions. They're applying pressure across the map. Op drop needs to come out again. This Maluk should have to pass a gun over to Pesadelo. Unless there's one down already. No, someone else did. All right. Team 1's money's decent. It's not great, but it's fine. If they lose, they are still going to be able to buy. Pain has been putting a ton of pressure on them. Look outside. Ooh, the player did want to jump spot it. You could see he was looking for it. No op for the T side, and actually low on utility as well. Just a couple flashes. Their smokes are still there. Only one Molotov on Big Uzera. Nade comes in outside, chunking damage. Maluk just not getting lucky with the timings. Pesa from on top of the credit again finds a kill, and he wants more. He's jumping on top of Big, and he finds a second. Pesadello, been watching his Blame F demos from 2020. That was a classic Blame F play. And now that looks like they're going towards ramp. There is 2 CTs here. Perfect counter flash comes in. Keys finds the headshot. They're swinging out. Maluk is here waiting with the op, and they don't have the util to push him off.
Knifin backs off. He heads towards lobby, and Hardzao holding for the reface towards ramp, or if Maluk comes walking up round the corner. Problem is, this is going to get dicey. He needs to rotate back around and support his teammate, waiting in Squeaky. Squeaky bum time on the engagement, but he does hit the headshot. Now, with 40 seconds left, they start to Scarpa. They're being flanked as well. Pace is in the back line. You have to sprint towards the site. XNS bests one of them. All on Knifin here. And his life's about to flash before his eyes. Up the ladder. Good night.
And a really good CT side so far from Team 1. Remember, Payne, they won that opening pistol, so they got the 2 off the back of it. So far in the gun rounds, it's been all Team 1. Now, I will say we saw a similar thing on Mirage, just the other way around, where Team 1 picked up the pistol, then it was all Payne. But so far, I mean, this is Payne's pick. They already have 4 rounds. That pistol really helps them out. Off the back of the 4 rounds, if they can just, one of these gun rounds that they've made so close, if they could just snag one, just one more, get them that 10-5 at the very least, they'll definitely be confident going into the CT side of Nuke. A 10-5 half really is very doable still on Nuke. Of course, still a CT-sided map. Not as much as it used to be. But now, I mean, with the with the meta being how it is, every map's a little bit more CT-sided, so Nuke has sort of become more CT-sided again.
I still remember the old days, mate, when you used to take half an hour to run from spawn to a site.
Yeah.
That was one of the nice changes. Like, we've reduced the spawns. It's like, oh, big.
Yep. Or in 1.6 when you get 3 rounds on T side and you're like, guys, nice. That's awesome. Like, wow, what a great half. It's sick.
High fives all around, everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Fist bumps on land for the boys. Like,
2 rounds, 2 rounds. Everyone's hyped.
That really is how it was.
How it is here, though. It's just pistols. It's all Payne Gaming could muster up. Oof. Nade comes in. Hardzao's lost one of his feet. Make it a bit harder if they want to go for a fast play, but that's what they're going to work with. Sprint up towards the ramp. The mollies dash down to hold them back. They counter with one of their own, but Maluk can still peek over the top of it and hits the shot. You've only got 2 Ts left. Finally, one of them will frag, but it's short-lived. A little bit of trouble on the Tech 9. But Keys comes straight back in, cleans it up with the mop and bucket. And the game goes 8-4. Finally, once again, though, Payne will have money to reinvest.
Yeah, that was just the half buy, so we do see another full gun round. Again, no op for Knifin. He had one a couple times early in the half. He's elected against it now. Just hasn't really been able to find any opening picks. Nothing being given over to him. We have seen a pretty significant battle taking place over towards door here. The constant resmokes from Team 1. The early aggression from Payne wanting to try to sneak out next to the vent. It's all been very aggressive here as Pesadello again this time is going to lose out to PKL. We've seen him getting a little crazy outside in most of these games. And right there he tried it again, but this time he is punished.
Always tries to keep you on your toes. It's one of the cool things about Pacer towards outside. Always a different angle. Very dynamic in his setups on CT here on Nuke. Problem is, the dynamic of the game is starting to change, and it seems like finally Payne might be favored for once. Ooh, Maluk again. Hits a hefty shot over the top of the molly towards Squeaky. Whittles down the numbers back to a 4 versus 3. Far more manageable. The Payne train is pulling in to the B station. The door will be open, the bomb can be planted, and there's still a lurker waiting towards the top site as well. That'll be Nekiz. They've got an idea where he is, paranoid about him being sat towards the sandbags near T-Roof, but he's not going to reveal himself yet. He wants to wait for the audio cue.
Yeah, he doesn't want to leave. He knows that Team 1 is probably just going to save, so he's going to stay up here on T-Roof. Try not to let them get into T-Spawn, as Nekiz has just been a thorn in their side this round. And for the first time, we actually see Pesadelo really being punished for that over-aggression outside. We've seen him up on top of Big Garage, up on top of Credit, going aggressive towards Red. You know, we've seen him pretty much everywhere. And there, finally, he was punished for it as, ooh, Nekiz sees defeat. Does he drop down? Does he go for it? Surely he does. Come on. Come on, Nekiz. Coward. Coward! The Nekiz I know would have gone for it.
So 8-5. I mean, all things considered, like you were saying a couple minutes ago, right? It's not a bad T half. Like, all in all, you've got 5 rounds out of this.
Yeah.
You come in with a big pistol. This could quickly start to turn in your favor. But look at the change of pace for Team 1. They go aggressive again. Playing with that speed. TRK sprints into a bullet. Shuts him down. And leaves us in a very early 3-on-3. Still 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock, and half of the team are already dead. Maluk towards outside will finally buckle, and this creates a massive leak. XNS has to go gargantuan to win a round like this. If not, Pain Gaming are going to have 6 in the bag, and that's exactly what they'll do. This could be an 8-7 half now.
Yeah, and that's a great half for this Pain, right? They're on the T side of Nuke. This is their map pick. Of course, they did win the pistol. But now at this point, you pick up 3 or 4 gun rounds on the T side, and you're vibing going into your CT. Remember, of course, they did recently play this team. Just 2 weeks ago, we saw this exact matchup on Nuke, and Pain Gaming did come out on top 16-12.
PKL, oof, straight in. Good moves, smooth connection. Waiting for the reply as well, as there's 2 men outside of the smoke. He'll re-smoke it himself as the molly comes in, dives across that.
Whoa.
Frags all across the board. It's getting awkward, Davey. It's getting dicey.
Man had to quickly drop it like it's hot and jump out of there towards his teammates. Didn't end up burning to death as Nekiz gets the aggression from Maluk towards Radio, and now both players outside. You can see Keys is repositioning towards Heaven, but 2 versus 5. There's really no way in for them on this retake. Molly comes out for the door. They did throw the lurk smoke. I guess there's a chance here if Keys can find one. Swings out, that's it though. Nekiz gets the trade. Now Pesa from inside of Mini again. All it takes is the trades. Pain just needs to peek together. They do. They find both kills, and Pain turning that half that, you know, started real well, then started to look real scary, and then ended up being a very comfortable half for them. 7 rounds on the T side of Nuke, showing us why they picked it as they go into their CT side.
They'll be sipping on the gin and juice off the back of that. Huge result for them. 8-7 half. Tac pause used straight away as well before we even get into this one. But this is massive. Your map pick, you've now got the CT side ahead of you. The pistol round here decides so much in the grand scheme of the game, and in the grand scheme of the actual series. This is our second map in our best-of-3 semi-final. This decides which one of these 2 teams is going to the grand final, will be able to return to try and get the Blast Spring Showdown spot live in our best-of-3 grand final tomorrow. So much importance on this series. It's a battle of the 2 Brazilian teams, and right now, Pain appear to be peeling ahead.
You can see the Tac comes out. Want to just make sure they have everything sorted. They do have the full nade sets. That's 2. 1 on Pesadelo, 1 on TRK. It is just the 1 smoke, the 1 Molotov. Yeah, they're going to pass that over. Oh, they're going to pass it back. Just playing a game of catch, really. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, a little game of passy nady.
Yeah, a little game of pass the Molotov back and forth. It's actually tradition here.
Oh, in Canada?
Yeah.
What happens if you drop it? You just go, oh, sorry.
No, you go, oh, that's hot. There's fire. Watch out. And then you, like, run away.
Yeah, true, actually. You're not wrong. Oh, let me get the extinguisher.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the smoke's for.
Do you have to call in Smokey the Bear? I think that might have been an American thing, actually.
Yeah, honestly, I was like, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know what Smokey the Bear is, but maybe. Like,
There's probably some sort of fire safety moose in Canada, isn't there?
you're actually probably right.
Yeah,
You
I
might
wouldn't
be
be
right.
surprised. Smother the flame moose. The national animal of Canada. Animalistic plays here, though, on the pistol, as we have fallen into a 2 versus 2. Bombs down. Team 1 have got site control. Ooh.
Oh.
And the claws really did come out. They ripped their way through pain, deny the opportunity of getting that pistol, and go on, what's happened? Have you found him? Is he
There's
real?
a company called Fire Safety by Moose, and they sell portable fire extinguishers, annual inspection, certification, service of recharge of extinguishers, etc.
There you go. I told you it'd be
I
real.
can't believe that.
It's so easy. Any sort of like Canadian law, it's just always moose or geese or maple syrup.
Oh, it's so ridiculous.
Smother the flame with a maple syrup. Says Smokey the Moose.
Can't believe the company's called Fire Safety by Moose. Like, that's just...
Other brand of fire extinguisher
Of course,
companies are
of
available.
Naturally. There's also Fire Safety by Bear, Fire
By
Safety
duck.
by Maple Syrup. Yeah, exactly. We just
Yeah.
keep going.
They're all there. Well, the problem is, Team 1 have gone down the fire escape here. They've gotten into B. 4 players on deck. The only one that's there to really contend with it would be PKL. He's got a HE and a scout. Oof.
Double
Takes
tag.
the initial pot shot. It's pretty nice. The nade could be sick as well if it actually lands in the right place. Problem is, it's bounced along the rafters, but that one will be sickening. He's getting the tags out. Always an opportunity. I mean, the bomb's only just going down.
I think they're just going to save, man. Ooh. The lurk towards hell actually really ruins that for them. But saving all 5 there wouldn't have been bad, right? If you can get all the armor, all the weaponry you had, you're like, all right, look, we gambled that they were going to go A. They went into B. That's unlucky. We'll go back. We'll save all of our stuff and we can go for it next round. But not this time. Not going to work. The flank comes in from Pesadelo as he finds both. And so that is going to be round number 10 going the way of Team 1. 1 kill is found onto Maluk. That's a Mac 10 recovered. Very small victory, but a victory nonetheless.
You put that on the fridge. Remember that one for a few days to come.
Yep. On your polar bear fridge, right next to your fire extinguisher by Moose.
It would be great if it was kind of like a Flintstones type situation, you know, where they just used to use all the different prehistoric animals for various household appliances.
Oh, yeah.
So you just have literally a moose that just comes in and spits on the fire.
So ridiculous.
Oh my. Wow. Like a pack of stampeding mooses here. They're straight down into the B site. They got the bomb with them. Mac 10 delight for Keys as he's able to win out on the fight against Knifer. Nekis falls as well. And the chance of Pain Gaming causing a bit of an upset with the Deagles they had into this round is completely out the window.
Yeah, the small victory for them is that they are going to be able to buy next round. If they can grab 1 or 2 guns out of their hands, that would be nice, but really, just trying to hold on to their armor, I think, more than anything. At least for Big Uzero's point of view, because PKL doesn't have any, and, you know, you found out real quick why armor's pretty good. TRK finds the kill from ramp, and he is just going to be able to hold his armor. Still has the Mac 10 too, which is actually viable on CT side of Nuke in quite a few spots. So if he wants to, he can carry this over. Or more likely, because he has the armor, he's going to drop the op for Maluk. Come on, do it. Buy the op. Buy the op. They call attack. Jack, when's he going to drop him the op? Oh, not for Maluk, sorry, for Nithon. But either way, he didn't do it. 5 M4s?
Gone for the AWP, yeah. It worries me a bit as well, because it's always been one of the set pieces that does seem to fix a lot of issues with this Pain Gaming roster when they are struggling. You pull out that AWP, suddenly things seem to work, right? If you're not doing it, if you're not letting Knifen do his thing, it could get quite risky. taking the fight towards outside as well. TRK is going to be at the front line. He's got the Galil and the Molotov in the back pocket. A very hot pocket at that.
Very. They throw it out, get the information. They drop those smokes. Those are the classic L smokes. Some people call them the G2 smokes. Some people call them the L smokes. Doesn't really matter. As he's got an opening, he can see over it. PKL finds the kill onto TRK. He knows that was just one player trying to lurk down, but as the smoke fades, XNS gets the trade, and they're splitting through A. One player drops in mini, and that's Hards out with 2 from the top of hut. Pesadillo smoked off, not able to push forward to get the trade. Flash comes in, dodges it, but Hards out is a menace this round. He finds 3, and it's all on Maluk now. 1 versus 4, as Pain Gaming look to pick up this first gun round of the second half.
You can't spell Maluk without luck. But I don't think it'll work in a situation like this for him. 1 versus 4, they're all peeking. Although, hits the first headshot, 33 seconds to make a big play, being spammed in the back, and he's down to 40 HP, paranoid, and unfortunately unable to compose himself on the face from Nekiz, so he does fall there. And Pain Gaming finally get around on the CT side. They lost the pistol, they lost the next 2, but now they've woken up and have been able to establish 1. But the money's there for Team 1, and a pause is there as well.
Yeah, it's a good time to take attack. Just recalibrate yourselves. Their money's fine. TRK or Pesadillo are going to have to drop an AK over to Keys, but that's not that big of a deal. Potentially, we'll see a swap between like XNS and Maluk for the op, but he can buy it himself if he wants. Overall, they're fine. They're fine. They're vibing. Pain Gaming do pick up their first gun round, but losing those extra players does make a difference. They're going to have the full buyout, but still no op. I'm assuming there's a gun down somewhere on the ground for Hard Zao, so they should be fine. Yeah, we can see there the drops come in. So both teams buying down. Maluk actually bought his own op, so there's got to be an extra gun somewhere. Yeah, Keys doesn't have it. Now I wonder what Pain is going to do. So Team 1, they go for the set piece right off the bat, right? They throw those outside smokes. They go for the A split. They lose TRK early. And it was really just came down to Hard Zal on top of Hut multi-fragging out, right? Do they go back for another sort of set piece? Do they continue to pressure outside? Or maybe do they threaten that with some fake smokes and do a fast pop out into A? There's lots of options here for Team 1.
A lot of potential. The nades are thrown out early, up through the skylight. Counter Molotov dropped on ramp as well, so Keys is forced to just wait towards Trophy Room in the meantime. They are developing a push outside as well. TRK, again, he'll be the front man. He's the one trying to make some noise and see if they can get an opportunity. Maluk set up with a flash as well. And smoke goes over. Problem is, last time around, there was that gap in the smoke and it was abused. It seems like there's a similar sort of play here. He's up top on CT blue and is waiting for the push. Flash over. And they will try and push for this. Towards ramp, we see an engagement as well, and they actually do hit the headshots. The PKL, he's down. Ramp control taken, and they're all converging into the B side.
And that kill outside is so threatening, and Nekiz with 2 from the bottom of the ramp. That is massive. I was about to say how that kill towards outside means that they have to worry about that hell flank. They lost the player in hell, so the CTs have to worry about the Ts falling back towards A. That's exactly what happened, but Nekiz before gets 2 kills from the bottom of the ramp. And the timing here for Pesadillo is going to be everything as the CT's right on the other side of this wall, looking the wrong way. Doesn't find him, actually does. There's the headshot. Now Hard Zao's in the 1 versus 2. Bomb is dropped down. Hard Zao's in the vent. And this is going to be very, very difficult for him. No kit. No smoke. He does have the Molotov for heaven, potentially. But this round, very difficult without that defuse kit.
Nothing about this is going to go his way with ease. It seemed like he wanted to try and make a play up towards Nest.
He got a kit, though. He got the kit off the dead body.
Oh. So the commas come in. I mean, time's quite tight on this as well. He's worried about someone being towards the tight vent by CT. He's not there. So he will back off. The kit at least makes the save a little bit more lucrative, and he gets a pick as well, potentially 2. Hard commits to the spam. The pull down doesn't work. 9 HP for Keys, and he gets away with not only the kill, but also the round. So 12 on the board for Team 1.
And a good round from them. Again, that lurk kill outside coming up absolutely massive. I thought when Nekiz got his double, that Payne was actually going to be in with a shot. If he almost spray transferred onto the third as well. So close from him. He realized once his teammate towards CT died, he needed to make something happen, needed to make a play. Decides to reaggress. Founds them, and actually, they're popping out into A right now, but that's exactly where the CTs are stacked. There's also been a push through the door that is found. Nekiz gets two again, though, from up top with the M4 hards out. There is that flank into the squeaky door, hiding in the smoke, lurking around, finds the frag, drops the smoke, and Nekiz picks up the Galil, finds his third of the round, and the Hero M4 coming up massive for Payne, as that is a crucial round to win. Team 1's money is broken.
Super good plays. Going into a round like that where you've only got the one rifle and the rest of you just on pistols, you have to be proactive about it. The push through the door, they had no idea. He gets into the back line. One by one, the frags start to rock up. And now the response from Team 1, it seems like they wanted to go fast with this. Early aggression towards ramp, the Molotov will counter it. We've seen this time and time again. It's an initial molly, then a smoke on top of it to waste time. But Big Guzera does back off afterwards. Nekiz, rather, being the ramp player, after he throws that smoke, does back out.
Ooh, the nade, though, chunked them all down inside a trophy. Look at that, keys down to 50. And now the flash is here, and they have two people here. They're playing to hold it. Nithon gets the pick from hell. Nekiz struggling from the back of ramp. Nithon's there to find two. Nekiz just can't connect. Did a ton of damage on the round. Can't find the kill as Nithon tries to get away, hits him with the drive-by. The fadeaway. Big Guzera gets the kill onto TRK, and now it is just Pesadelo. 1 versus 4. He's down into B. He has the bomb. There's actually no CTs down there, so he can get a plant if he wants.
At the very least, it's the money, and they do need to make some cash. How's he opt to play this one? Backs up towards ramp. Worried about the face from window. And ramp as well. Two players in decon. They want to decommission Pesadelo and pick up a 10th round, but is that the way things are going to go? Spots out the player behind the box, but it's too little too late. It was Knifing on the AWP. Easy adjustment. Takes him down. They can recover the weapons and move on with a 10th round now.
And off the back of the force, the bomb plant's not going to be very significant in this round, but what it will allow them to do is have a much better buy into the next one. They can also go for a couple upgraded pistols, as you can see, Eagles across the board. Pesadelo with the armor, the one flash on TRK, so they are just relying on hitting the headshots here, but that bomb plant's what allowed them to just put that extra little investment into this one, which could be the difference maker, as Nithon misses kind of an easy one, actually misses a second as well. Expect the opera from the CT side to be able to land those. Spots the player on top of the silo. He's going back for more, but confidence maybe knocked a little bit. That one's just a little too easy, isn't it?
Loves the easy ones. Will he be hitting some of the harder ones here? The Deagles are on display, but they're all being slain one by one. They'll start to be whittled down to just 2 members left. Pesadeo and TRK. Scratch that. It is just Pesa. He's worried about someone being on the elevated angle. Doesn't see Big Guzera standing right in front of him. So that big lead that was there for Team 1 is slowly started to disappear. The buffer they had is basically gone now. A difference of 1 round between the two sides. And there is another pause. A lot of pauses used in this game. There's been a lot of time for them to reflect and actually make adjustments.
You know what, I'm surprised? We haven't really seen either team going for those vent dives at all, right? Like we saw early on in the T side, Payne kind of trying to play around that door smoke, right? They were looking for the picks on top of hut and potentially phasing through into main, but they weren't, no one ever really tried to go for the vent dive, even when there was clear opportunities for it. And I think, you know, I don't know, man, I'm just surprised. No one's been watching their Makoto demos. We haven't been getting any vent drops. I'm a little surprised. I think Team 1 might try to start threatening that a little bit more.
You'd imagine so. You got to learn from the greats.
Yeah.
And there's a reason for it. But yeah, not really been coming out. They're falling into some of the same traps that we saw from the T side from Payne Gaming. Difference is, though, they adjusted and actually ended on a pretty terrifying half. But we're back into the action now. As we move into this one, let's see how round 24 is going to unfold. Can Team 1 get one step closer to that match point and a possibility of pushing us into a third map? Will we see Dust 2? Or can Payne Gaming bring this back, shut it down as a 2-0, and go to the grand final?
Okay, and what was really cool about that is PKL runs across and he takes a risk. They didn't throw that lurk smoke outside as he runs across towards secret. So the T's, even though they're going to expect that a player could be in secret, they're not going to be confident that there is one. And you can see the lurk is coming in and he's going to be in a prime spot and they don't connect the shot. The trade is there though as Pesa finds it, so it is a 4v4. PKL potentially could have been in a position to multi-frag. But now they have to fall back. And the re-hit's coming out on ramp as Nithon does find the first. Re-faces out, actually gets the second too, and he's out of there, Jack. 2v4.
Massive defense. Nithon's a sniper with a hell of a scope. And he knows how to take down a Team 1 member or two. Easy cleanup for the last remaining boys there on the CT side. Only one casualty onto PKL. And the game's all tied up 12-12. The Cash, though, not in a similar position for both teams.
No, that is going to be another eco for Team 1, although they have been threatening on the half buys. When they have the armor, they have the utility. The only person that has invested in the armor is Pesadelo. Everybody else trying to make sure that they have all the extra money they could need. Looks like it might be the fast A play. They're all grouped up.
Molotov's going to be coming in. Depending on the timing, it could be quite prevalent for them. The frags certainly are. Big Guzera with some easy shots. A bit of a miss there from Nithon, but he'll make up for it. Single deagle kill. Weapon not really in a position that it can be recovered though, so it will still just be the sidearms for Team 1. Nithon spotted towards outside as well, worried that someone could have gone down through secret. There is a player there in keys. He can try and make a move out of this, but they don't have the bomb. And he's the only one that's alive, so this really doesn't have any success written on it.
Dude, Nithon is kind of struggling to land those ones outside. Yeah. Missed two again right there, but hey, it's not going to matter. Like, he's 17 and 13. He's playing well. The team is winning now, and that's all that matters. And for a moment there, when you said there's a player there in keys, I was kind of thinking, like, what spot is keys? my brain just went, where is keys? I was so confused. I was like, oh, no, that is a player in the game, isn't it? Yeah.
That is the man himself.
Yeah, that is the man himself.
To be fair, you could replace locker room with keys.
You could, dude. See, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I was like, look, lockers could be keys. Like, fair enough. So that's why it crossed my mind. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that works.
PKL. Does he have the right tool for the job in a situation like this? The A1S, shrouded by smokes. Possibility for him to make a big play. They're all marauding their way through it and trying to get into secret. He reveals himself now. Great timing. XNS is fumbling. That's the bomb dropped and the follow-up frag. He finally goes down, but it won't matter as Big Guzer is here. He's on the other side of the smoke towards B. You come down secret, you've got to bypass him. It won't be easy. Keys is on 9 HP and his teammate in paces all the way over towards ramp.
And the CTs don't know that the bomb hasn't been recovered. So Big Uzera, he's re-aggressing here, trying to find the information. There is that player inside of the ramp room. It looks like the reflank is coming as well. Yeah, Nekis finds him. So now Big Uzera, he knows Keys was outside. He's waiting for him, runs around the corner at just the wrong time. Big Uzera is able to connect it. So huge play from PKL there inside of the big garage. He was listening. He could hear all the T's crossing, communicates it for his team, swings out and finds two as the smokes fade. And crucially for Team 1 there, the bomb was the last one crossing. And that means when he gets that kill, that's bomb dropped. They got to try to come back for it, and that's where they lost their life.
Are they just going for the fast ramp? I mean, they've only got the pistols, so it's probably the most success that you get. They tried their best, but Nek is a tenacious defense with the Kalashnikov, slaughters them all, and they all hit the DECK. Maluk is the only one that's still here to stay. Probably not for long, though. As he pushes up through hut, needs to find the frags, hits the first. Problem is the off angle there for Big Guzera, catches him off guard, secures the 15th. That's match point, series point, and they're now one round away from going to the grand final to fight against ATK tomorrow for that potential blast string showdown spot, Davey. It's all ride or die from this point forward for Team 1.
It is, and they really need to dig down deep here. This is Payne's map pick. They need to dig down into their T-side playbook, find something to even just get them an opening. So far, it's been all Payne on these opening kills. PKL does get tagged, but he gets away with his life so far. He is staying a little bit aggressive. Molotov's going to be dropped, and he's actually just trying to bait for Briguzero. He actually probably heard that tag. He's pushed up very aggressively outside. There is players above him, but are they going to clear this, Jack? I'm not so sure. I don't think they expect the aggression.
Ooh. They're teasing him, but they're not going to come his way. Big boy Guzera. He wants to gush him, tag him and bag him, and secure this game for Pain, but he won't even need to strike first. Knife and come swinging round the corner like a knife through hot butter. He'll find the opening, but big Guzera, more like blunder Guzera in that situation, Davey. He fumbles it, doesn't get the frag. They've got an edge to work with, but Hardzao hitting heavy, finds the shot. Blind, but still punishing as XNS goes down, and it's just 2 men left. Maluk and Keys, they have to fight. They have to do something in a position like this. They've lost the bomb. They've got 38 seconds, and now it's just Keys that remains alive. Pain Gaming, all they've got to do is find the frag, pick up the victory, and go to the grand final to face ATK tomorrow.
And they have done it. Congratulations to Pain Gaming, 2-0. Close on the first map, close on the second map, but in the end, Pain show why they are the favorites in this one. They pick up the victory, exact same scoreline they had 2 weeks ago when they played. So maybe I wonder if the rounds and the halves were exactly the same as well. Who knows?
I don't know, man, but that's the way it goes, mate. And that's our last finalist confirmed. We know the 2 teams will be clashing tomorrow in our 1 best of 3, the championship match, which decides who gets the spot for Blast. A lot riding on that, and it's rough. I mean, Team 1, they came out, they showed they were made of strong stuff on Mirage. They kept it close, a few small rounds that could have been different for them. Yep. Here on Nuke, once the CT side got going, it just felt like Pain really had control of the game.
Yeah, as soon as Pain got the economy, as soon as they got the guns they wanted, they started playing around them. You could see their reactions were so strong from Pain, and they showed why they picked Nuke. Even starting on the T side, they were down a whole lot, right? They won the opening pistol. They dropped down a lot of rounds, and they grinded it out in those late gun rounds to get the half as close as it was, which set them up for that big CT side.
Yeah, just massive stuff all in all. That is our last finalist confirmed, and that is the end of today's show. Of course, we will be breaking down all the action with Fight and Exner when we come back after the break, so we'll see you there in a few moments.
with a little nuke fly-throughs, but flying through nuke, how do I say it? Pain brought it 16-12, and honestly brought the entire series to their doorstep, Cole, in what was a dominant 2-0, and a team that is looking great to go to the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like both of these teams, ATK and Pain, have come into this in very good form, right? We're seeing them in an incredible fashion. So I'm excited to see how this grand finals is going to shape up tomorrow.
Yeah, I think just generally speaking for the side of ATK and as well as Pain Gaming, they're both looking in excellent form to deliver for a big-time grand final. But about those players that are trying to bring those grand finals together, I mean, I saw a great series out of Nithon and Hard Zhao in particular, but coming in just looking at our Mirage game, Nithon was taken over.
Yeah, I mean, had an incredible series. I feel like we've been kind of talking him up. Can he try and fill in the shoes of Safe? And while I don't think that's going to be really possible here in the coming, months, he is showing really good form, right? And is being an effective replacement and trying to build that experience up in this roster. So, I mean, so far throughout this event, it's a very good showing. And again, I mean, I can't stress this enough, the value of getting that European experience. If he's able to make it that sort of deep in towards the Blast Showdown, there's going to be excitement down the line and more chances to gather that more experience.
Yeah, I think for Nithon, he is a growing player, but I think throughout the course of this tournament, we are seeing a more disciplined Nithon than we have in the past, and he is certainly bringing the fight. We get some of the highlights from the guy, even on rifling duty. He was doing some excellent work yesterday, and today he continued that throughout this entire series. Against a T1 who were struggling in a couple of camps, in my opinion. But sometimes, it might look like a struggle. It's Pain's success.
Yeah, it's difficult to deal with this Pain right now. They're looking really, really good. Of course, having that kind of alleviation of Nuke being later down the line, it's really tough to beat him on this map. And the fact that they were able to pick off Team 1's map pick of Mirage early on in the series didn't leave him much room to work with, right? Yeah. Because Pain are so lights out on Nuke, no matter who's on that roster with the AWP. And Nithon, he really proved that right now with this series.
I think overall as well, I think Hard Zhao is a big shout for the side of Pain Gaming, playing more of the anchor roles. And again, he is a player who is readjusting to in this Pain Gaming lineup. So with the help of Nithon putting up an opping performance for probably the entire tournament so far, he has the cast of riflers to back him up. And I think for Team 1, they were lacking on a couple, specifically not to be the bearer of bad news, but it wasn't necessarily the series' dreams here when Nithon was just preying on him in every single duel. And you can get to see his total stats. I believe that was his ADR for CT side, was that 165 mark. I can go ahead and check in on that. So yeah, he had a monstrous performance throughout this game, whether that be the ADR, whether that be all the kills. He was having a great time.
Yeah, that's a great showing right there, man. That is a monstrous CT side. I mean, again, you talk about his counterpart over on the other end of things, right? And Maluk, I think he had an amazing series, or amazing map, I should say, against Orgulus, right? In that decider to see who was going to be meeting Pain. I don't think he really carried over that same exact form. And maybe that was a little bit of a difference in Team 1's success, right? Because Maluk had a lot of opening picks. He was able to light things up on that CT side for a lot of overpass, which is exactly what you needed to get out of your upper. In this series, it was a little less so, right? Nithon was going to get the better hand of him a couple of those rounds in a row. So it's good to see. Yep. And again, it's going to lead into a great grand final.
Yeah, I think for Hard Zhao on also just added to such the mix, creating a bit of a rifling difference on their front. I think that generally speaking, the rifling core of Pain Gaming, that being Big Zero, Hard Zhao, and Nekiz, also turned up and found their success in their own ways. So when it came down to that, it feels like a pretty solid team differential with Nithon leading the charge. So all in all, I mean, there are still a couple developing portions of Team 1 in particular. But now as we take a look over towards our bracket, we can see who they're facing off against. See if they can carry over the rifling differential versus an on-fire ATK.
Yeah, man, ATK looked very good today as well, right? I mean, take a trip down memory lane to that matchup, and you really see some promising stuff from them throughout that entire series. Bowden and Fady were a lovely little duo that they had going on to close out on Dust 2 versus the Gladiators, and it leaves a lot to be excited about for what this matchup is going to look like to make it into the Blast Showdown, which again is going to be a world sort of experience for these rosters. I think more so valuable for ATK because I don't think they've had a lot of European experience, other than the obvious Bowden.
Yeah, I think that's also just something to really point out. I mean, Pain did compete at the major. 4 of their players were over towards that front. So at least it is kind of a lot of the more experienced individuals. Pain have gotten a lot of it, and now that they're booking them or gearing up to book themselves another spot in towards EU. So commiserations congratulations, commiserations to Team One on that front. Will be unfortunately missing out there. So looking forward, I'm just wondering who do you think is taking that grand final?
I'm gonna have to say ATK overall. I think that they should be able to close that one out. In my opinion, they've looked in red hot form. I'm excited to see Bowden get a chance to head back into Europe, and so very excited for that grand final.
Yep. And so on that bombshell, I'm not even gonna let you guys know because I can't be biased like that. You can't catch me out like this one, folks. That's gonna be it here for day number 2 at the Ace Masters in the Blast North American Qualifier. On behalf of my co-commentator and Colt Exner McHenry and Phi, that's me, by the way. We'll be happy to have you guys tomorrow, but for now, thank you guys so much for watching. Have our grand set. So set your clocks ready and raring to go for tomorrow, as we will see you once again. On that note, have a great rest of your evening, and adios.